Anakin wasn't here merely to enforce his sense of justice. No, he had arrived for something far greater. He came for the enslaved, the common folk buried beneath the boots of the corrupt. But above all, he came to bring the infamous Hutt space and the Hutt cartel to heel, not through war, but through subjugation. He would remake them, not destroy them. And when the dust settled, they would kneel as a tributary state beneath the shadow of the Empyrean. The Grand Hutt Council, also known as the Hutt Grand Council, had long been the ruling body of the sprawling Hutt clans, a tangled web of criminal dynasties that called the Hutt homeworld, Nal Hutta, their seat of power. The council once boasted several powerful leaders, each a figurehead of their respective Khajiitics. But now, only one truly stood at its head, Marlowe. With Jabba the Hutt incapacitated, deemed unfit for duty, Marlowe let alone. In another timeline, the Hutts may have aligned with Maul and his Shadow Collective, aiding in the conquest of Mandalore. That future, however, now rested in Anakin's hands. Among the many Khajiitics that made up the cartel, Anakin knew three well: the powerful Desaligic and Besatii clans, and a lesser-known but influential Nuda. The Desaligic clan, led once by Jabba, was infamous for its hedonism and fascination with humanoid slaves, palatial decadence, and occasional genetic quirks like hair. The Besatii, bitter rivals of Desaligic, boasted notable figures like Gardulla the Elder and Iraq, whose clan's operations matched, and in some ways surpassed, their enemies in ruthlessness. Nuda, though lesser in status, held influence through their long-standing patronage of privateers like Sidon Athano and their outer rim estate on Matau. Other clans were more obscure, but not beyond Anakin's reach. The Nemaro and Ephaethra Khajiitics, rivals in their own right, operated from Nal Hutta and had long-standing feuds that could be exploited. Suda and Ventura represented these clans, and while not powerful alone, their positions within the cartel provided Anakin with leverage. Anakin had gathered all this knowledge for one reason: to dominate. And now that time had come. Chwr, Shag Emperor. Yubawa GG Kutchu. Kichai Chai Kunabed 2 GGG. Well, stupid slave emperor, you have us now. What are you going to do with us? One Hutt spat through a thick, guttural tongue, even as the pain-inducing restraints coiled around his slimy mass. It was an efficient system. The Hutts, large, slow, and difficult to physically restrain, could not move without pain flaring through their bodies. And Anakin needed them alive. Not to kill, to conquer. You're not here to die. Anakin's mechanical voice echoed from his droid body, standing tall and cold beside the ever-silent Grievous. You're here to make history, to sign away your power and build something new, something better. If you refuse, I will replace you. A silence swept through the cell block. There are always more Hutts willing to rise. The promise of power is a strong motivator. Anakin continued, eyes, or rather, sensors, glowing with menace. This is your only chance. Ubachara, you wouldn't. Several shrieked in protest. Oh, but I would, Anakin replied, stepping closer, his presence in the Force compressing the air like a pressure chamber. Even within the droid body, his essence loomed. The Hutts could feel him. He paused, then began listing the terms. Terms of subjugation, tributary status. The Hutt cartel shall be recognized henceforth as the Hutt Republic, a tributary of the Empyrean. A significant portion of all income, taxation, and revenues shall be surrendered to the Empyrean. Abolition of slavery. Effective immediately, slavery is outlawed. All transactions and operations related to the slave trade must cease. Failure to enforce this will result in executions, clan dissolution, or leadership replacement. Cease criminal operations. All illicit activity shall end. The Hutt Republic will operate under lawful governance. Violation of this will hold the entire leadership accountable. Reparations. All victims of Hutt oppression, direct or indirect, will be compensated. Empyrean officers will remain in Hutt space to assess and distribute reparations. Dismantling of criminal alliances. All allied syndicates and criminal organizations will be disbanded by Hutt authority. Non-compliance will be met with collective punishment. Corporate accountability. Any corporations found complicit in Hutt crimes will be banned from both Empyrean and Hutt territories unless they submit to oversight. Trade obligations. The Hutt Republic will maintain favorable trade with the Empyrean. Any economic resistance will result in full sanctions. Military surrender. All military assets will be transferred to the Empyrean. In return, protection from external threats will be guaranteed. Strategic control. Hyperlanes, trade routes, and military operations will fall under Empyrean authority for a term of 100 years. Cultural integration. The Empyrean may carry out missionary efforts, cultural, ideological, or religious. This will ensure future loyalty and peaceful assimilation. This wasn't a treaty. It was a submission. Anakin had effectively turned the Hutt cartel into a puppet state, one that retained ceremonial sovereignty but bowed to Empyrean authority in every meaningful way. That, after all, was the goal. Tributary states traditionally offered symbolic gestures or wealth. But this was absolute. Military, economic, and cultural domination. In every sense of the word, the Hutts had been conquered. And if they resisted, Anakin would dismantle them, piece by piece. In a century, Anakin suspected the transition would be complete. With missionary efforts reshaping minds and justice cleansing the rot, the people of Hutt space would no longer know the criminal empire they once lived under. They would be Empyrean in thought, loyalty, and blood. So do you accept? Anakin asked with mechanical poise, his voice like a blade drawn halfway. You no longer need to worry about war or commerce. The Empyrean ensures your survival, for price. He glanced over the Hutts again, restraining his disgust. They were bloated relics of a decaying age. Still, their existence had a purpose. For now, I'll require your signatures. Physical and virtual. A public declaration. A video statement. And verbal consent now. They stared back in silent fury. But they knew. This wasn't a negotiation. It was survival. Anakin's words echoed as he walked past their cages, calm and absolute. You will comply, or you will be replaced. And deep down, they believed him. They had done it. The Empyrean had brought down the mighty and corrupt Hutt cartel, an institution built on centuries of tyranny, decadence, and the callous neglect of its own people. Many across the galaxy assumed the Hutts would collapse eventually under their own weight. But no one had expected that collapse to come so swiftly, nor through such an unexpected avenue. Officially, they were now a tributary state to the Empyrean. Unofficially, a puppet regime, strung along by Anakin's will and held together by fear, bureaucracy, and the iron grip of the Empyrean's discipline. And the galaxy knew it. The Empyrean didn't even bother to veil its dominance. It upheld the facade of a suzerain, pretending to merely supervise the Hutts to ensure stability. But anyone with political sense could see through the illusion. The truth was more direct. The Hutts no longer ruled. They were ruled. A broadcast echoed across Hutt space. One of the Khajiitics, now elevated as the spokesperson of the newly minted Hutt Merchant Republic, stepped forward to address the galaxy. To the people of former Hutt territories and to all those who have suffered under the previous regime. There was a pause, brief, almost theatrical. And to the criminals, corrupt corporations, and those who abuse the innocent in pursuit of profit, hear this. Today marks the end of an era. His tone was oddly formal, far from the guttural arrogance Hutts were known for. In accordance with the treaty signed under the supervision of the Empyrean, slavery is now illegal within Hutt space. The Hutt cartel will be reformed into a merchant republic, and we will enact laws to eliminate all criminal enterprises that have plagued our worlds. The Hutt hesitated for a moment, the weight of public disgrace clear on his face, at least to those who could read Hutt expressions. Furthermore, he continued, reparations will be issued to the victims of our past crimes. Those found responsible for involvement in the slave trade have already been arrested or executed under our new laws. A collective gasp rippled across the galaxy. The Hutts, admitting guilt? But there was more. The Empyrean will assume responsibility for all external and internal defense operations. Our military forces will be transferred. Our protection lies with them now. It was clear to all. This wasn't a treaty. It was submission broadcast live. Anakin had made sure of it. By forcing a public declaration and releasing the full terms of the treaty galaxy-wide, he weaponized accountability. If the Empyrean violated its terms, the Republic and its allies might protest, but that mattered little. What mattered more was that the Hutts could no longer back out. Fear anchored them. They had no army, no mercenaries, and no allies left. And with the galaxy now watching, their only option was obedience. The people, the common folk of Hutt worlds, had become a weapon in Anakin's hands. They would riot, rebel, and shout at the first sign of betrayal. He had turned the oppressed into enforcers of change, and the Hutts knew it. The Hutt representative concluded his speech with practiced humility. "We thank all those attending and those watching from across the stars. This new era begins now." Surprisingly, the speech struck a chord with many. The Hutt spokesperson had been chosen well, charismatic, diplomatic, and most importantly, not the Hutt Anakin had executed for crimes too heinous to overlook. Cannibalism, a monster cloaked in decadence. Replacing him sent a message. Change was not optional. It also earned Anakin a sliver of trust among the clans. He was ruthless, yes, but fair. He kept the leadership within the families, allowing them some semblance of dignity, and in doing so, made the treaty feel palatable. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, debates raged. A war that barely lasted a season had ended in utter submission. The Empyrean had emerged not only victorious, but more powerful than ever. Information about the swift conflict spread rapidly. How Anakin had invaded, liberated the enslaved, and forced a political overhaul with surgical precision. The Jedi couldn't object. He had done what they never could. The Republic wouldn't complain. Hutt space was now open to commerce. Even the Separatists stood to benefit from the new order. Anakin, of course, was already planning far ahead. He had no intention of leaving liberated Hutt worlds to drift aimlessly. Migration efforts had already begun. Families and freed slaves were being relocated to Empyrean-controlled systems, worlds with structure, opportunity, and peace. Not to exploit them, but to let them thrive. It wasn't charity. It was strategic growth. Anakin had his eyes set on the rest of the Arcani sector, starting with underdeveloped or abandoned systems ripe for reclamation. Heffron, a mountainous world rich in archaeological ruins, perfect for research and mining alike. Mika, Jellyfish Cove, once a penal asteroid, now destined to become the Empyrean's main prison world, far from capital planets like Tatooine. Najiba, a wetland world abundant in food and minerals, ideal for resettlement and resource extraction. Vash, a lush agri-world with potential to feed millions and support new job infrastructure. Holdeman, industrialized and valuable, a perfect hub to boost the Empyrean's trade power. That left Arcanis, Serpar, and Gorno, the last three holdouts of the sector. Arcanis, the sector capital, stood unclaimed. Rich in trade route connections, Anakin would transform it into a central trading hub. Serpar, a high-gravity training world, would serve as a dual-purpose military training ground and trade center. Gorno, near the Corellian Run, would become a world dedicated to research and innovation, an academy planet for the brilliant and bold. All of this unfolded while Anakin continued developing his most ambitious project yet, living mechanical worlds powered by non-organic midichlorians. Tatooine was already undergoing transformation, and soon, even Nar Shaddaa would be reclaimed and purified. Anakin delegated much of the work to synths, hand-picked artificial intelligences trained in leadership, and select Empyrean citizens enhanced through a super serum program. The delegation worked. His empire no longer relied solely on him. Now, the Empyrean turned its attention fully to the conquest and reconstruction of the Arcani sector. With fleets of droids deployed and strategic minds guiding them, expansion was no longer a dream, it was a certainty. Anakin Skywalker, once a slave, once a Jedi, now stood as a galactic sovereign in all but name. And the galaxy? It watched, waited, and whispered of the empire that had already begun.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
With that, Anakin is now the true rule of the Arcani sector, and now he could start focusing on things outside of the sector and start planning for some future actions against either the Republic or the Separatists. Deep within the outer borders of space, there was something lurking just beyond the galaxy where all of the action taking place was. A massive entity of immense size was moving towards the galaxy that composes the entirety of what were considered the only living beings within the universe. It was the planet of Zona Maseket, the place where all living ships had originated from, the place where Jabbatha, Anakin's ship, had been born. In the Pharaohan language, Zona Maseket meant world of body and mind. It was a living planet, much more so than any other planet that most would think of as living as Zonama. The planet itself had Seket, the living intelligence. Zona Maseket was more than just a simple living planet with which Anakin had gotten Jabbatha from, and was in fact something far more important. It was the seed of a planet that came from outside of the known universe of their galaxy, in another that was different from this one. It was never like this from the start, and had to grow to the immense size that it is now, and in doing so it started to become settled by others. Zona Maseket was unique from other worlds. Its North Polar region, a spot of pearl white, was surrounded by an entire hemisphere of tropical jungles. Its southern hemisphere was covered with impenetrable silvery clouds. Along the equator there were several rivers, lakes, and small seas. The edge of the southern hemisphere was also covered by elegant wisps of wind, which frequently broke free to form spinning storms. It was certainly a sight to behold, but if one took a step back and observed from afar the planet, it would look like a massive spherical planet that was green, brown, and with splotches of blue spread all throughout. Some might even see a massive face form because of the planet's strange state of being. Zona Maseket was the seed of another living sentient planet known as Yuuzhan, the original homeworld of the extragalactic Yuuzhan Vong that was destroyed in a devastating conflict, a war. It was a living sentient planet with a large asteroid belt around it. The Yuuzhan Vong themselves also refer to it simply as the homeworld. In the Yuuzhan Vong, Yuuzhan meant creche of the gods, and the living planet was a template for the Yuuzhan Vong deities. During the time of the Galactic Republic, Zona Maseket was rumored to be home to the fastest ships in the galaxy. Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi and fellow Knight Anakin Skywalker traveled there to find fellow Jedi Vergear and to purchase one of the planet's living ships. Anakin bonded with a record 25 partners, while Obi-Wan was sent back to Coruscant after getting to discover information on Jedi Vergear. While Zona Maseket was under attack from the Yuuzhan Vong around 10 years prior to events happening now, it was able to defeat them. Later, Wilhuff Tarkin, then a Republic political leader and security force commander, declared war on the living world and attacked it in 7 years prior to now. Zona Maseket unveiled its hyperdrive system, which had been built by the Langizi and escaped into the unknown regions. In the following years, stories of the rogue planet that had once made living ships circulated among many in the Outer Rim. It was moving more than just in the Outer Rim, however, as it was also on the outside of this galaxy as well. It was fully capable of moving all on its own. Being the child of the Yuuzhan Vong's homeworld certainly made the Yuuzhan have some level of interest in taking it over and making it their homes themselves. However, they were unsuccessful in doing so when they had the chance. The reach of civilization extended at least nominally to the edge of the galactic disk. For instance, the territory of the corporate sector extended to the end of the Tingel arm. The galactic disk and some satellite galaxies were mapped well enough that the omission of 37 systems, including Kamino, from stellar charts were obvious gravitational anomalies, even when scanning from afar. Zona Maseket was so far away now from where it would have been, and now was staying within the unknown regions because it was attacked. A few years had passed by now, and it was still in the unknown regions, completely blocked off from hyperspace lanes that enabled people to travel faster to them. No, if people wanted to get to Zona Masika, they would have to fly around in open space, not knowing where they are going. The large galactic volume designated as the unknown regions included uncharted areas in dense nebulae, globular clusters, and the galactic halos. 15% of the galaxy's stellar mass was estimated to be contained within the unknown regions. Many governments repeatedly sent scouts into the unknown regions. It was certainly a massive place left unexplored because people either didn't care enough to go into, content with what they have, or otherwise thought it was too dangerous. For Zona Masika, however, this was a great thing. It may have liked Anakin Skywalker, the boy that had come to its body and then gotten and connected very well with one of its children, but that in on itself wouldn't be enough for it to stay. Not when it was attacked like it was. The unknown regions included a unique section of the galactic disk to the galactic west of Bakura, Bilbringi, and the Imperial Remnant. Important powers in this area of space included the Chiss Ascendancy, the Ssruvi Imperium, the Vagari, the Killa Colony, and the Empire of the Hand, but it was also home to species such as the Croak, the Abruchi, and the Ikari. Though severely cut off from the rest of the galaxy, these species interacted with one another and had created a sort of interstellar culture separate of that of the Galactic Republic or the Empire. Communication and trade were sparse and infrequent, but species such as the Lugubra were found in the services of larger powers across the regions. Common threats, such as Mongol brought together disparate species, such as the Chiss, Lugubra, and others to combat its encroachments. To Zona Masika, this didn't matter, but there was something else out there, calling to it, in an area of known space that it didn't want to return to, something that was familiar. If she didn't know any better, she would have guessed that it was one of her previous living ships calling out to her, calling out to try and find where she had gone, something that Seek-It would have responded to if it was stupid. However, she knew that it was probably for the best that it keep to itself for now. All of her children are dead, and those that still live on her are also now confined to herself. She wouldn't be moving from this spot ever, not even when others coming looking for her. So, I have been keeping an eye on things, but that doesn't mean I am blind as to know of what you are doing, Anakin said as he looked at the very cute-looking Barriss. She was like a startled rabbit that had just been exposed from its home and was frantically looking for somewhere to escape. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, Barriss knew what Anakin was talking about, but she wasn't about to cave under the pressure. She hoped. I think you do. Anakin used his hand to grasp just under her chin and make her look towards him, his purple-violet eyes gazing into her own purple eyes. She blushed a little and nearly went into a daze as she leaned forward, hoping to have the taste of his lips on her own, only to be denied as Anakin retracted himself from her. What? She was a bit upset, but it wasn't like she wouldn't be able to do something like that with Anakin ever again. I will give you an award if you tell the truth here. Anakin smiled a mischievous smile as he said this, knowing that she would give in. Reward? She thought back to that moment from where she had nearly gotten to smooch Anakin. Yes, Anakin replied as he awaited for her to come out about what she was doing herself, confronting her about it. Communication is important within relationships, after all, and he wanted to communicate with her properly. Instead of having to find out that she was doing things behind his back, that while he was okay with, didn't exactly mean she should be doing as well. Why the hell would she become the high priestess of the religious organization that had started up? It would seem that she had grown bored doing other things. Barriss would then go on to explain what she was doing and why she was doing it. To put it simply, it was because of her love for Anakin and in her belief that most of what was within this religion said is true that she wanted to prove her own devotion to Anakin. Prove her love as well, thinking that she had not done enough somehow. So you think that you haven't given me enough? Anakin asked. Of course. I have given you my mind, body, and soul, but I wish to do so much more. It would seem that Barriss has become slightly silly, not that Anakin all that minds her devotion. It was certainly something that he wasn't expecting from her, but he would accept that this is just a part of who she is. When she decided to love Anakin and even not care about him having multiple relationships with multiple girls, she didn't mind. What she did mind, however, is that she had some form of insecurities that included her not giving Anakin enough of what he deserved. It was certainly an interesting way to look at the relationship, and it was probably because he provided for her and the others, while they didn't really do much for him in return. Sure, there was the dyad that connected them and made him stronger as a result, and themselves as well. And in certain activities they would do, but again, this went both ways. It wasn't just Anakin being pleased or being more powerful, but it was them as well. You indulge me and the others in our wants and desires, but it seems like there is so little for us to give you that I wanted to do something, anything that would prove my love for you. Barriss declared quite passionately. Anakin stepped forward and then grappled onto her, embracing her within a hug. So when you feel these feelings I have for you, and I feel yours, that is not enough. Anakin asked her as she was flustered at this sudden situation. Well, it is enough, and I feel like Barriss was interrupted. And there it is. Your feelings matter, but think for a moment about whether or not this is something you actually want to do. A path that is extremely strange, and a belief that even I do not hold of myself. Anakin stopped her, so he could explain why he thought these actions she was taking is a bit silly. I appreciate everything you do for me, and all of you just being here with me is more than enough. Of course, I also appreciate the private time you give to me. Anakin continued. Of course. It is only meant for you, and you alone. Barriss was cut off again as Anakin decided to shut her up by kissing her on the lips. Anakin transmits his emotions through to her, and she does the same. In the end, Barriss couldn't hold out as long as Anakin could and needed to stop for some breath. Now, why don't we retire to somewhere more private and try again with one of your desires? I am already having a child with Ayla, and sooner or later Shock would also get pregnant due to her stamina. So how about we have another go at it? Anakin asked her, and she smiled a beautiful smile and started to drag him off into another direction. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Anakin then had an epiphany that she may have waited for a moment like this. Why? I don't know what you're talking about, but now that you have suggested this brilliant idea yourself, why don't we get to it? Barriss had a mischievous smile on her face of her own, something that was reminiscent of Anakin's. How devious. I like it. Anakin went along with what Barriss planned, and the two would go on to have a very passionate, love-filled day. Of course, by doing these acts, they would inadvertently active as bonds with the others, and they would experience the same desires, wants, and blissful moments as well. It was only natural after all, and it only made the rest of Anakin's week even better for him as he got to spend more and more time doing some lovemaking. He may have not sought out the harem life, but the harem life chose him, and he could deliver. Something interesting of note was that during this time, Anakin and the girls were all going through a change in their bond. It was something that was becoming something so powerful, and the feedback becoming so great that the unity between Anakin and the others had reached a point that could be considered perfect. If any of them were to fight with each other, not against, then they would be in perfect synchronization. Even when the dyad only connected them to Anakin, their bond with him was so powerful that allowed for something like this to happen. The only person left out of this was Ahsoka. As for the bond to flourish between Ahsoka and Anakin, they would need to start having an official relationship. Well, there was another person that is left out of this for now, and that is Xana, as she is trying out the dating thing she had heard about and was willing to try with Anakin. At this point, there was no going back, so she might as well try. So, you want to talk, did you? Anakin asked as he allowed Ahsoka into his room, given that this was a day they were supposed to be doing meditation practice, something that she very much disliked, especially since he had done this as a way to counteract whatever advances she may be trying to do. Why, yeah, about that. Ahsoka started off, not really sure what she was going to say to Anakin now that she had him all alone to herself. No, bad thoughts, Ahsoka. Naughty. She quickly brought herself back to reality as Anakin didn't seem to notice what had just happened, but Ahsoka knew better as he was quite the sneaky person. Anakin may be pretty honest, but that doesn't mean he wasn't able to hide some things. I get the feeling you are insulting me somehow. Anakin asked her as she approached him. What makes you think that? Ahsoka questioned him, curious as to why he knew that. The look on your face, of course. Anakin answered nonchalantly. Huh, you don't even have your eyes open. Ahsoka was confused as Anakin did in fact have his eyes closed, unable to see her. Also, that is true. I do hide things, just as others hide things from me as well. That doesn't mean I am necessarily a sneaky dash. Oh, but you're totally the sneaky type trying to go around and then striking when the iron is hot. I can see it. It happened with the recent war, and even when it comes to the Republic. Ahsoka was actually quite intelligent, and she seemed to be the only one really paying attention to Anakin's actions the most out of everyone. I guess she does have the most free time. It wasn't like Anakin got her to do anything much except do some basic training, and when it came to schooling, he instead focused on private tutoring instead. It was much better than having the apprentice of the Emperor go to some public educational facility within the Empyrean. Everyone would absolutely freak out about her arrival, and there would most certainly be some chaos as well. I don't lie, Anakin replied as she finally sat down opposite of him. At least, I don't lie to any one of you, do I? I guess not. Ahsoka couldn't really recall herself, a time that Anakin had lied to any of them, but he did hide things. One such thing was him doing experiments on himself, which they were so graciously brought in on this subject because it had accidentally been leaked. They probably would have never known, and he would have kept it to himself otherwise. Just like how he had kept to himself his identity as Vader and his participation in events that would shape the future of the Empyrean years before it became a proper empire. You do hide things, however, Ahsoka said as she wasn't starting to meditate just yet and instead waited there, staring intensely at Anakin. I concede, Anakin replied as he still had his eyes closed. Why don't you start meditating as well? Or do you want to talk about some things first? Vader. Yes. What about him? Or should I say, what about myself? Anakin asked her as he also had a small smirk develop, having fun with himself. And this only irritated Ahsoka. Can you explain yourself? You know what I have seen, and for you to do that. Ahsoka left off, not needing to say anything more, knowing that Anakin got the point. If you're worried about me being like Vader, it is fine. I only used this Vader persona for a specific purpose, and that was to do some sneaky activities that you seem to have figured out I've been doing. Anakin replied. Ahsoka believed him, just as she had believed in him years ago as well. Believed in him as they left the Jedi as well. And there was never a moment where her faith in Anakin was shaken. That was until it was exposed that he took on the mantle of Vader at some point. Even if he had retired this mantle, it was obvious it was something that existed within himself. I won't lie and tell you that Vader isn't a part of me, because Vader and myself are the same but different. There is a reason for existence here, and he isn't the same being you have had visions of. Anakin further explained as he wanted to assure her and take away her doubts or worries. Well, obviously, Ahsoka responded, but deep down she was feeling better just from Anakin's words. I can sense you rolling your eyes, Anakin stated, and she just gave a big huff before closing her own eyes and deciding to meditate on things herself. She was scared to see those same very eyes that Darth Vader had looking at her, and much preferred Anakin's eyes now as they were. Not that she would say this out loud. Within some Empyrean citizen's home, one could see that they were watching something before being rudely interrupted by ads. Damn these adverts to the Emperor's void. A man roared as he had come back from a day's hard work. Generic country music starts to play in the background as the advertisement starts. Hey, isn't that? The man seems to be surprised at what was happening on his screen. The camera pans to a fishing pond where a genetically engineered Superforce user with dirty blonde hair and glowing purple eyes is sitting in a boat opening a cold one with the boys. The man tips his cowboy hat, looks at the camera, and says, "When I'm not being a space emperor." The screen quickly switches to him in his full battle armor, teabagging some figure that was within some sort of robe, and had quite the pasty, baggy skin, while Empyrean starships are destroying the enemy combatants from the sky. The screen switches back to Anakin in the boat. I'm just a regular guy who loves his family. I love to sit back and relax and grab a cold one with the boys. And the best drink for that is Skylight. The camera pans to the beer in his hand, the logo being prominently shown with tiny droplets of cool water dripping from the brand. The camera pans out to the sky where the Skylight logo is shown in a big font and a narrator's voice says, "Skylight, the drink that brings the home to you, no matter where in the sky you are." Well, I'll be. The man was now sitting up, thinking he had just come across some prime real estate. I got to give me some of that. I mean, the God Emperor approves of it, so that must mean that everyone is going to get it, realizing that he may be late. Oh no, I need to phone up now and see if I could get some of that nice-looking Skylight. Of course, the man fails to notice the next advertisement that rolls around. That would no doubt intrigue him some more. This same man was an avid basketball player as well within his free time, especially when hanging out with his friends, and they played off against each other in friendly games. The screen cuts to another advertisement, and it starts to play some generic hip-hop music within its background. The very same man from before, dirty blonde hair and purple eyes, was on a court bouncing the ball all around that very same old man, with pasty white, baggy and wrinkly skin, and with a robe on. Why would this old man play against the Emperor, and why would he also do so while wearing robes is anyone's guess. The God Emperor of the Empyrean went straight for a dunk and smashes the glass. The old man has a heart attack from the cool factor, and multiple various girls, whether they were human or alien, all were good-looking, started to shake their bums for the camera because sex sells. The God Emperor looks towards the camera, smiles, then winks. You can dunk just like me with sky shoes. They make you feel like you're walking on air. The God Emperor is then surrounded by the girls before his wives now come into the shot and kick those whores away from their husband as they were in skimpy cheerleader outfits. The God Emperor gives his advice. Oh, and don't forget to be loyal now. They all start to walk away as the skimpily dressed girls pushed and pulled away from the Emperor by his wives just stared at him leaving and sighed. The camera then fades to black as the man that was just ordering the drink just saw the ending part of the advertisement. No, I need to get those as well. This same thing would happen throughout many homes within the Empyrean and Skywalker Industries subsidiary companies that produce these products would be inundated with requests and orders for these very things advertised. Husbands, father, brothers, nephews, all men were probably in some way hassled by the females that lived with them that were either their mothers, wives, daughters, or nieces about their overwhelming desire to get that stuff. They wouldn't stop them, no. In fact, they would have liked to support the Emperor as well. But it was just that they didn't want their men to suddenly just go all crazy over some silly pairs of shoes or some alcohol. Given that the shoes and alcohol were endorsed by the God Emperor, however, they knew that it would allow them to finally become drunk again. The super serum was super effective after all, and it near completely disabled the people's ability to poison themselves. But now there was an alternative to that problem, which was the super serum and now a replacement for something they had lost. Anakin had created a problem through the super serum and then was selling the solution as well. It was certainly a dastardly prospect for something like this to happen, but no one within the Empyrean cared at all. Their emperor wouldn't just do this to harm them or take advantage of them. And even if he did, he deserved something in return for his efforts in bettering their lives. It was something they would gladly look away from and accept it. Again, Anakin was taking advantage of the situation some people within the Empyrean is in, and because of this, others would try to look into this as well. Skywalker Industries could still grow, but so could its competitors try to grow as well, given that the business world is like that. It's better if he gives some encouragement in the form monopolizing the market for a short while than does other companies created from within the Empyrean would do something similar. He also didn't just make these things at a high price either, as that would just be silly. He didn't want other businesses to get the great idea of trying to scam their customers for more money. That was something that he was already aware of within his previous life, and it even happened within the Galactic Republic as well. Making you brand exclusive, increasing the price, which would also increase one's accumulative wealth built on the backs of their workers and customers. It was a dangerous game, but Anakin would try and manipulate everything so it doesn't get out of hand, because at the end of the day, companies still needed to make a profit. While the Empyrean was now officially the true ruler over the Arcani sector, which Anakin would promptly get requests to change the name of into the Skywalker sector, they would start looking at their other areas. Kamal where Naboo is in Quilii, where Dathomir is. From Naboo, a lot of reinforcements were sent through them to start occupying planets and taking over sectors from their system. Unfortunately, they couldn't take over the one other system within the Kamal sector because it is under the Republic. However, Anakin didn't mind this. First was in Narc, a major trade world located at the confluence of several hyperlanes that connected mid-rim worlds between the Hydian Way and the Corellian Run. It was an endpoint of the Anarch Run and a jumping-off point of trade and travel to the Outer Rim territories. No one currently held any sway over this system, so the Empyrean would gladly take it for themselves. Then came the Alui system, was a star system located within the mid-rim region of the galaxy. It didn't have much, but it could be used for some things since it was on the trade route. Within the Quilii sector, that of which Talzin is in charge of, the Empyrean had been helping the Dathomirian queen named Talzin and took over Kadhar, the homeworld of the Kadhar species, filled with many ecological niches and huge insect predators. This place had quite the place, and Kadhar will be turned into something similar to what Dathomir is like. Then the last place for takeover was Vinsith, the home planet of the Chavin and Shev species in the Quilii sector of the Outer Rim territories. It was a temperate planet with zones of grasslands and prairies, Arctic ice, and deserts. It was here that there may have been some contention with the separatist movement, since this planet did come under their space. However, it wasn't occupied or under their control, so Anakin thought it prudent to grab to increase the influence the Empyrean has over the Quilii sector. After all of this is settled, however, Anakin waited to have some downtime. So, some downtime he would have, meaning that he would be doing nothing much. He had, after all, just been doing some advertisements that if Sidious was smart enough would see the message. Of course, Sidious may not actually see the message within those advertisements because it wasn't like he was interested in stuff like that, and most of his time was taken up by other things. Anakin did, however, want to reveal to them that he knew about Sidious being a Sith Lord, if only to make him be even more cautious, as Anakin had just shown the might of his Empyrean through the actions taken. And now, he has an even larger army now. It would certainly be interesting, but he will be focusing on his family for a small bit now. I think that is enough for now. I can start expanding again once the refugees from Hutt space start making their way over to the Empyrean. Anakin thought to himself. It was a fine day on Tatooine, as the suns at the planet orbited look as if they were in orbit around Tatooine, like it was the center of the system, galaxy, or even the universe itself. The people were going on with their own business, whether that going to their jobs or otherwise going out to enjoy the freedoms and liberties that the Empyrean provides for its people. Everyone was generally having all right enough time as is, and they were also in quite the festive spirit as well. One doesn't just simply build a culture and society within a day, and it requires festivities to take place as well. Religion is also quite normal, but traditions that families would pass on from generation to generation should become a part of a society. Without traditions, the culture doesn't have common things to connect people together. So, in remembrance of Anakin or Vader helping the people, enslaved as they were rise up and fight against the Hutt Empire created by Jabba the Hutt was certainly something to remember. Then there was Anakin's birthday itself, making it something that everyone celebrates in, even when it was just another normal day. The people saw to make it something special. Then there was a tradition that involved Anakin going and leaving the Empyrean, and the date of his return recorded to symbolize a person's journey and growth into becoming an adult. Sometimes a person would have to leave their home to go somewhere else foreign and grow there. Anakin's birthday was a religious event. The slave rebellion celebration was a public holiday. Anakin's leaving and return is another religious and cultural tradition, and finally Anakin's coronation is considered a brand new holiday for the people. Public holidays exist, and a lot of it somehow involves Anakin. Then for every planet, they had their very own separate events in accordance with their own culture and history, along with the additions of the cultural and religious traditions starting from Tatooine and Anakin. Not everywhere would have the exact same events, but everyone would have all of the events that included Anakin to some extent, and if it was a holiday, then it was allowed. Another festivity had come into play, however, as the people were now celebrating what is being called the end of slavery. The end of slavery being a new event, all starting because of Anakin and those within the Empyrean putting in the work to overcome this once and for all. Well, at least slavery that is out in the open, as no doubt slavery still happened behind closed doors, especially in areas outside of the influence of the Empyrean or Hutt space. "Hello." Anakin called out to see if anyone was there. He knocked on the door again, as he was within the Sky Palace, awaiting whoever is behind this door to come out and greet him. Is she asleep? He thought to himself as he was waiting for the person who he had made plans with today to come out, but it would seem that she was either still asleep or was hesitating. He could always just barge in, but then that would just be something silly, now wouldn't it? Wait. A feminine voice was heard from the other side, and she seemed to be panicking, and from Anakin could hear, she seemed to be in a rush to get to the door, but was otherwise doing other things instead. Specifically trying to rush and put on some clothing, or, from what he could tell, some very minor applications of makeup. He didn't mind makeup, but much rather preferred someone's natural face. But it would seem that the woman on the other side didn't know of this, or didn't want to come outside to meet with him without some assurances that he would be attracted to her face. Not that that would matter, considering most, if not all of the women around him were extremely attractive already. Opening the door, it is finally revealed to be Xana, the Sith woman rescued and brought back to life by Anakin from Hell, otherwise known as Chaos. "I am ready," she very cutely said, as she seemed to have been in a rush. Her clothing seemed to be okay, and accentuated her curves and other physical parts that Anakin would take an interest in. She had some minimal makeup as well. Also, given that she doesn't have the same face paint that she had in her first life, it was clear to see her beautiful features. "Are you sure?" Anakin was smiling, as it would seem that Xana was willing to make some form of an effort when going out on a date with him. Formally, that is. Anakin reached out his hand and tucked away some of her hair that was a bit messy. Oh. She realized this, and had a small blush adorn her features, which only made Anakin think she looked even better. "There, already then. Since this is your first actual date, I have decided that instead of going all out like a person usually would, we should try some of the basic people do. How does that sound?" Anakin would have taken her to do things she would have liked to do, which was probably destroying things or otherwise getting into spars of fights with others. He wouldn't have minded doing something like that with her, but that isn't exactly what constitutes as a normal date, and she hasn't had a relatively normal life before. What with her being a Sith Lord before her death, and then being dragged out of hell by Anakin not just because he wanted to, but he had his own reasons. Well, if that is what you say is going to be like, then I guess it is fine. Deep down, Xana very much appreciated that her first date would be considered normal. She did want to he things those other girls she taught within the academy did, which may or may not include some special alone time with Anakin afterwards, but wherever it may go, she would probably either be happy or bored. Given that everything would be a new experience to her, she has no doubt that she would probably be not bored, especially with Anakin around. If she told Anakin that she was bored with these normal girlish things, then he would probably resort to Plan B, that being some pre-planned things that he knew she would have liked to do. Not that Anakin would tell her that, of course. "Shall we?" Anakin held out his arm as she also grabbed on, and they would go on throughout the rest of the day, enjoying and spending time with each other. Their relationship getting a little better as a result. Sheev Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, Dark Lord of the Sith as Darth Sidious, was not amused. Not amused in the slightest, as he had received some reports about the Empyrean having a big but very short-lived war with the Hutts. It wasn't hidden away from anyone, and in fact he would say that this was done publicly on purpose to make sure that everyone knew of the Empyrean's power. It was done at the correct timing as well, because the Republic was thinking that they could just and bring the Empyrean under their own control. They knew of the Empyrean's power, but it wasn't like they couldn't pull on the other senators or systems within their reach's power to go after them and forcibly make them come under the Republic. Some of the people were thinking that they could do it, even when Sidious himself had suggested that they don't. He didn't mind if they tried, however, because who knows what will happen, and instead he was going to wait for them to amass and then force the peace-loving Empyrean to help them win against the Separatists properly, instead of just using them for funds by selling them droids. Some people were upset, as they could see what the Empyrean was doing, not that they could really do anything, because at the same time they were also grateful. There was no telling how long the Civil War would have lasted. So too was Sidious kind of banking on the Empyrean allowing them to buy mass amounts of droids to make up for their clones' deficit. Not that the clones made up the entirety of air armies. Now that the Empyrean has kind of shown its true colors, everyone within the galaxy knew to stay clear of the Empyrean and whatever they wanted. While there may not have been any real conflicts between the Empyrean or those within the Empyrean to any one other organization or government within the galaxy, that didn't mean they would just stop their conquest at the Hutts. Those that were more political or just had a keen sense of the politics of what was going on from within the galaxy could tell that the Empyrean was making moves that may only seem as the natural course of action. But they had planned this. The Empyrean was a much scarier opponent than Sidious had at first thought, and he was starting to consider that he would be more wary of Anakin now. Now he would look very deeply into any of the actions taken and words said by the Emperor of the Empyrean, simply because of this massive event that has changed the landscape of relationships within the galaxy. Everyone will be looking towards the Empyrean and hoping that they come over to their side, because they were an intelligent enemy that no one wanted to face. So for now, everyone would hold their breath around the Empyrean simply because they have risen to power so fast that it is quite insane. They now fully control the Arcanis sector. Sidious thought to himself as he gazed at the holographic map displayed in front of him that gave him a view of the entirety of the known galaxy. Even some more undisclosed systems or planets not give out to the public to see, as not every piece of information was exactly public knowledge. With the Arcanis sector completely under the Empyrean's control, and even Hutt space now falling under the control of the Empyrean, while not officially, it was a puppet state, and Sidious could very clearly see that. They had massive power and control over trade, and even over the hyperlane spaces, and orders or rules were given to both the Republic and Separatists that they were not to fight while within both the borders of the Empyrean and Hutt space. Completely natural and normal, since no one would want to turn their home turf into a battlefield just because some foreign powers were at war. This would both be great and bad for Sidious, as he didn't want to prolong the war for too long and instead wanted to end it at the right timing, so that he may gain complete and total control over the Senate. Once that happened, he would become an emperor himself, the emperor of the Galactic Empire, Emperor Palpatine. It has such a nice ring to it. These thoughts encapsulated the joy that Sidious would get out of achieving his goals. Goals that had become harder once again because of the Empyrean, or was it all along because of the pesky Chosen One? It was certainly something to think about a little more, whether or not Anakin's status of the Chosen One was interfering with his plans just as his now dead master had said he would. Or it was just the fact that Anakin was something that went against what he was working towards, and is very easily arguably the better of the two options for an emperor. Palpatine was creating some backup plans for himself in case of failure, because he was starting to see that because of the Empyrean's developments, the people within the Senate are not precisely going in the direction that he wants. It was like if everything was being taken out of his control and put into the hands of another. The boy must die, he thought to himself as he looked at the image of Anakin. That was extremely good looking. Sidious was now planning to take down the Empyrean by taking down its leader, because without a head, the snake would die. Once Anakin is taken care of, there would probably be some problems from the Empyrean, but it would naturally be all okay. He has had enough of trying to bring Anakin under his control, and was already looking for another apprentice. Someone that wouldn't be like Dooku, and instead would be both an easy-to-manipulate pawn and powerful Force user. He had many options in trying to infiltrate the Empyrean, and trying to kill Anakin, and poison is one such method. Of course, Palpatine didn't know that this wouldn't work even if he managed to get Anakin to drink some poison. Anakin is immune after all, and if that didn't work, he would start to send some assassins that Dooku had been training. Something that may prove to be of some more difference, but would probably still be relatively easy to take care of by Anakin. One man cannot defeat many. Sidious knew the powers in numbers and believed that if he sent many to attack Anakin at the same time, he wouldn't be able to resist and would die. That is, if his poisoning attempt would fail. If all else fails, in the end it would be better if he tried to take care of Anakin himself. Something that Palpatine was starting to believe in more and more is that sometimes you have to take care of your own problems because others are too incompetent at doing so. If you want something done right, then you should do it yourself. Of course, this would expose himself to everyone. No doubt the boy would expose him at that point, but at that point he would have to kill Anakin because this take care of his competitor. Then there are those that he was considering to take under his wing as an apprentice, and he had a few options that would be interesting. Ferrus Olin was someone that Palpatine had been trying to mess around with, especially after he had left the Order because of reasons, one in particular being Anakin. Something that Palpatine and Ferrus had in common. Then there's the bumbling buffoon known as Jar Jar Binks. Believe it or not, Jar Jar was actually Force-sensitive without even knowing that he is, and because he was such an easy pawn to manipulate, and one could see his luck, which is Jar Jar's application of the Force subconsciously to help himself. Then there's another perspective replacement, Garth Ezer, who Palpatine had only very recently discovered during the current times. He had taken Garth in and was currently training him in the dark side of the Force, which he already was learning in before Garth killed his previous master because she betrayed him. Garth is inadequate, though, because he wants someone stronger than Darth Tyrannus. Of course, there was one of senior administrative aides known as Sly Moore, someone that he had kept close to himself, both with the allure of the dark side, and because she seemed to have some attraction to Palpatine. Not that he all that cared, and instead, he was using her for something in the future he wished to try. Now, however, she may be more useful as a proper apprentice, but her power is inadequate for his needs. So his choices were between Jar Jar, who actually had a very powerful connection to the Force, or Ferrus Olin, who was said to be a rival of Anakin's, meaning that he was also properly powerful as well. Or he could make them both his apprentices and break the rule of two. At the same time, keep Tyrannus for now as well, since Tyrannus also held no concern for the rule of two. Choices, choices, choices. Let's have some time alone, shall we? Anakin asked the question to Shock, whom was considered the loner of the group, and it was all self-imposed, but she wouldn't mind just having Anakin around. Really, she asked in a tone that was quite seductive, as usually when the two spent some alone time with each other, it would somehow end in a bed where they would do some very exhausting activities. Well, exhausting activities that would mainly exhaust Shock, as Anakin had stamina that is unending. And I don't mean having some of our alone time. I mean that we should do something else other than doing it all of the time we are with each other. Anakin said, as while he didn't mind, he is sure that a relationship built solely off of sex wouldn't last. What are we going to do then? Shock didn't have much concept about how a romantic relationship is supposed to be like, and she had just decided to marry Anakin because she loved him. Simple, but not exactly prepared is she for a bond of that level. So you have not done much? No shopping or going out in a Tatooine and just exploring the city or anything else? Anakin was not too surprised, but it still did seem weird she didn't even at least try activities outside of her comfort zone. It is fine to have one and all, but with the level of isolation she has, it only made sense why she didn't put much thought into leaving the Jedi. In fact, her unattachment to anyone within may have played a key factor in her leaving, and her attachment to Anakin was all she needed to leave. The thing, however, is that she also upheld the Jedi ideals for a long time, before he had come to start transforming the way she thought about things through either discussion or him simply being there. What do you mean? I think that I have done an adequate amount of stuff during my lifetime. Shock responded, seemingly offended that Anakin would say she was inexperienced. Well, she was inexperienced when it came to certain factors, which was something that surprised Anakin, but at the same time, it really shouldn't given her character. She did have experience in other matters, an example being her skill with a lightsaber, and not in that way, but a genuine lightsaber. She was heralded as someone that was kind of unmatched with the saber in combat with a saber, of course, of her own generation. Now she would most certainly give even Dooku and Yoda a run for their money in saber skill alone. It is a good thing that Anakin likes to stay trained and up-to-date on his skills, which in turn helps the others as well. All of his women kind of use him as a training droid instead of actual training droids, and he can see why they would, because he always mops the floor with them. He had been trying to hold himself back, but at some point his very, very smallest amount of power level is still enough to equal all of those he is bonded to at the same time. Sometimes there would be days where Anakin gathers all of them to fight him at the same time, something that seemed to increase as the days went by. It would seem that they all enjoyed trying to beat his smug face up together more often than not, and even then, they would still lose. He would sometimes even say, "Yes, let all of your hate fuel you," and he would chuckle madly like some sort of supervillain. It was certainly an interesting experience. Of course you are experienced, more so now that you have spent time with me. Anakin smiled at that, as he could see she was a bit shy at his statement. However, you don't really go outside to see the world, and while I don't want to force you to do anything, I'm only here to suggest that maybe we could do something other than trying to make babies. Don't get me wrong. Anakin made a gesture and pulled her closer to himself. I wouldn't mind continuing with those activities if you so desire. However, that is on the condition that you try to do some of the normal things girls usually like to do. Anakin continued. Like? Shock questioned, fully anticipating such a thing, having no hesitance at all when Anakin talked about the reward she would get if she complied, but she wasn't about to stop the negotiations early. She was going to milk him for everything he's got, or at least die in pleasure trying. Wait, bad thoughts. Save that energy for later tea. Shock thought to herself as she was being a little pervert. Well, things like going on a date, even just having me follow you around as you buy things in the shops, then forcing me to carry said things. Isn't that just sounds so intriguing? To be honest, Anakin didn't want to do something like that, because it was a pain, and while he didn't exactly consider it a waste of time, because one was spending time with a loved one, that didn't mean that very same time couldn't be used to do something of greater importance. You know, I'm not like other girls. I would never really want to do those things. Shock said, not like other girls? Anakin raised an eyebrow, as this seemed to be a play on how women somehow always thought of themselves as unique in some way, when they may very well be a basic bitch. Of course not, but I do things differently, and you know this. Shock replied, I do. He nodded his head and replied, then, if you really insist that I try some things that regular people do, I could try it out. Only for you, however, since you seem to be so worried about me being a loner. No, I know that you have friends and confide in the others, but that doesn't mean that I dislike what you do. That would just be silly of me and kind of contradictory, right? I know that being the Emperor of the Empyrean isn't exactly what a lot of you would have liked for me. Anakin knew that the girls didn't exactly want him spending time on being the Emperor, but because he manages his time extremely well and has access to using multiple thought processors, he is able to make time for all of them. Not just make time, but even have extra time of his own to do his own things, because he wouldn't be spending every minute of his day with one of them, and neither would they spend every waking second being around him. That would just be silly, as it may be somewhat true that their worlds revolve around him in a sense like a star that creates its own gravity. That doesn't mean they don't have things of their own to do. Well, that is only obvious. I think the difference here is that you are able to make time compared to other successful men. It is hard to do what you do, and I know of this, and so does everyone else. Shock responded before putting her hand on Anakin's cheek. Is it really that bad that I don't want to go and do things everyone else likes doing? She had a fake expression on her face that spoke of disappointment and hurt. That won't work on me. Your acts are pitiable compared to the faces Padme is able to pull off. Anakin thought of her act as cute. Well, it is only natural that she has a better poker face than I. She is, after all, the person who has delved into the world of politics, while I am just an antisocial Jedi. No, not Jedi anymore, but instead an antisocial Force sensitive. Shock replied, you know that I don't care too much in the end, but you're somewhat something that doesn't make any sense. Anakin said, oh, and how do I not make sense? Shock said, nodding her head. Logically speaking, Anakin started only to be interrupted. No. None of that. Come, let's go back into my room and allow me to suck that tense energy out of you. Shock started to pull him into her room, not caring about anything else and having one goal in mind. Sighing, Anakin gives up on trying to make her more social, because it would seem that there really was no problem. I guess. Whatever. I think I've had enough of trying to talk you into doing something, and it is obvious that you only want to do these things with me, or otherwise doing things with the Force. I love you, Shock, just the way you are. Anakin said all of a sudden. That stops her right in her tracks, as they were going deeper into her room. She turns around to gaze into Anakin's eyes that she would stare into for eternity, but she was just being dramatic here. Can you say that again? She looked to him and wanted to hear those words again. It was because it was rare for Anakin to say the words, I love you. He much preferred expressing his feelings through his actions, because words don't exactly do it for him, while it was something that women in particular said all of the time. Mostly about everything as well. Not that they actually loved things to the same level, but it was still something to take note of. Really? Anakin asked. Shock only nodded her head and awaited for Anakin to give in to her request. He sighed before saying it once again, just as she had requested, as it wasn't really that hard to say these words, but it wasn't something he wanted to say all of the time as well. I love you. I love you too. Shock smiled as she then started to drag him over to her bed. And I'm sure that you will love me more for what is about to happen next. I'm sure that I will. Well, that was interesting, Obi-Wan said as the Jedi that had left on their trip to Tatooine had just come back, as they were taking their sweet time coming back. They may have left immediately, but before they were given any orders or created their own orders to follow when it came to the war, there was nothing. They may have known about the war between the Separatists and the Republic was now back to full scale, but they were taking their sweet time coming back. None of them within wanted to exactly go back to war again, especially after they were not tasked to anything and just explored what it was like on Tatooine. Mace was even swayed into wanting to stay, while the others also had similar thoughts of wanting to stay there. It was alluring. Something that drew them in was the balance and vibrancy of the life and force of the planet. This group, Yoda, Yaddle, Mace Windu, Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Quinlan Vos, Luminara Unduli, and Plo Koon were in for a shock and surprising return. Specifically, they would receive word that the Empyrean had somehow went to war within the short 2 weeks they had stayed on Tatooine, and then their short delayed trip back, where the Empyrean would then proceed to win. Yes, Qui-Gon responded as they hadn't received any news. But as soon as they got back, it was as if their communication devices started to explode with the messages sent to them. Anakin had deliberately sabotaged their communication for the short time it would take the Empyrean to take over the Hutts. It was done because he didn't exactly want them to turn back around and then start demanding explanations from him. Not that he would give them one, but it was one less headache to worry about, especially now that he had won and had done so with minimal lose to life. Well, he is your apprentice, Master Windu. Qui-Gon wanted to shirk the blame of helping raise Anakin, in a sense, all to Mace. What? No, I think it is best that he was following in your footsteps. Mace, of course, gave that responsibility right back, as if they were the ones that had led to Anakin doing this. Enough, I think this is. Yoda finally spoke up as he started to rub his forehead at the things they had discovered. Contemplate. Need not Skywalker's actions. Empyrean problems separate they are from the Republic. At this point, Yoda has had enough trying to keep tabs on Anakin, because it would seem that they were failing at even that. He would rather that they focus their efforts of the war between the Separatists and Republic, while simultaneously trying to use their restored or slowly restoring foresight abilities to identify the Sith Lord within the Senate that Dooku had spoken about. I think that I will go back to my quarters now and start contemplating my life choices, Quinlan said, and started to head off without so much as a proper goodbye, where Luminara also started to slowly walk away from the awkwardness of the situation. Right. I just remembered that I have some things to do, dash. Obi-Wan, seeing what the other 2 Jedi Masters had done, tried to get away himself, only to be stopped by Qui-Gon. Oh, no, you don't. I think that you will be needed in some other things. The war is back on, don't you know? Qui-Gon said in a no-nonsense tone. Sighing, Obi-Wan replies. Okay, right, Master Qui-Gon Jinn is. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, be redeployed you will. Yoda said. Right. Obi-Wan didn't seem too enthusiastic at this declaration. The rest of the time, they would all regain their bearings and Yoda would go into a small meeting with both Kagan and Mace so that they could discuss some things in private. Specifically to do with Anakin, while Plo Koon and Yaddle went their own directions with their own thoughts on the matter. Especially Master Yaddle, that was contemplating what she should do. Specifically, she was questioning herself and what she was doing within the Jedi. She would sometime later have an epiphany that going to and joining the Empyrean Order was probably the best course of action. This would come from the Force itself, and she would go there later, her role undetermined in the grand scheme of things. Then there is Plo Koon, who had similar thoughts, but was mostly focused on Ahsoka's well-being and could see that she was fine. He did, however, have a feeling that things were going to change, and the Force wasn't the one that was going to remind him. Obi-Wan was sent back to continue his job out on the battlefield. Luminara and Quinlan both had their own thoughts, specifically to do with Ayla and Barriss. Did Quinlan really not want to be there for his surrogate daughter? And did Luminara really not want to be around what she had started to consider as family? Only time would tell, and how their thoughts would start to affect their actions within the Order, whether this lead to them leaving and convincing others to leave with them, or to become staunch in their beliefs within the Jedi Order. Anakin had amassed a large amount of militaristic forces at this point, meaning that he could continue his current campaign, taking over and making use of more planets, and hopefully shrinking the gap between the Empyrean's mainland and its other what was considered colony systems. The Koyogra system was the only star system located in the Groll sector of the Outer Rim territories, meaning that after the Empyrean had taken it over, this sector is now considered proper Empyrean space and territory. It would become another trade world, a center of trade, just like the others that were taken. The next sector after this would be the sector that the Kaminoans come under, which would mean that Anakin would have to be careful when taking this sector for the Empyrean. Technically, the Kaminoans aren't a part of the Republic at all, and if he happens to become their leader, it would mean that the Republic really is relying on the Empyrean for everything. Even their future endeavors where they could have future clones. First things first, the worlds and systems taken over are Tyos, a planet in the Abrian sector of the Outer Rim territories completely covered by grasslands. Tyos is considered to hold strong potential as a future agricultural planet, which means that it would become another place allowing for the growth of food for the Empyrean. It was a planet that was strange since it had some ties to both the Republic and Separatist, but wasn't actually considered a part of none of these factions, meaning it is ripe for the taking. Next is Rune, a planet located in the nearly impenetrable cloak of the Sith. Known for its runestones, the planet was constantly sought after by treasure hunters for years. Located on the Trialist Trade Route hyperspace route and the Smuggler's Route Mumble's turnaround. This place would be perfect to start increasing the value of the Empyrean and its currency yet again, meaning that their economic power would increase yet again. This planet and system could only be a place where Anakin could house more people and also be a place where people may be able to strike it rich at discovering runestones, the precious crystal that this planet naturally produced. There were also some other minerals that could be extracted, so this was also a useful planet. Hefi, the next planet located in the Hefi system of the Abrian sector, within the sliced portion of the Outer Rim territories. Covered by land masses and oceans, Hefi's surface featured varied climates and was capable of supporting various forms of humanoid life. Nothing much here, and is just another boring world to add to the collection. Who knows? It might become something, but for now it would just be another colony system for the Empyrean to develop more to see what it holds. Abrian Major was an astronomical object located in the Abrian Major system, a part of the Abrian sector in the sliced portion of the Outer Rim territories. Abrian Major served as the capital of the Abrian sector, and the latter was represented in the Galactic Republic Senate by Senator Asu Rotsino, who hailed from Abrian Major. In fact, it was the year before current times that Rotsino tendered her sector's articles of secession in that day's Senate session, thereby withdrawing the Abrian sector, which contained more than 200 agri-worlds, from the Republic and would have folded into the Separatists. The reason she didn't was exactly because the Empyrean was so close that it would be silly of her to not join them instead. and join she did. The next planet and system that folded into the Empyrean's ever-expanding spatial borders was Intusi, a planet in the Abrian sector of the Outer Rim territories. It didn't have much, and is much like the system of Hefi, which may or may not produce anything within the future. Absans was a desert planet that hosted a factory belonging to Cinar Fleet Systems, or at least it used to belong to the Cinar conglomerate before Anakin had it demolished from within. Never again would this company and those connected to it would thrive. That was a while ago, though, so this place was all Anakin's, or more precisely, it is all for the taking for the Empyrean. It would be used in a similar manner, a test site. Science and technology would be the main factors of focus for this planet and system. In doing this, Anakin was able to take over many planets and systems, whilst having everything come one step closer to the unification of this sector. Anakin owned 42% of this sector, so obviously with a bit more time and consolidation, would the Empyreans swiftly take the rest of this sector. Unfortunately, there were no sectors nearby to where the Arcani sector that is at the same level of the Arcani sector, as there were none nearby, and anything else was further out and not really within one spatial area. None had the absolutely packed chock full of planets or systems. In fact, most systems were quite bare bones or with very little star systems and planets. And that is why Anakin was mostly interested in taking over sectors that had a large degree of planets and star systems. Clusters were better, as while it may take longer to fully explore and develop a clustered sector, its long-term benefits could be seen with the Arcani sector becoming something near impossible to stop. You know, I think that you should have informed people that you were going to war. Specifically inform those on Naboo, Padme said to Anakin within the throne room. Oh, I didn't want to involve your peaceful people, so I decided that it would be best if I just went ahead with the plans I had. I had distinct feelings that there are spies in Naboo as well. Anakin replied, Spies, huh? Padme said, Yes, spies. While Naboo now be under the control of the Empyrean, that doesn't mean anything when your people, well, the culture of Naboo is different from Tatooine and most of the rest of the Empyrean. Anakin explained. He continued, There's also the fact that I know the Separatists and Republic are using Naboo as a place to try and spy on the things happening with the Empyrean. I allowed this because it gives them, me a way to trick them if I need to. If I didn't keep Naboo in the dark, just like most others, it would probably end up with me having to explain myself to the Republic, who seem to have a vested interest in the Empyrean. Vested interest? Padme asked, curious. Yes, vested interest. There is a reason I didn't stay within the Republic as a Jedi, and while I would have left either way, there are still more reasons on top. I am sure you must have noticed the corruption from within the Republic by now. Anakin said, Yes, the Senate seems to be corrupt, and here I had thought that I could change things if I stayed. Things only seem to be getting worse and worse, and I doubt I would have made much difference. Padme replied, with a sad tone. Anakin got up from the throne and moved to the right, where more thrones had been constructed for the empresses to sit on. Of course, it is all retractable, so there is only Anakin's and Padme's throne at this current time. You are not at fault, Anakin said. But Padme was interrupted. No buts. I think that you are looking too deeply into things, and instead, you should simplify how you look at things. Anakin stopped her. Look at how? She asked. I may not tell any of you some things, which does mean I hide things, but that doesn't mean I lie. Anakin said before continuing. I think I could tell you now, especially since you have better control over your mind and mental defenses. Tell me what? Padme seemed to only have questions upon questions today. Well, remember your great friend, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine? I do. She nodded her head, not knowing where this is going. He is a Sith Lord, the Sith Lord that has been controlling everything. Of course, he had a master before, but it was a combination of Palpatine and his now dead master that had interfered and caused all of that panic on Naboo between you, your people, and the Trade Federation. What? She was surprised and exclaimed. But Palpatine is a friend, was a friend. I have been lied to. Yes. Ani. She looked into his eyes and wanted to know more, as she had many more questions now, but things were starting to fit the puzzle pieces, and her mind was connecting all of the dots. We're going to fight against the Republic. Is that it? She was wrong with this, however. If things go good, then no. If things go bad, there is a chance that we may or may not fight the Republic as well. Then there is also Dash. Anakin was stopped as Padme said. The Separatists. Padme finished for him. Yes. Anakin nodded his head as one to sit back down, because he was pacing just behind her chair as he explained things. Padme had been growing quite a lot recently, not in the physical sense as she has probably reached her peak physical status, but after some training, she did start to develop some muscle as well. No, Padme was going through growth mentally and spiritually as she was exposed more and more to the galaxy and its true colors. Not that she hadn't already known about some things. It was just that she was lacking when it came to the intrigue part of ruling, and when she became Empress, Anakin had been helping her in this regard. This is why she was able to develop even better skills when it comes to governing than she did before. Padme also started to change her perspective on things. Many things, especially when it came to the weird laws that have been passed, even that law about incest. While it was weird to her at first, she started to see why it wasn't outlawed, and that was because there was no negatives, not after the super serum, if people wanted to start a family, with their family. She still found it strange, but if even the people were not that afraid, and it was only accepting those that do things like that, then it was fine with her. She liked Anakin's freedom and liberty cause, and it could be seen within the Empyrean's culture. There may not be many throughout the words that participate in this, but on the off chance that there is, then it should be allowed if they wanted. Who was she to stop them? Especially when there is no valid argument anymore to go against this. Anyway, the way Padme was starting to look at things was different from before. So, of course, she was much more accepting of the actions taken by Anakin, even the big war that had just happened. Are we prepared for such a thing to happen? Padme had an idea of what the Empyrean's military was like, but she was unsure if they were enough. We would not be able to go on the offense, but we would most certainly be able to defend. You have seen the star map. I have focused on defense the most because I wanted the people to be secure from most things that would try and attack. Anakin replied. He continued, whether this be simple smugglers, pirates, and brigands to an armada and fleets from the Republic, or the Separatists. Of course, there was the threats of the Hutts at first, but now I believe and think that we could handle the combined threats of them both. He further continued, did you also know that the entire Civil War is a farce that Palpatine has set up? What? She wasn't as surprised as before, but this was still a shocking revelation. How is this possible? I think that since I'm telling you these things, shouldn't we bring in the others as well? I do think it is time I tell everyone of what exactly is going on. Padme agreed with Anakin, and they would start to bring the others in, even if they were busy, which they really weren't. Everyone that was coming in were loved ones to Anakin, and Anakin would be setting up a discussion later on to tell the rest of the leadership within the Empyrean. Talzin may know some things, but she would also need to be informed about what is going on, especially since she is the one that really wants revenge against Sidious. Anakin would retell some things to everyone, with varying degrees of surprise from them, and then some questions, with Anakin answering and telling them many, many things. After a while, everyone, having heard everything that Anakin had to tell them, went back on their own way, given that they also had some things to think about now. Especially when it came to the Jedi, some of their previous home. They would surely struggle at least a little bit at this new information, especially knowing that it was Anakin pushing the Republic further into destruction and then benefiting off of it. Not that what Anakin was doing is wrong, because they all agreed with his methods. What they were disliking, however, was that the Jedi Order was a threat to Sidious, or more exactly, Sidious is a threat to the Jedi, and would take whatever chance he had to kill more Jedi. It was something that for some of them, they were anxious about. There may have been some Jedi that left for the Empyrean Order, but it wasn't all of them, especially those that they cared about. Now that they were all alone again, Anakin had to ask, by the way, you don't seem to want to have a child or children. Is there a problem? No, it is just. Padme started and stopped, not sure of how to say this. Anakin got up and then made a gesture, using the Force to pull her towards him, and he embraced her. Yes, tell me. Her words were muffled and really unintelligible, that even Anakin couldn't hear her properly or what she said. I'm sorry, But could you repeat that? He asked as she seemed to be rather embarrassed rather than anything else. I want children, she all of a sudden exclaimed. Huh? What happened to Dash? Anakin started only to be interrupted. Well, I got jealous, and seeing Ayla wanted me to have children as well. Ani, I want her children now, and I can't wait anymore. She had a good point. Padme felt silly for being a holdout, especially when she wanted to have children with Anakin as well, but because she thought the timing wasn't right, she would not go through with it. Sighing, Anakin says, You're silly, but you are my silly empress. He proceeded to kiss her on the lips and then proclaim, I love you, which made her blush before she proceeded to kiss him back with passion as well. I love you as well, Padme replied. Things were heating up within the Senate, something that was going out of the control of Sidious. For some reason, he was starting to lose his ironclad grip on the power over the Senate, and his control was becoming unstable. Things were not looking up, and it was because Sidious wasn't putting on a show of good leadership. And then there was one of his aides believing themselves to be the actual one in charge, further messing with Sidious' plans. There were rumors going around about how the Supreme Chancellor Palpatine was incompetent because they hadn't come to peace or had won against the separatist movement. Rumors that started within the underworld of the Republic, right in the heart of their capital of Coruscant. Anakin had taken over the underground for a reason after all, and now those people that were criminals, reformed as they are, now work for him. Of course, unknowingly, they work for him. Surely if they knew that he was the one in charge, it would cause some problems, especially when people from the Republic, or more specifically from Palpatine, come looking for him. With these rumors floating about within the capital, even though from underneath the underbelly of the pure and pristine capital above, Sidious would have to investigate and destroy the source of these rumors. They were undermining his authority, and it could be seen within the Republic, as the Senate was starting to split off more and more from each other. Different factions were forming within, and how to deal with things was becoming harder and harder, even with Palpatine's ability to overturn everything he wants with executive power. Doing so all of the time, not before he properly established himself, would just lead to more and more discontent. This is not even to mention that the old man was distracted by other things, specifically things in relation to his desires and plans with the Force, with finding and training an apprentice, and all sorts of other things, like Dooku, and keeping an eye on this. Palpatine may be a genius, but there was a limit to even his mind, for he does not hold the same mental capabilities Anakin does. Of course, Palpatine's supposed incompetence is backed up by the fact that the clones that he allowed into the Republic were slowly being taken away, meaning that his choices, whether they were good or not at the time, would only be met with criticism, as his choice now seemed like a bad choice. Their clones were gone, and now they had to rely on the Empyrean, something which only further served to create disorder within the Republic Senate. A foreign power that held a massive sway in whether or not they continued the war surely would create doubts as to the leadership of Palpatine, especially since he was not the one to even suggest the Empyrean and request their help. He had never even expected for them to step up to the plate themselves, without going to the Empyrean himself, and instead having them come to him. Most would think that only showed the good relationship between the Supreme Chancellor and the Empyrean, when in fact it wasn't like that at all. Everyone knew so as well, because the Empyrean has very clearly been making waves of their own profit from this, and they didn't exactly keep it secret as well. They did it out in the open, which would only go to further undermine Palpatine as a leader, as he had to rely on others to help him. It has already been done with the Kaminoans and their clones, but with it happening again, with the Empyrean left a bad taste in the Senate's mouths, so to speak. Now, if the Republic didn't have some level of troops they could try and muster, then that was fine, but because of the war, other systems and planets started to get involved as well. The Republic wasn't just about to completely just rely on the clones, but they would certainly be their main forces. Unfortunate for Palpatine, it would seem that things were happening just at the right time, from a certain perspective, but from his, they would take a turn for the worst. And things were only just getting started. Palpatine would have to do something, and something fast, to make sure all of his plans don't get outdone simply because people started to question his rule. He liked that no one was doing so before, but now that things were becoming unprofitable for those within the Senate. For those that were corrupt, it would only mean that Palpatine would have to be called into question about what he is doing, about his incompetence and other factors gone into the current time frame. He may just very well reveal himself early and openly declare himself the emperor of a new galactic republic as soon as he could, with the supporters he still had backing him and still swayed to his ideals. Then there is the separatists, which he could also swiftly bring back into the fold, making him probably the strongest military-wise within the Republic against all others. He fears, though, that there would be yet another civil war if he does this, and it would probably take longer to deal with this one. All of his work on down the drain is what would happen, but he needed to see if he could still seize complete control, and it just so happens he is unable to do so. Then he would conquest as much as he could. There's no one that could stop him, but for now, while he still has supporters, he would rather further consolidate himself and further implant the idea that he should be the emperor of their new regime. Do you know why I don't engage with you? Anakin asked this question, posed to someone that was arguably left out of a lot of things, especially since she herself was starting to notice it herself. Master, I wish to know, Rennala said as she bowed her head in deference, a show of submission towards Anakin, and she was starting to look older now. For Anakin had not given her immortality like he had to those he cared for those that were connected to him in a special way. He is aware that Rennala held some level of affection and desire for him, but it was nothing more than an obsession. It wasn't true love in the same sense that Padme was able to give to him, as she was different. Anakin and Rennala had been around each for a bit, and Anakin had never felt that connection, meaning that the Force didn't see them as compatible. Not that the Force could dictate who he wanted, but it certainly at least wanted to look out, if only in a minor way, for him. Your love is not love, is an obsession, and you know this yourself, Anakin said as he gestured for her to take a seat as they were within the Empyrean order. But it was as if she was trying to deny that it wasn't, but Rennala knew deep down that what Anakin had said is true. She didn't actually love him and instead just wanted him because he was attractive and had taken her under his wing. He had not really done anything else to indicate his own attraction. Even if she knew that he had some level of lust towards her, it wasn't actual love but physical attraction. I cannot return or give you what you seek and desire. You are getting older now and have more of your life left to you. You must give up your obsession, especially since it is the key thing holding you back. Anakin explained as it was true that within the Force, because of this mental block, she was unable to move on with herself. Not every woman in the world, the galaxy, and universe belonged to Anakin. It is also vice versa as well, because Anakin didn't belong to every woman in the universe as well. Why? Why? It would seem that Rennala was having a breakdown, as what Anakin had just said implied that she would never have him, not in the same way as lovers would have him anyway. Rennala, calm down. This instantly got Rennala to shut up as she obediently listened to Anakin's command. Sighing, Anakin continues, I'm not sorry for this. I can't be, for your emotions are something that you have to work through. Whatever has happened within your life that has led you to this point, just know that I appreciate the things you have done for me. Really, it would seem that Rennala was taking it better than expected, or at least others would expect, because Anakin knew Rennala in and out. She would so very frequently be very open with him. Yes, really. Anakin really didn't want to seduce the woman, but she was so easily swayed by him and his Force energy, drawn to it like a moth to the flame. But she would burn herself the closer she got to the sun, and Anakin needed to put a stop to this. So instead of sun, he had become a light within an orb, a light bulb that would not harm her, and at the same time reject any and all attempts at getting together with him, whether that be in the physical or emotional ways that she could. If she didn't develop a dyad at this point, then it only went to tell Anakin that she was not to be included within his wives, but he could always allow her to stay within the family, so to speak, as she could still be considered a part of the family, but it wouldn't be anything more. Nothing more than that. I think I will think on what you have said, Master. Rennala replied, and please stop calling me Master. I appreciate the sentiment, but I am not your master, as the only master you should have is yourself. Anakin said with some exasperation leaking into his tone. Please, just call me Anakin. A-dash. Renala was having trouble saying his name. That is okay. We can talk more about this at another time, but I suggest that you do some meditation with what what you should feel when it comes to real love. I may not be able to 100% know your experience, but I've tried my best to know and understand. I ask of you to understand where I am coming from in return. Anakin said, Yes, Master Mine. Yes. She gave up at the end and just decided to leave in this instance as while hurt. It didn't make her go crazy at the thought of Anakin had just said. He had allowed her to continue being around him when she wants, just that it would never evolve into the level of desire that she would have wanted herself. Located at the peak of the southeast tower of the temple, this circular chamber granted its occupants a rare glimpse of Coruscant. The chamber itself existed in several incarnations over the years as the temple grew, expanded, moved, and relocated. However, the room has always kept the basic circular shape accessed by a single turbolift, high arching windows, and a ring of 12 cushioned chairs for the members of the august body. Each of the stone seats were equipped with a hollow projector that could be used when a council member was attending the meeting from a distant world. One of the earliest versions of the council chamber, erected 4,000 years prior to current events, was at the summit of a lone tower that stood at the center of a broad plaza. The simple chamber was equipped with a hollow projector capable of displaying images in the center of the room, as the council did during the examination of the Padawan massacre. This room would soon be abandoned in favor of another domed room located near another tower. Similar to the previous meeting room, the chamber was made of dark stone with a large, polished rock at the center of the circle. It was here that the council banished the revanchist Mitras Surik, who had returned to Coruscant after the Mandalorian Wars. At the end of the trial, Surik drove her lightsaber into the center stone and left the chamber indefinitely. Several years after this event, the chamber would be lost as the Sith Triumvirate began the first Jedi Purge. The room would come into exist in its final, most recognizable form after the temple expansion of 1,000 years ago. Erected atop the council spire of the temple, the chamber was ringed by a small corridor set between the inner and outer sets of transparent steel windows, which granted a panoramic view of the cityscape. The hall was accessible only to the members of the High Council and led down into the secured treasury room. A dedicated turbolift ran up the side of the tower to deposit Jedi, summoned by the council, into a small larmal stone lobby, which served as entry into the vaulted chamber. This turbolift was specially crafted with Force-inspired dynamics in order to accommodate Jedi of different species and size. The floor was decorated with a natural and circular motif symbolizing harmony and balance between the Jedi, the Council, and the Force. Incorporated into the 5 pillars spread around the room were the supports and wiring for the reception or transmission antennas that crowned the spire. These antennas were responsible for feeding data to Jedi Command. Today, gather here to discuss Empyrean Order we are, Yoda said to everyone within. Yes, Anakin has gone ahead to create his own order in an attempt to find harmony or balance within the Force. It would seem many others agree with his sentiments, as many people come there. Mace said, Wise young Anakin is. Yaddle spoke as she was starting to feel more and more inclined to go towards the Empyrean Order, especially since she was starting to feel a pull of sorts, a pull that comes from the Force that everyone else may be feeling as well. With their foresight back in operation, they were now starting to feel the cry of the Force of the light side that them staying here was dangerous. Tumultuous. Many within the room were kind of surprised by Yaddle's input, because it was rare for her to speak. Is there something wrong with the Empyrean Order? Of course, it was Ki-Adi-Mundi that went up to the plate and immediately wanted to know whether or not they would be taking care of the Empyrean Order or Anakin. Wrong. Yoda spoke, which immediately drew everyone's attention. Practice of the dark side, the Empyrean Order does. Wrong. Yoda spoke, which immediately drew everyone's attention. Practice of the dark side, the Empyrean Order does. What? People exclaimed, now knowing that Anakin Skywalker, their chosen one, would engage in such activities. Sure, They should have known that Anakin was different and had complaints with the Jedi, but he wasn't meant to switch alignment from the dark side to the light. Wasn't Skywalker meant to destroy the Sith, not join them? Someone asked amongst the chaos, and this definitely raised some eyebrows, with people stopping for a minute to go over what they thought were meant to be Anakin's responsibilities. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness, some would say. Another person walked into the room, this person being Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, since he wanted to say something today that would certainly bring shock to the people within. The Chosen One was the central figure in the Jedi prophecy that foretold the coming of the one destined to bring balance to the Force by destroying the Sith. So potent would the Chosen One's power be that even the Father, one of the three Mortis gods, would seek to recruit Skywalker as a successor, believing that only the Chosen One had the strength to maintain the balance between his children, the son and the daughter, in the realm of Mortis. The Great Holocron contains many references to the prophecy of the Chosen One. A Jedi will come to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. Records are unclear about this prophecy's exact origin, or whether the above words were the actual prophecy or a concise interpretation. Several accounts indicate that the prophecy was the subject of debate as far back as 1200 years ago, but it may in fact be much older. Even more interestingly was the fact that possibly contradicting the above, or possibly reflecting the notion that the text in the Great Holocron was simply a concise interpretation rather than the actual prophecy. In Obi-Wan Kenobi within a few years from now would have said, "I have scanned this prophecy. It says only that a Chosen One will be born and bring balance to the Force. Nowhere does it say he has to be a Jedi." Most definitely interesting, since the prophecy that the Jedi are so proud of was in actuality a falsehood. While in on itself, the Chosen One may be real, but they wouldn't exactly have to be a Jedi. In the end, whether it be right or wrong, the Jedi's interpretation, everyone was in agreement that Anakin Skywalker was, the Chosen One. Master Qui-Gon, do what do we owe the pleasure? Mace questioned, given that Qui-Gon's entrance was unexpected and even more so, that he would have been listening to what the council were discussing. "Oh, don't mind me. I am but a humble and passing traveler, only overhearing what the High Council were talking about." Qui-Gon replied as he glanced at everyone, where Qui-Gon seemed to have been enlightened. Everyone could feel it, sense it within the very Force that something must have happened or occurred for Qui-Gon to feel so weird. "No, please tell us of what you may mean." Plo-Koon and most of the others, including Yoda, was interested in hearing what Qui-Gon had to say. "I have scanned this prophecy, the prophecy of the Chosen One that we as the Jedi have not had much interest in. That was until Anakin came along." Qui-Gon said as he looked at everyone within the room. "I have gone over the records within the Great Holocron, and I could only find mention that the Chosen One is meant to be born and then bring balance to the Force. There is no mention of this Chosen One being a Jedi. Neither is there no mention of this Chosen One destroying the Sith either." Qui-Gon continued, finally relaying what he had found. It was all he needed to know before he would be making his final decision here today about why he is here. Impossible. The Jedi would never mistake such an important prophecy. Ki-Adi-Mundi had a lot of religious zeal for the Jedi and the Jedi Code, meaning that he even believed totally in whatever had come before as well. "I am sorry to say this, Master Mundi, but there is no record of anything but the mention of the Chosen One being born and then bringing balance to the Force. Nothing. Technically, this meant that there were a whole lot of other candidates, besides Anakin, but he was the most likely. Hell, the Chosen One could very well be Yoda or Sidious themselves, since they're both extremely powerful, at least when it comes to the Force. Similar prophecies existed among other galactic cultures. The Celestial group, known as the Ones, for example, had such a prophecy, but theirs focused instead on a literal balance in the Force and required that the Chosen One succeed the Father once the latter had become too old to continue restraining the Son and the Daughter, the embodiments of the dark side of the Force and the light side of the Force, respectively, as too much of either would spell disastrous consequences for the galaxy at large. Even the Night Sisters of Dathomir held to an ancient prophecy concerning a perfect being who would one day arise. The prophecy was made by Alia, an exiled dark Jedi and the mother of all witches, whose daughters became the first crafters of spirit-willed magics. This chosen one would be brought into existence by the spirits and would embody the balance between the winged goddess and the fang god. The Hind Snake cult, a separate dark side faction from the Order of the Sith Lords predicated on unrestrained chaos and anarchy, featured a similar interpretation of the prophecy to that of the Jedi Order. However, in their case, the prophecy entailed a black armored figure proceeding to lead the Hind Snake cult's army to bring chaos to the galaxy, and that the figure would decapitate 3 snakes, with 2 of them dying while the third, symbolizing chaos, would be immortal. In the future, the Hind Snake cult believed the Imperial and missionary Darth Vader to be the armored figure, and considered both the Jedi and the Empire to be the 2 snakes that would die. However, this prophecy, in the end, proved false when Vader wiped out the Hind Snake cult. I have not only looked at the Jedi's own prophecies, but also discovered other interpretations as to what the Chosen One could be or mean, and most of all, everything lines up to Anakin. I am not taking back my statement that he is the Chosen One, and instead would present further evidence of this fact. Kagan said as he started to send through information about more obscure groups, Force sensitives that were of course of their own religions and cultures. The Jedi were not prepared for what they were about to see. Too much. Burning. It was like a sun, a star with an infernal grasp over the entirety of the universe, and as its mass expanded indefinitely, it would engulf everything within its own brilliance. A gasping sound is heard as we rejoin Anakin within his royal bedroom. Ayla was next to him, but fast asleep, and she didn't seem to notice Anakin's making of sound or the movement of his body. What is that? Anakin was going over the records from with whatever he was dreaming. He may not need sleep, but he still sleeps anyway, and it would seem that he has discovered something interesting. His mind was taking him places that seemed to be telling him something, whether that be something the Force wants to tell him, or it is just his very own innate power to see into whatever it is that he sees. What Anakin was seeing through his dream was not like anything he had really seen before, and he did remember that what he is seeing seemed to be something important. This is one of the reasons he didn't go to sleep. A problem that he knew the original Anakin also had was the problems with either falling asleep or meditation. Thankfully, he had gotten a method to where he doesn't need to be in a proper meditative state to access all of the benefits that being in a meditative state can grant. He is even using one of his other full mental processors to go into this state, but he does so cautiously. I guess that means it should be soon now. Anakin was thinking about the next steps of what will happen. Getting out of bed, he started to pace around the room silently, as Ayla lay there with peaceful breath and movement. Anakin was not worried about Ayla or his child-to-be and knew that they were probably going to be fine. However, he didn't really want to leave and go places away from his pregnant wife. Of course, he could always take her along with him to wherever he is trying to go towards, but that isn't exactly a good thing now, is it? The reason why he was contemplating leaving is because there is much to come and much to happen. Specifically, he had still yet to meet the Mortis gods, as Anakin considered them important, especially in regards to their connection to the Force. The sun, representing the dark side of the Force, ultimate selfishness, and the daughter, representing the light side of the Force, ultimate selflessness. He was starting to see himself within his own mind, something that wasn't just him, but a star. His dreams were a foreboding, so to speak, a forewarning of something yet to happen or to come. He knew that the burning represented something, and he didn't like the implications that he would become something painful, especially since it was similar to the original story. Of course, this could all be something the Force wanted to do to further test him for or on anything. Whatever it was, Anakin knew that he was getting both closer and further away from what the Force wanted for him. It would still try to guide him and still fail because he wants to do other things, and it may want the Jedi dead, but at the same time, has he not already given it all the reasons it would need to allow them to live? They were being converted by him, or maybe there's something much deeper to what is going on. He doesn't know everything, but he was trying to understand just what being the Chosen One meant, even though he didn't just go on to fully embrace this destiny. He thought that there are more important things to do, especially since his family was starting to form. Still pacing around his room, he stopped and then started to think about what he should do. I think, sitting down on the ground, Anakin begins to float as he starts to go into a meditative state with his first consciousness. Well, come on then. Tell me just what you want to tell me. He sent out very strong pushes through the energy field that is the Force. There was no response, however, and if Anakin had to put a feeling to the way the Force was acting, it was like a mischievous kid playing with a toy, something that may be correct, but Anakin was slowly turning into something that was most definitely not a toy. It is entirely possible that Anakin could become something rivaling and possibly overtaking the Force. He could become the Force itself. Ani, are you all right? Ayla called out from the bed with a tired voice. Yeah, I'm good. Anakin got out of his meditative state as he was probably not going to get an answer, and if he wanted to advance further past his current point, he had to make progress. He may be starting to generating his own energy within the Force, and has even made his own version of the living Force as well, plus him having access to his own cosmic force, as well only meant that he had all of the necessary tools to continue down whatever path he is on. Are you sure? Ayla could sense there was something, but if he didn't want to talk about it, then that was fine as well. You don't have to say if you don't want to. She was wide awake now, and it wasn't like that was a problem. Most people within the Empyrean don't need as much sleep as they used to, meaning that they could work longer or do other things longer without feeling tired. All thanks to the super serum, as it truly did upgrade everyone's capabilities. No, it is fine for you to ask. It was just a dream, nothing serious or anything like that, but it was symbolic really. Anakin headed over towards the bed and sat down next to her. Symbolic how? Ayla asked. I was a star, ever expanding, and it burned. As the star, I didn't turn into a black hole the larger and larger I got, but instead started to encompass everything. Anakin answered, Are you not already a star doing just exactly that? She asked again, What do you mean? Anakin questioned himself. I mean exactly what I mean. A star that has his own planets orbiting him, me, Padme, Shak, Barriss, Ahsoka, and Xana. Ayla answered, I guess you could interpret it that way. Anakin could see her point. Yes, you can. Of course I know it is more than that, but you as a star is also something important as well, isn't it? The Force is telling you that you will eventually become something greater than what the universe could handle. Or I may just be making silly assumptions. Ayla explained. There was a bit of silence before Anakin replied. That is something, whatever it is, I may need to leave Tatooine and go somewhere on the other side of the known galaxy. You have to leave? Ayla questioned. I want to take you with me, no. Preferably I want to take everyone with me, but that would just be silly. Anakin said, That does sound silly, but understandable. Tell me, is it important enough that all of us should go with you? Ayla asked. In a way, it is very important. No, extremely important despite it not seeming like it isn't. Anakin replied, Then just do it. Take everyone, single one of us with you. After a little bit of contemplation, Anakin decides that there wouldn't be any harm in taking all of them with him to Mortis. In fact, they could all learn something while there, whether that be within the Force or not. Sighing, Anakin then replies, Okay. I have a feeling that you just wanted to take you guys with me because you want to keep an eye on me. We can't be having you continuously forming dyad bonds with every girl you meet now. A woman's instinct seemed to be very strong, especially in this instance since there's a woman on Mortis, but Anakin doesn't think she would be interested in any relationship. Mortis was a planet enclosed in a monolith located in the remote Chrolithium system that was a conduit for the entire force of the universe. Mortis became home to the Ones, a family of powerful Force users, years prior to the Clone Wars. Time was experienced differently inside the Mortis monolith than the rest of the galaxy standard days experienced on Mortis. Mortis was a realm of the Force which contained dreamlike environments. It could not be mapped, and even its landmarks appeared in different locations frequently. The daytime was a time of peace during which luminous creatures moved about lush fields, green mountains, and stunning vistas. Dense forests, molten caverns, and floating mountains above the surface were among some of the different biospheres. The light had a healing quality, though it came from no star. When night fell, the plants withered and died. The creatures vanished, and the few stars that shone in the black sky were unidentifiable. Scalding rains swept the terrain, making survival without shelter near impossible. Entrance to the realm was never voluntary, as Mortis drew in its visitors inexplicably. It manifested itself in different ways. Mortis was reported as having appeared as a massive monolith floating in space. Other times, individuals walked through a door or landed there without discernible reason. Time within Mortis had no meaning. What seemed like days or weeks within the realm passed within seconds without. And so the time has come. A voice spoke out, a masculine voice. Everything was going just fine on Tatooine. In fact, everything was going just fine with the Empyrean overall, and it would seem that there was some amount of downtime that could be taken from the hectic life of the Empyrean for at least a short while. Of course, there were many things to consider and worry about, but for now, none of that would impede what Anakin was gathering everyone for. And why exactly am I coming along? Xana asked in a huff as she watched everyone start to load themselves and whatever they wanted to bring along with them onto Jabbatha. Jabbatha hadn't really been used all that much, and she was starting a little lonely, which did resort to her sending out psychic signals from time to time because of boredom. Of course, their target wasn't to anyone in particular, and Jabbatha made sure not to use the Force when using such signals, but instead she started to use it only with that psychic connection and nothing else. What Jabbatha didn't know was that by doing this, she was attracting the attention of a living planet that was still around to hear those sorts of things because their distance apart was not so great as to be unable to connect. "You are here because why not?" Anakin replied to Xana, as she seemed to be a bit upset, while surrounded by these other girls, especially since they were much more in line with the light, rather than the dark. Well, there was one person among this group, other than Anakin, that could potentially go either way when it comes to alignment. That person being Padme. "Really? That is your reasoning? Why not?" Xana seemed to be exasperated. "Wouldn't you feel sad if I went with everyone else and then decided to leave you all by yourself? Here on Tatooine, where you would just be teaching some snot-nosed brats, or otherwise some other old students that may be checking you out." Anakin was acutely aware of the appeal the women around him had, and they were also aware of his own appeal that attracted the opposite gender as well. "I guess, but that still doesn't change the fact that we all don't understand or even know of where we're going in the first place." Xana spoke. "You can consider where we're going is somewhere that is beneficial to everyone here. Something that will benefit everyone has in common, which is the Force." Anakin replied, not giving up where they were headed. "I also think it is reckless to even bring along your pregnant wife." Xana spoke with some level of dislike, as she was the only one truly against this polyamorous relationship that all of them seemed to be okay with. "Oh, you think so?" Anakin questioned, because he was also hesitant about this as well, but decided that there was no danger as long as he was there, which he would be, and he was more worried if he left her here instead. "Of course I think so, and I believe that everyone else should think so as well, given that it must be dangerous for a pregnant woman to go on any trip, especially since you still haven't told us where we are going." Xana explained, "It is good that you believe yourself to be a part of the group. Using words like us, it truly shows your growth." Anakin cheekily smiled as he said this, which did make Xana a bit frustrated and flustered at the same time, because his smile was more than enough to attract her. "You still haven't answered my question," Xana said. "Right, I haven't, have I?" Anakin said, stalling for some more time, but Xana doesn't like surprises and instead would very much like to know where they are going. "No, you haven't. Now if you would please tell me where we are going." Xana even started to use some of her polite vocabulary to better butter up to Anakin. Okay. Anakin decided that he was done with being mysterious about this and called everyone the center of the living ship called Jabbatha before they took off for their destination. Ayla, Shak, Padme, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Xana were all gathered and were prepared themselves as Anakin had told them that they may be spending both a long and short time where they were going. It was confusing, but he told them to pass the time if they get bored. They should bring some things that would keep them busy. Not that there wasn't a lot of things to be gotten and discovered where they were going, as Anakin intended to use this place as a training ground of sorts for all of them. While most here would be using the dark side of this place, there was someone that would also be using the light side. Those aligned to the light would have to go to the dark, while those aligned with the dark would have to go to the light, meaning that Anakin would probably be the only one left out for now. That is until he decides to finally step in himself to see just what Mortis could provide him, what insights or connections to the Force it may bring for him, and the others would surely be of great help for everyone. He didn't want to be the only one in balance within himself, and they should start to balance themselves out as well. If there is a well of the dark side, then there is surely something similar for the light side of the Force as well, meaning that even Xana would benefit from coming to this planet. And then there is Padme, who has not been influenced by either side, at least not yet, that is. Anakin knew that it was strange, but Padme seemed to be leaning more towards the dark side of the Force, meaning that she was inherently more of the dark side than the light. That certainly wasn't the impression he would have gotten at first, but a lot of it did make sense. I mean, she was willing to die for me. I know that may seem selfless at first, but this was incredibly selfish in nature. Anakin thought to himself, as he regarded just what it meant when someone said they would die for you. That wasn't exactly healthy at all, or if it was, then it wasn't because of selfless reasons that you would die for another, but instead are purely selfish desires. Padme was definitely more selfish than she seemed, even with the original saying stuff like they shouldn't be together because they were both Jedi and Senator. Something that would never work out, but in the end, what did she do? She got married to the original Anakin, just because he persisted. The more and more one thought about her actions, they were definitely not selfless in the least, and were pretty selfish. Not that she was wrong to desire or want these things, but because she couldn't be more selfless, so to speak. The galaxy went into chaos because the original Anakin loved her that much. Tragic, or is it tragic? The flaws of these two individuals meant that it would always happen like this, for they would make the same decisions. Just as Padme, although influenced by this new version of Anakin, she had still decided to be selfish in the end as well. After explaining to all of the girls what was going on and where they were headed, they now held much more resolve in what is going to take place. A place that would be a test for all of them, something that would surely not backfire at all. The history of Mortis was strange. Since 24,480 years prior to now, near approximate to now, the dark side has entered journey to Mortis and met the ones. However, he believed their claims on the nature of the Force had no more or less legitimacy than the teachings of any other Force group. Also, sometime before Anakin joined the Jedi, Darth Plagueis heard tales of the Jedi about Mortis and the three powerful beings who lived there. He wrote about Mortis while studying the prophecy of the Chosen One in his science journal prior to his murder by his apprentice, Darth Sidious, which Anakin had discovered by getting Plagueis to tell him everything he wanted to know and his knowledge about things relating to Mortis. Plagueis had practically been taken for all that he had. His only future use would be to help those that wanted to learn from the holocron that he had been entrapped in. It was perfectly safe to leave within the Empyrean Order as well, because Anakin had made a very strong and inescapable device with which his soul would never be able to leave. The realm of Mortis was inhabited by only three intelligent beings, Force wielders locked in an eternal struggle for dominance over one another. The Son, who represented the destructive and deadly aspects of the realm and was aligned with the dark side of the Force. The Daughter, who represented peace and creation on Mortis and was aligned with the light side of the Force. And the Father, who maintained the balance of the Force between the two. The ones were a family of exceptionally powerful Force wielders who lived on the planet Mortis, led by the Father, the Son, and Daughter. The Son and the Daughter were worshipped as the twin deities or simply as the spirits in the Night Sisters religion. Mortis was therefore a fulcrum for the galaxy and an extremely powerful conduit through which the Force flowed. It was fun seeing the connections within the Force as Anakin connected the prophecies, religions, cultures, and peoples throughout time. They all had something to do with each other, and yet they didn't have anything to do with each other at all, besides this fact. Originally, more than 1,000,000 years prior to the Clone Wars, the Celestials, mysterious beings who were thought to be capable of restructuring space on a massive scale, lived in the galaxy. According to Tharut, the oldest of the Killik hives, the ones are what the Celestials become. Tharut distinctly remembers the ones coalescing out of a geyser on an unnamed tropical planet. There are 3 of them, the father, the son, and the daughter. They gained these memories from the son and daughter themselves, who joined the hive mind briefly to help coordinate the construction of Centerpoint Station. The ones initially lived in peace and harmony in the home they made for themselves near the site of the geyser. The father warned his children to never drink from the font of power or bathe in the pool of knowledge. However, they eventually disobeyed his orders, with the son drinking from the font, giving him the power of the dark side, while the daughter bathed in the pool, bestowing on her the power of the light side. The siblings then claimed areas of the jungle for themselves and started to fight each other, while the father tried to keep the peace between them. If Anakin could discover the secrets as to what they had used to grant themselves these powers within the Force, then Anakin no doubt it would make it the more easier for him. Font of power and the pool of knowledge were the 2 things he was interested in most, despite these things probably not existing anymore. There was something he wanted to learn, and there was still more to do so. A young woman somehow came to their world. She initially became the servant, serving and catering to the one's needs. However, she eventually became the mother, doting on the father and succeeding in mending the relationship between the daughter and son. She also managed to persuade the son to use his destructive nature for a constructive purpose by using his Force lightning to carve new rooms in the walls of the gorge where they lived. However, she was still mortal, and as a result she grew old and was no longer able to keep the peace between the siblings. The ageless children started to resume their fighting, and neither the mother nor the father were able to prevent it. One day, while the 3 were fighting in the courtyard of their home, the mother snuck a drink from the font like the son did, and quickly bathed in the pool like the daughter. The father pulled her out with the Force, but it was too late. She ceased to be the mother and became Abeloth, the bringer of chaos. Abeloth attacked both the son and daughter, forcing them to bow down to her. The father then stepped in to save his children, afterwards taking them and leaving the planet, stranding Abeloth behind. The daughter and son then obtained the help of the Killiks, such as the Tharut hive, by joining with their hive mind and lending them their power in the Force. Sharing their knowledge with the hives, the siblings directed the creation of Centerpoint Station, Sinkhole Station, and other devices to help create and maintain the Maw, which imprisoned Abeloth. Afterwards, the father moved his family to the monolith-gated planet known as Mortis so that he might control them and keep the Force in balance. Tharut stated that when the current of the Force was altered and the flow of time changed, the current forced where it could not be taken, Abeloth was able to escape. She would stir up conflict and destruction each time, sending the galaxy into chaos and disorder, thriving on fear, death, and havoc, until the son and daughter returned to the Killiks, and together they would re-imprison her. This cycle would repeat itself periodically for hundreds of thousands of years. This was someone that Anakin would also have to look out for as well, considering she is meant to also be a representation of chaos, which for all intents and purposes may very well be the antithesis of the father, which would make this cycle complete in a sense. Instead of reminiscing more about the history of the Mortis gods and their strange mythology, powers, and/or personalities, it would be best to take a look at other things, more specifically looking towards some developments within the Galactic Republic. The Galactic Senate. The Galactic Senate was a place where all the Republic's elected and appointed senators and representatives from the farthest reaches of the galaxy would discuss major problems and come to decisions. The Galactic Constitution invested the Senate with the power to regulate trade, maintain maps of the galaxy's hyperspace routes, and to maintain the Republic's military. It was still a relatively weak body at the end of the old Sith Wars. Following the Ruzan Reformation, a large amount of power was removed from the Supreme Chancellor and granted to the Senate, which, although resulting in greater regional involvement in galactic politics, also resulted in increased gridlock and corruption. One of the privileges a Supreme Chancellor still possessed was his or her ability to call an extraordinary session. Originally, the Senate was planetary and welcomed any planet with a large enough population until the core was occupied by the early Republic. Then the Republic was politically divided into sectors containing up to 50 inhabited systems, small enough so that they wouldn't expand into separatist empires. The Senate then was apartist by sectorial senators, representing the planetary senators. After the first Alsacian conflict, roughly 17,000 years ago, the Senate was composed of seated senators with full rights of address and unseated senators who had a petition for such rights. That made the Senate viable but bred corruption since unseated senators traded most of their votes. The Senate's role changed somewhat over the centuries. As of the old Sith Wars, it played a slightly more passive role regarding internal affairs. While recognized as the central government of the Republic and deferred to in matters of galactic policy, the Senate's power over many members was more that of a mediator than a ruling body. Negotiation and coercion were staples of its activities. The terrorist organization, known as the Flail, attempted to overthrow the Senate in a year prior to Anakin joining the Jedi Order, accusing it of corruption, but Chancellor Finus Valorum's forces disbanded the Flail. Before the start of the Clone Wars, the Senate suffered a shutdown, with corporations controlling it. The majority of the senators around the time of the invasion of Naboo became corrupt, changing their affiliations based on their own interests. Eventually, through a series of various organizational reforms in response to the separatist threat, the charismatic Palpatine took control of the Senate. During the Clone Wars, Sate Pestage was in charge of the Senate's executive agenda. The charismatic Palpatine that was in control was now starting to lose his support. Even with the organizational reforms that had taken place, it wouldn't do well for him to start ordering people around to do things the way he wants. Not until he could ensure the people would be loyal to him. Loyalty to him, they were not. The Senate was led by a Supreme Chancellor, elected by a vote of the Senate from amongst its delegates. He had little real authority over the Senate other than prerogative to call for a special session and could be removed by a vote of no confidence. The Vice Chair, also elected and removed by the Senate, wielded far more power, being empowered to open, close, and moderate debate on each motion, which allowed him to control agenda within the Senate. The Galactic Senate was made up of over 2,000 congressmen, governor delegates, referred to as senators, and representatives, representing sectors, systems, individual planets, or even corporations or guilds. Some were elected directly, while others were appointed by a planet's ruler, or even with a planet's ruler. Diplomats, religious figures, local political leaders, and other prominent people could also address the Senate as part of the senatorial delegation. Senators, however, were the only members with voting power, with the representatives organized into the Galactic Representative Commission, although they could be appointed by their absent senators as their temporary substitute, and still could have a minor voice in Senate business. The full Senate convened on a regular basis, although the meetings were unscheduled in advance, and could sometimes even reach up to 100 full assemblies per year. The order of the day was composed of a series of day-long meetings in committees and subcommittees in formal and informal situations. Most of the negotiation and diplomacy, however, happened behind the scenes in the ambassadorial offices behind the Senate platforms. Before the invasion of Naboo, Republic member worlds could join or become signatories to various federations or groups. Often, smaller worlds would give their voting power over to these federations in exchange for lucrative trade deals. This allowed various corporations, guilds, federations, and businesses to gain extra power in the Senate. It was truly a corrupt system. In the end, its various changes, shifts in power, and all-around continuous bureaucracy would be its downfall, whether orchestrated by Palpatine or not. Today, we have gathered here within this august body to discuss the actions the Separatists have taken recently in combination with the Supreme Chancellor's current granted emergency powers. A voice announced to everyone within, as they were joined here to talk about many things. Factions were starting to form within the Republic, just as they always did, and it was always going to be for the benefit of themselves. Not necessarily a bad notion to have. To look out for oneself could certainly be fine, but what those in power had over those that were ordinary could be considered excessive. an excessive abuse of power and a greediness that was unappealing to those that watched. So, the Separatists have done something important, have they? No, the Separatists have done nothing at all. It is as if they have gone quiet, off of the tracks, so to speak, and this could only mean they are planning something of great importance. Thank the Empyrean's Emperor for his droids. Otherwise, we may have already been taken over by the Separatists already, and would have had to give up a lot of what the Republic stands for. Right? Numerous voices were discussing numerous things, and there were even those within the Senate that seemed to be supportive of the Empyrean, or more specifically the Empyrean's Emperor, Anakin, and this was something that Palpatine was getting annoyed by, that they would so readily accept someone else that very clearly didn't seem to care for their needs. He was only profiting off of their desperation, and Palpatine could only applaud Anakin for that. Then what are we supposed to do then? We can't exactly be spending more resources than we already have been doing. It already costs us more than enough to continuing supplying the Kaminoans, but to also buy the droids. We have to make some sort of sacrifice. It is obvious that in the long run the clones would be better, but who is to say that they would be finished in time for the war? What if this conflict ends earlier than what is suspected? That is true. We have no idea when this could end, but preferably it should be as soon as possible. Is there any word on what exactly the Separatists want to negotiate on? We have not really heard what exactly they want. Again, mistrust was brewing from within as the senators looked at each other, assessing who is and who isn't their foes and allies. The life of a politician was definitely not something to be admired, especially when it came to the Galactic Republic, where corruption was very, very prominent. Choosing one's own leaders is already hard enough when there are only 10 of you, but when it starts to get into the hundreds to hundreds of thousands, to millions of billions, to trillions, one can only start to rely on the knowledge that the people you choose best to represent you are true to what they say, which most of the time, they aren't, and that is also usually because of money or power. Money grants power, and power corrupts, while absolute power corrupts absolutely. At least that is what most would think, or they wouldn't, because what normal person has the time to worry about what those higher up within the governmental hierarchy worry about? The common person is usually worried about the common things they do, and that is completely natural. I think that we should come to some form of negotiation with the Separatists. Palpatine suddenly added, and this seemed to create some sort of confusion and silence within the hall, as they all were surprised by what Palpatine had just said. Even his aides didn't know what to think, because Palpatine had just suggested something they had never believed he would ever suggest. Not when it was paramount to his plans that they were to take over the Republic by using the Separatists to their advantage. Well, to Palpatine's advantage. The Separatists, as detestable as they may be, are people just as everyone else here is. Palpatine said with such passion that everyone here was being swayed by his words, or at least the people that liked what he was saying, as it would either benefit them or otherwise follow some people's principles and philosophies. They were a part of the Republic once, just as we all here are a part of the Republic ourselves, and surely we all must know of what is to come if we continue as we are. We are on the losing side, even with the additions provided to us so graciously by the Empyrean's Emperor, but I must say that I feel as if we were being taken advantage of. As we paid the Emperor, he was off gallivanting, and while doing something commendable, Palpatine was starting to speak more and more with fervor. He has taken advantage of the Republic, and this august body should not bend to the will of a tyrant that only cares for his own, while taking from us. The Republic, Palpatine's proclamation had some support, while there were some that were not liking where this was going. It was a foreboding to something important. I declare that we first make this meeting secret, and then we conclude the war with the Separatists through peaceful resolution. Then we must put a stop to all trade between the Galactic Republic and the Empyrean. For I know the Republic shall not be taken advantage of by the tyrant from a foreign empire. Palpatine was really worked up in this instance, as if this was his real emotions being on display. Not that anyone would be able to tell whether his words were true or not, whether his feelings and passion was actually of any worth. Arriving at the destination that the coordinates that have been set, Anakin gets up and looks out into space as Jabba communicates to him. Papa, this place feels strange. Jabba sent this message through to him, and Anakin could say that, yes, it does feel strange. It's okay. There is nothing to fear. Anakin said to calm her down. Let's continue to look around for a bit, and the direction we should head in is there. Anakin gestured with his hands, which was something Jabba could easily tell. Right now, Anakin was piloting because Jabba, in combination with himself, could increase and go at speeds that were really, really fast. After a while, others came out from their rooms since they were starting to feel the strangeness themselves. At first they didn't feel anything, but soon enough they were able to identify what they were looking for. Ani, I feel drawn to something within the Force, Ahsoka said as she came up from behind him. The others were similarly feeling strange, and they were also expecting this, but it was still something strange. While not quite as drawing to them as Anakin is to them, but it was like it was something important to them. To all of them. I think Padme was about to speak before being interrupted as Jabba started to shut down. Wait, what's happening? Don't worry. Jabba is fine, Anakin said, as this was happening because they were close, they just could not see what they are looking for yet. What do you mean, Ayla was concerned for Jabba and was about to ask, but Jabba replied to all of them. I feel sleepy. Jabba sent this to all of them. See, perfectly not fine, but we'll be fine after a minute. Why don't you all come see this? Anakin said, and then pointed out to something in the distance. A large spatial object. It was shaped like an octahedron, and it was colored black with red lines spreading out on the surface of the object. What is that? Barriss asked, as the others remained silent. That is the place we will be going into. As Anakin said this, they started to become drawn inwards by a suctioning force. Papa, should I resist? Jabba asked, but Anakin wanted to go in, not escape what he is here to do. No, Anakin said as Jabba didn't do anything, not resisting and not going inwards as well, just letting whatever was pulling them be in full control. As they went close and closer, the octahedron opened up at the middle, and there was a white light that was being released. It was something that showed nothing and didn't let away what they were going to see, leaving everything as a surprise. Closer and closer and closer. The white light was starting to get so bright that they were all unable to properly see anymore. Even more so since their perception was enhanced. Whether that be Anakin being able to see more, further, and more colors to the rest of them, enhanced through the super serum. Well, this better be good, Sky Guy, since this doesn't feel like it will be all that fun, Ahsoka said before they went fully into the light. Closer and closer and closer. The white light was starting to get so bright that they were all unable to properly see anymore. Even more so since their perception was enhanced. Whether that be Anakin being able to see more, further, and more colors to the rest of them, enhanced through the super serum. Well, this better be good, Sky Guy, since this doesn't feel like it will be all that fun, Ahsoka said before they went fully into the light. Everything was silent, and as Anakin awakened, he was exposed to the strange sight before him. Even Jabba was asleep, and so was everyone else, with him being the first to awake, as it seemed as if there was something that forced him to be like this. Strange. And here I thought that there was nothing that could force me into a state of unconsciousness. Anakin thought to himself as he glanced at everyone else, thankfully all seated in comfortable positions as they slept. For now, he would leave them here as he knew they wouldn't be waking for a while now. It would only be him here. Whatever trials he or they may face, it is likely that they would do so alone. For now, he is very much interested in the things that have been calling to him ever since coming here. He had not created his own weapon just yet, because he knew it wasn't the right time. It is here that he may find the missing pieces of the puzzle to what he wishes to do, and even though he is unsure of what it is, he will find them. He may not need a weapon per se, but it would still be nice to have one, something that is going to be extremely powerful. Right, getting up, Anakin uses his innate connection to Jabba and have her open up. Before he goes and exits, he records a short message for all of them to see, knowing that they would be safe within Jabbatha. After a minute, Anakin now exits Jabbatha and then uses his connection to once again close the area he had exited Jabbatha from. He didn't want any pesky animals or any of those inhabitants getting in. Now, did he? Wait, if I remember correctly, there are no animals here. In fact, I don't sense any as well. And here I thought that there would have been at least something. Anakin thought to himself. The grass was green, the sky was blue. Looking at the obvious, but not so obvious details were important, as the landscape was a reflection of not only the Force but also of the people connected to the Force. There were trees, green leaves, and mountainous areas surrounding him that was distinctly not green but brown as the rock and dirt it is. The atmosphere was breathable enough, and the primary terrain, it would seem to be floating mountains, lush forests, and molten caverns. Where everyone had landed was in fact a small plains, but that wasn't exactly what the primary terrain is, and they had landed in an area that was bereft of the jungle deeper within. No trees to block his way, and nothing else to impede his vision. Anakin started to walk further outwards, leaving the others to the safety of Jabbatha's internal defense mechanisms. Anakin had upgraded her constantly after all, and now that she had a connection and had her own transformed non-organic midichlorians, because he had to, she would be safe from others accessing her. The only ones that were allowed to control Jabbatha at this point is Anakin, the girls within, and any of whom Anakin trusted enough, which is probably no one else, except Shmi, his mother. There were some large plants that seemed to look like lamps, with hanging white masses, and Anakin was amazed at the connection to the Force he felt here. The land itself was teeming with life, but of course there is something else calling out to him as well. Both the light and the dark wanted to call out and allure him to their embrace, whether this be because of his status as the Chosen One or otherwise because he is really powerful. It did not matter, as he wanted to better explore this place. There was a misty fog that seemed to disperse all throughout the lands, and as Anakin looked further and further in, it didn't seem to clear up at his enhanced vision. Instead, it was able to even block his sights, meaning that it was probably much more magical than it had seemed. "Are you the one?" A voice was heard, a feminine voice, as a telepathic message sent through to him. "Are you the one?" This time, the voice was not a mental message, but instead it was heard within the physical realm. Turning around, Anakin came face to face with a woman that was very pure-looking. "Hello, and who may you be?" Anakin asked, knowing full well who this woman was, or is. "I am daughter." She introduced herself with a gesture of her hands, and she seemed to be taller than himself. If Anakin had not shrunk, he would only have been a small bit taller than her, but now he is most certainly shorter than her. It wasn't anything that would impede his ability to talk to her, and he barely has to look upwards as he looks upon her form. Standing at 2.13 meters tall, having flowing, wavy, long green hair with green eyes. She was extremely beautiful, that if Anakin could, he would use the description of a jade beauty to describe her. But he wasn't so cruel to subject whoever was reading about his life to the good old Chinese writing technique. Instead, the only words he would use was ethereal, beautiful, pure, and above all else, she also looked like some stuck-up, stick in her tush. "Are you the one?" The daughter stepped forward as she said this, but then she stepped back, sensing something strange about Anakin. "You? What are you?" She seemed confused, but Anakin knew that this was because of his own Force energy field being generated around him. It was expanding more and more, but he tried to control it as best as he could. It all originated from himself, and as a result he was the Force in a sense, meaning that he had similar abilities. However, it would seem that the daughter, now up close, could also sense this because Anakin couldn't completely extinguish this energy field. It was something that would always exist no matter what. "You're questioning me? I think I should be the one with all the questions, right?" Anakin said, and smirked a little as he could sense her confusion at Anakin's existence. I will take you to him." The daughter got over herself, and in a moment she started to blush a little. Seemingly out of nowhere, she was being strange. Even blushing, something that Anakin had thought she wouldn't be doing. Not in this instance. Who do you wish to take me to? Anakin asked, and she seemed reluctant to give him any real answers. In fact, she would never properly give him a straight answer and would instead say something else that would seem confusing to most, but Anakin knew full well what to expect. Only he will help you. Strangely enough, the daughter seemed reluctant to move, something which Anakin noticed, but he didn't say anything as she was supposed to be the one in control of this situation. Well, he asked, because it had been an entire minute since she had moved. There is little time. Follow me. The daughter was acting extremely weird, different from how Anakin would have imagined it to be, but otherwise he didn't mind whatever the hell she was doing. He could always keep himself preoccupied, especially since he is still connected to and has access to points of view from many other places, especially the virtual world back within the Empyrean and with his droids in the galaxy outside of this place. So, tell me, you must have a name other than the daughter, right? Anakin tried to start a conversation with a high-strung woman. I am daughter, nothing more, nothing less. She answered, seemingly willing to answer Anakin. Or at least she was willing enough to grace him with her voice, for it did sound beautiful as well. It was like she was made specifically to both tempt Anakin and not tempt him, as he had both a desire to want her, but at the same time the desire to keep her pure. It was a strange feeling, but it was certainly one he had not felt before. Who exactly are you taking me to? It would be strange for Anakin to just know straight away of what she was talking about, so he would rather get her to give him an excuse. The father, of course. She replied, like it was matter of fact. It is matter of fact, I'll give her that. Anakin thought to himself as he continued to follow her, and he viewed the shifting of seasons as time seemed to pass strangely on this planet. And who are you exactly? What exactly are you? You have a lot of questions. She snapped back a little, which was strange, considering that she wasn't exactly supposed to be like this, but instead was supposed to be the epitome of the Jedi way. Not exactly a Jedi, but definitely at least the extremity of the light side. We are the ones that who guard the power. We are the middle, the beginning, and the end. After walking for a while and trying to talk to the woman, Anakin senses that something was about to fall on her. Anakin easily grabbed a hold of her in an attempt to save her and had successfully grabbed her from her doom. You must not touch me. It is forbidden, the daughter said, but she made no movement to pull herself out from his hold, and she seemed a little reluctant to be let go, and Anakin believed that he was starting to see things. I thank you for saving me. She again was acting in a way that contradicted the way he understood how she was supposed to be. She continued, that was my brother's work. You are in great danger. The daughter seemed as if she wanted to reach out and grab him, to pull him with her, but she stopped herself last minute from doing so, seemingly remembering that she was forbidden to do so. Wait for me here. Do not leave this place, the daughter said, but Anakin wasn't about to just listen to every command this woman gave him. Back on Coruscant, it was currently the night cycle of the planet, and Palpatine usually made contact with his apprentice at this time, Darth Tyrannus. Palpatine forgoes his persona of Sheev Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, and gets into his real self, Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith. Yes, my master, Tyrannus, otherwise known as Count Dooku, responded through the communication device, surprised to find that his master wanted to communicate with him in this instance. I have made some interesting discoveries, and have also come to the conclusion that my plans are not working. Sidious said, it has come to my attention that the Republic, and in turn myself, have become reliant on an outside force, the Empyrean. Sidious continued, I wish to end this civil war between the Republic and the Separatists. Do you know how we will do this? No, but I had thought that through the Separatists that Dooku tried to answer, but was instead interrupted by Sidious. It would seem that you have not been trained enough, Tyrannus. You seem to be slipping back into your Jedi habits of not seeing things for how they are. The Republic cannot go on any longer, and it would be foolish to continue scheming now, and instead we should end this conflict now. It may have been a short-lived one, but it has more than enough allowed me to leverage and gain power within the Republic, Sidious explained, as he was going to declare himself emperor, because at this point, there were so many Jedi starting to leave, that he would be unable to find them all and kill them. It would be a pointless endeavor. And using the Empyrean's droids, he wanted them to deliver the striking blow against the Jedi, thinking that they were under his full control. Yes, my master, I shall have it be done. Now, all you need to do is send the negotiation request, while I convince the entirety of the Separatist movement that they are getting what they want. Dooku actually had other plans, as he has not only become disillusioned with the Republic, but he has also started to consider his actions as a Sith as well. Disillusioned with everything, Dooku was planning to fully take over and not accept Sidious's situation, and would instead turn to the Empyrean and ask them for protection. In doing so, those that were a part of the Separatists may gain independence from the Republic. Good. Sidious was also accounting for Dooku's potential betrayal, but there was nothing that would enable him to, as of this moment, take it over. No, the politics of the situation became harder to control once the Empyrean started to gain more and more traction, meaning that Sidious should have done something to stifle their progress some more. That one thing that was done a few months ago was not enough, and would require Sidious to start thinking of ways to slowly unravel the Empyrean from within. But given that he has had no luck so far, Sidious would have to consider his options and would instead focus inwards instead of outwards. Taking care of one's own bedroom came first before trying to conquer the galaxy. If Sidious' room was an absolute mess, then that would only mean his conquest would be as well. You have done well, my apprentice. I believe that I should award you for your efforts. Sidious was planning on killing Dooku, in hopes that he would be able to take a hold of the mantle and fully get the Separatists under him as a result. Using and taking Dooku under his wing may have been one of his wisest decisions, as this would now enable him the ability to take over the Republic, even when he is under pressure from within. Come to Coruscant you must, but come under disguise, for you must not be recognized, Sidious said as he had plans when Dooku is done and dead. Of course, my master. Dooku had no idea what was in store for him. Wait for me here. Do not leave this place, the daughter said, but Anakin had other plans in mind. It did not take him long to get here. Even as the time seemed to pass by normally, Anakin knew that it did not. He could feel it, and instead of arriving at nightfall, within a time frame that would have been reasonably for a human using the Force, Anakin arrived within a few minutes after the daughter had left him, which also exposed to him just how fast the daughter could travel as well. She was within his place with her father and her brother, known as the Son, so he could hear out their conversation, while they would never know he was there at all, and see what they were going to do, now that he had arrived. You have seen him, my daughter. Tell me, what does he seem to be like? The father, taller than both of his children, spoke, asking his daughter of Anakin. The daughter left off, not too sure how to answer her father, and would have a look in her eye that seemed to be different from her usual self. Yes, what did he seem like? The father further pushed her, ignoring the subtle changes in her character. She would not be so flustered, not usually, and there seemed to be something else as well, but again, the father ignored or did not see such things. In his old age, it would seem he was starting to lose some grip on reality. It also doesn't help that they are powerful beings that have been trapped within this cage they would call a home, or sanctuary, or prison. Whatever fits the bill more nicely for whomever stays here, which is all of three people. The father, the son, and the daughter. He is different. Within the Force, he seems to be somewhat balanced, but there's also something else that I can't quite identify. It is like he is the Force. The daughter finally availed her thoughts when first meeting Anakin, and quickly hide whatever else she may have been feeling at the time. For selfish emotions should not be a part of her being, but it seemed like something had been awakened as soon as Anakin arrived here on Mortis. Incredible. It would seem that the Chosen One has arrived, and all of those rumors that I have heard about are real. The Chosen One, from what I have discovered, seems to also be a ruler of some kind. While the ones wouldn't really have access to anything outside of their domain here on Mortis, that didn't mean they were unable to preview what was happening outside. Father, I believe that the Chosen One is not the Chosen One at all. The Son had been doing his own surveillance of Anakin, and from what he could tell, he was not something that was conflicted like he was supposed to. The son had been frequently looking through time and knew well enough that Anakin is the chosen one. Whether he would agree or not didn't matter. The son had seen his destiny as Darth Vader, and so too did he see his physical features. While Anakin most certainly looks like the chosen one, he also does not look like the chosen one in that one key difference. His eyes. They were not the blue eyes of a conflicted and broken young man, nor were they the hate-filled yellow-golden, red eyes of someone immersed in tragedy and hate either. Oh, and how so? For what I can sense, he seems to have the abilities himself. The father questioned his son, knowing that there must be more to what is going on. He has not had the opportunity to speak to this chosen one, face to face himself, but neither has the son, and he seemed to already have his answer. His eyes are not like the eyes of the man I saw dash, the son said before interrupted, and he was forced to the ground by a wave of the father's hand. You dare look into the time vortex? The father called out at learning his child was going through and looking into the future. The son may have not said that he had looked into the future, but that didn't mean anything because the father was exactly able to tell. Struggling, the son replied, "But father, he is not the man who is to be the chosen one. No matter how much he looks like him, he is not dash. Enough. I will have none of this." The father shut the son up with another wave of his hand before he pulled him back to his feet. We shall see soon enough whether this child that comes to us is the chosen one or not. I shall test him. He will deny and go against the daughter's orders of staying and would instead come here, seeking something. The father seemed to have an inclination of what Anakin is here for. Son, you have go and try and capture one of the chosen one's companions, and so too will the daughter go with you. Both of you will head my command and wait for my signal to bring them in. For I shall question the chosen one first before I tell you to go through with my plan. The father continued, Yes, father. They both answered, son and daughter, with the son looking at his sister in a frustrated way because she was smirking at his misfortune. As for you, the father then turned his attention to his daughter. You have made a mistake. That mistake was allowing the chosen one to touch you. But Father Dash, the daughter, however, was going to get a scolding of her own. There will be no buts. You are forbidden from being touched by anything, including the chosen one. It may not be fair, but that was the fate that the daughter had accepted, or more like she mistakenly had taken on after not listening to her father many, many years ago, along with her mischievous brother. Yes, father. The daughter was really acting of character here, as she had nearly talked back to her father, where the light side of the Force made sure he never was so openly disobedient, unlike her brother. Good. Make sure to not make the same mistake again. There were some unknown consequences as to why the daughter may not be touched. However, they would not go into the details here. Go now. The father dismissed the both of them, and they both transformed into their other forms, disappearing from the place they had met, leaving the father all alone to sit back into his throne. Right. I guess that means I should be making my appearance soon. Anakin also had a feeling that the daughter may spend some of the time she has looking at him, instead of awaiting the signal given by her father. How he had this feeling, he did not know, but he believed that the Force was probably trying to tell him something. Something that was different from the original galaxy that he knew of and had watched or read about. Before the daughter would get back to the spot she thinks that he is at, Anakin would arrive quicker. All right, here is the gist of things. Anakin's voice was synthesized here, as the girls were now all fully awoken, along with Jabitha, and one of them had noticed that a message was left behind. We have arrived here on this planet, known as Mortis, and if you all would look outside through Jabitha, you may all see that it is quite beautiful looking, and it is also quite mystical in a sense. It was true about what Anakin said, so deep and vibrant within the energies of the Force and life itself. Did this place feel very peaceful? The only thing it was missing was animals, but that was only natural, as this place is only meant to be a prison for 3 in particular beings. I have already left, as you are all aware of at this point. And no, I wasn't about to wake any of you up, as you all know that you may not come with me. Anakin, within the hologram projection of himself, seemed to be looking towards someone in particular, pointing them out as a very clingy person. That person being Ahsoka. Chuckling awkwardly, Ahsoka said, That must not be right. I am sure is just a coincidence. Yeah, a coincidence. Anyway, seeing as you have all awoken, I may also inform you right now that 2 of you may be taken as some sort of test for myself that one of the beings here want to do. Hollow Anakin rubbed the back of his head here before continuing. Yeah, maybe I should have said something. He didn't forget, and they all knew it. He just liked to hide things, and they all failed to ask him the right questions. He would never lie to them, but that didn't mean he wouldn't hide things. I would prefer as Ayla is left out of this equation for now, because I don't want the baby being harmed in any way. Anakin made a point here, as engaging in any really high-intensity things like being kidnapped could lead to some complications. Ayla was really only here because Anakin had decided that this was a good idea, but not only because of that, as it was also a unanimous decision in regards to Anakin coming here and all of them following along. That should be everything important. And the last thing is that you should all just stay inside Jabbatha. When it becomes nighttime, this place changes and it switches from the light to the dark, as destruction and creation are an important process to balance. Anakin gave his final piece of advice, but didn't really tell them anything else, as it wasn't important. Not where he was going or anything like that, because they could probably follow him anyway if they wanted to. Accessing the dyad was easy enough as it is, but when they really wanted to, they could locate each other no matter how far. The hologram message came to an end and then deleted itself, as they all were able to memorize something as easy as that. Right? Now what do we do? Ahsoka questioned everyone here, as they had no idea of what to do next. Why do I have a feeling that Ani has somehow met another girl by now, and has even managed to seduce her? Ayla had this sneaking suspicion, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Anakin had told them of the inhabitants here, but he had not told them anything about names or genders of those that live here. He had not considered that any of that would be important information. That doesn't matter right now. I think it is best that we do as Anakin said. Barriss input her own suggestion. They mostly nodded along with this suggestion, as from what they remember he told them, or at least from what was taken from the hologram message, was that nighttime may be dangerous, even to them, whether they were enhanced or not. Slowly, but surely day turned to night, and the landscape started to change, allowing for everyone here to see the immense change that the environment would go through. It's like everything is dying. Shock commented, seeing the destruction waged by the shift in time, and the planet seemed to go through some sort of repeated cycle. The dark side, Xana commented, which did get the girls' attention as they overlooked the green pastures and green trees start to wither and die. The ground started to go from its nice, vibrant color of life to the deep-set red of the ever-dying world. It seems to be. Padme felt some sort of calling to her. Not that it was something alluring or anything like that, but something that was meant to be hers in some fashion. As if she was meant to do something important, a decision that would shape her future experience with the Force. Right. Staying inside we are then. Right. Ahsoka said as she most defiantly didn't want to go out there. Weren't we supposed to train here? Xana said this, as she knew she was within her own territory right now. She could finally feel as if she wasn't being constantly barraged by these light-sided girls all of the time. The dark was not so comfortable a place to be in, but its allure was still something strong. Yes, but I do believe that Ani would be upset if we just suddenly decided to go out there. Padme gestured to outside. That is correct. Xana may have felt like she was at home once the say turned to night, but she was also reluctant to go outside because she felt it was dangerous to do so. Papa said that Jabbatha is strong, so Jabbatha will protect everyone. Jabbatha commented as she could also sense everyone was feeling hesitant. Jabbatha had confidence in her ability to escape anything. Even the possibility of escaping a black hole existed simply because she was that powerful. Maybe even powerful even to enter in a hyperspace without a proper hyperspace lane being created or already there for her to access. So what are we going to do to pass the time? Padme asked, not really knowing what to do now. Isn't this the reason we brought over those games? You can still play these things, right, Jabbatha? And connect to the virtual Sky Network. Ahsoka said, as she seemed to be fully prepared for the wait. Jabbatha can access Sky Network. Jabbatha will always be able to give a full, proper connection as well, so no lag. Jabbatha replied, and said this to everyone telepathically. Right. Who is up for a game of Uno? Ahsoka asked everyone here, as she was the one with the greatest foresight abilities, second only to Anakin. Everyone replied. No, Ahsoka was a veritable cheater because she could basically see their cards already, even when it was through a virtual machine. Oh, okay then. Ahsoka may be trying to get better at acting, but that doesn't mean she has reached a proper standard as of yet. She failed to attract any sympathy by applying the puppy dog eyes technique. Even Xana knew not to mess with Anakin's freaky apprentice, since she probably had the strongest force potential comparatively to everyone here. Uno, Ahsoka exclaimed. You won't get us this time. Girls, let's team up to defeat our opponent. Padme said as she glanced around the room, and they all would proceed to team up together, only for Ahsoka to still win in the end. It was inevitable. I am inevitable. Ahsoka said this smugly. Whatever. I give up. I'm never going to play this game with you anymore. Barriss wasn't actually upset, but she was definitely frustrated as it seemed like Ahsoka would never lose when playing this game, and they had even told her to stop using her inside abilities. It wasn't fair after all. Well, that is just how I am. I can't stop it when the Force obviously wants to help me win at these games. Ahsoka replied. Sighs were heard, and there was some exasperation within Ho's sighs as well. They were releasing that frustration through the sighs, as it was incredibly annoying to lose over and over again. Who said when you fail, you learn from that experience? That learning experience is that they should never play with Ahsoka when it comes to games like Uno. I think we may have company, Xana said, as she got up and moved over towards the windows where she could take a look outside. Who is it? Ayla asked as she got up as well, followed alongside everyone else as they closed in on the person outside. It seems to be one of the people Ani talked about. Padme could sense that this person was of the dark side, as he appeared out of nowhere. I see that you have all decided to stay with your ship. The son's voice was heard from outside, and they all could tell that he was here to tell them of something, but they were unsure. Getting Jabbatha to allow them to be heard, Padme started to speak for the group. Who are you? I am Son. Why are you here? Padme further questioned him. You were not supposed to be here. However, given that your ship seems to be living, I would suggest you all retreat into shelter. The nights here are deadly, and it is best that you do not remain within that ship. The Son didn't know that Jabbatha had the ability to create a force field around herself to protect everyone within. We are fine within here. Padme stated, being cautious, as her instincts told her not to trust the man before them all. So be it. It is your choice. There was another reason the Son was here, and that is to take a look at the companions the Chosen One had brought along. Remember, I suggest you find shelter. The Son looked at the ship before turning around and then transforming into something else. He was some sort of strange creature now, one that looked similar to a bat. It was like he was a combination between a bat and a man, giving birth to some sort of werbat, but that was obviously not what he was, or is. No one said anything, but they were only semi-speechless. They had not seen anything like that before, being able to transform like that. In fact, there was probably a possibility that they had never seen a shape-shifting species before. Well, that was interesting, Padme said as she glanced around at everyone else, as they also seemed to be estranged from this event. As they were all coming back from their amazement over that transformation, the world started to quake, not because it was an earthquake, but because of lightning. What was that? Ahsoka questioned as they all felt the rumbling. Another lightning strike hit the ground outside where Jabbatha was, and then another. It was causing a real hassle as it then began to strike Jabbatha herself, but not before her shielding came online and blocked the damage the strike could have caused. It would seem that what Ani said, and the person called the Son, is correct. This planet does become dangerous once it is nighttime. Ayla said as she rebalanced herself. It's a good thing that we decided to listen to Ani then, right? Padme asked, not feeling unsure, but more like slightly trying to brighten the atmosphere within as they seemed to be a little downtrodden. When has listening to him ever gone wrong? Barriss said as another rumbling was felt, causing all of them to focus on balancing themselves. Well, there was that time Dash's shock was cut off, as once again the lighting hit more than once. Jabbatha, find us somewhere where we don't have to deal with this, Padme told Jabbatha. Jabbatha has located a cave just behind us. Jabbatha can just fit inside. Jabbatha could indeed just make it inside, given that it had enough room for an entire ship to go inside. There was also the fact that the girls wanted to go outside themselves as well, but at this point it was better to stay within whatever shelter they have. Okay, Jabbatha, good job. Let's go, Padme commanded, and Jabbatha started up and moved within the cave. Rejoining Anakin, we see that he is currently moving at a slow pace as he approaches the monastery. He is also very aware of his current stalker, known as the Daughter, seemingly very invested or at the very least interested in watching over him. He would dodge the lightning strikes every one now and then, simply because this place was a conduit for that type of behavior. He was also aware of the dark side permeating the planet now, which was a result of how this place worked. Night to day, then day to night. It was a cycle established because some sort of balance was being maintained within this place. The landscape wasn't just red dying plants, but the ground had gone from a red to the blackest of colors, symbolizing death, or at the very least the dark side. Destruction. There's also things that seem to still be living despite the chaos. Those things being glowing trees, and they seem to actually be alive. They were corrupted in a sense by the dark side. Not that they were in a bad spot, but instead they had embraced the dark side fully. Black trees with engraved, symbol-like patterns that glowed, an ethereal cyan. It was certainly a sight to behold, but Anakin wasn't going to stay here for long since he had other places to be, more specifically within the monastery here. While the other side, during day, may have represented the light side of the Force, or, in other words, life itself, the dark side had to represent the opposite. Despite being opposites, however, these two things are supposed to work together. Without one, then it would only cause disorder and chaos. Too much dark, then everything dies and there would simply be no more anything, with the end goal of the dark side being to not just be the embrace of one's emotions, but the complete and total destruction of everything. When it came to the light side, however, it would also similarly lead to destruction as well. The monastery. Anakin thought to himself, as he finally got around to having a proper look of it instead of zooming past or moving away from it as he needed to play his role better. The monastery was a construct within the realm of Mortis, a place where the Force converged. The powerful Force wielder, known as the Father, resided inside the walls of the monastery and presided over the lands. The monastery was a pyramid-like structure located atop a rocky spire. Temple-like in appearance, the soaring facade seemed to be made of stone, and a glowing crystal was embedded within the pinnacle, casting a dim light for kilometers in every direction. The halls and rooms that made up its interior were random and prone to shifting without reason. Meditation rooms, sleeping chambers, and reading rooms opened onto cavernous halls. On the exterior was an arena, marked with symbols corresponding to the light and dark aspects of the Force, including a wolf, a snake, and a bird. Anakin, coming now closer, was upon the steps to enter this gigantic building. Climbing up the steps, Anakin is finally able to properly enter inside the monastery. Walking down, Anakin could see that the Father was sitting in a posture that would seem uncomfortable, while also having his eyes closed. Upon reaching the very precipice of where the Father was, Anakin decided to sit down as well, since there was nothing better to do. He wasn't rude enough to interrupt this guy's sleep or meditation, so he would just wait it out. After what seemed to be a few seconds, the Father opened his eyes, and his voice, the voice that sounded like many, spoke to him. "Welcome, my friend." It was certainly disconcerting, and Anakin could also make his voice like this as well, if he truly wanted to do something like that, but he wouldn't be changing his voice or layering it and changing it just to sound like that. It was already hard enough for people to hear things. Why would he make it harder to hear himself, or have others hear himself as well? Well, I can say that I have had a rather interesting welcoming. Anakin replied before continuing. "What is it that you want from me?" He knew exactly what he wanted, but he wanted to hear the guy say it himself, to see who you truly are. The father was also feeling strange, as he could tell that there was something off about Anakin, but it wasn't the fact that he isn't the chosen one. It had more to do with how the Force was interacting with Anakin. Anakin was a virgin in the Force, much like the father or his children were, because that was just what Anakin was or is. The father continued, one that maybe you have known all along. He had gotten up from his uncomfortable seated position, and Anakin decided to follow as well. One you must believe in order to fulfill your destiny. I do not remember the chosen one having purple eyes. These were the father's inner thoughts as he regarded Anakin. Well, why don't you just tell me already? The riddles certainly don't help much. I can tell that your daughter gets her ability to answer things from you. Anakin said to the father, which only resulted in the father raising an eyebrow. You see, there is nowhere else left to go. The father gestured with his hand while saying this, while keeping an old wise man's composure. It is late. You will be my guest tonight, the father said, as everything seemed to go according to plan. They started to walk in another direction, a direction that was supposed somewhere Anakin would be able to sleep for the night. Rejoining Anakin, we see that he is currently meditating, given that he is unable to do anything else as of this moment. Meditation may not be that fun, any hard time with it, but that didn't mean he was just going to run away from this activity, as it could show him many things. Whether these things are good or not didn't matter, as it allowed him to better plan for the future. He couldn't control absolutely everything after all. He wasn't an actual god at this point, no matter how much power he has. Well, maybe one could compare me to the gods of Olympus or something like that. Those gods couldn't control everything, and they were also able to still be killed in a sense. Anakin thought to himself, comparing himself to those types of gods. It didn't exactly leave a bad taste in his mouth either, as he didn't have to fully compare himself with them, because he is different in the end. He was only comparing their power level to himself and stuff like that. A vision started to appear before Anakin. My son, I must tell you a secret. A voice was heard, and Anakin knew that this was an illusion. His mother Shmi had not come with him, and neither had she died like in the original as well, so there was absolutely no way he was going to fall for this. You are not real. You cannot trick me, for my mother is not dead. What do you mean? You. The fake Shmi then started to turn into the transformed son. You are not the chosen one. You are fake, the son exclaimed before leaving himself, leaving Anakin all alone again. It would seem that at least someone knows the difference. Anakin thought to himself as he decided that it was probably soon time to confront the father. Gone. Gone like the wind. The son was as he was unable to confirm to himself that the chosen one was Anakin, and now Anakin is left all alone by himself. It should almost be daytime. It should be time to meet with the father. Anakin thought to himself, seeing as everything was going as planned, or more like everything was going as it was meant to be going as. Anakin went from his most humble accommodations and arrived back within the great hallway or throne room, where Anakin finds the father is yet again still sitting there, seemingly doing nothing, but he should be doing something, right? Anakin arrived in front of the sitting man, and he spoke. Cannot sleep. He knew that Anakin was within his presence, but that was hardly something to talk about, for Anakin wasn't even able to properly hide himself within the Force anymore. His own energy field had become somewhat of a beacon, and while he could reduce its size, he was unable to completely bring it under his control in a sense. For it was not something that could be suppressed, but was something that he could minimize, as seen when he was spying on the father, the daughter, and the son before leaving and then returning. They were unable to sense his presence, simply because he was far away, but it was here that one would be able to easily sense Anakin within the Force. He may be unable to be totally sneaky anymore because of this, but that doesn't mean he is completely unable to utilize his set of skills to his advantage. Well, you could say that I don't really need sleep. So yes, Anakin replied. I do have a question, however. Go ahead. The father complied with Anakin's request. You're not a Jedi, and you're not a Sith. So what would you call yourself? Anakin questioned and just stood there awaiting an answer. You seem to have a very simple view of the universe. I am neither Sith, not Jedi, the father stated before opening his eyes once again and staring at Anakin. I am much more, and so are you. There is something strange going on here, and I would like to know more. Anakin said, given that there were really only 3 people here on this planet that would be willing to give him the information that he wants. Standing up in a strange manner, the father begins to speak. Some call us force wielders. I won't lie. I have heard you guys before, and the reason I am here is exactly because you 3 are here. Anakin added. Humming, the father continues. Few even know of our existence. You see, something tried to trick me while I was within that room over there. Care to explain? Anakin asked. My son, I suspect. The father stroked his beard, as his eyes were cyan blue while his scaro were black. Eyes that were kind of rare within the galaxy at large. But given there are so many species with so many planets, Anakin had not seen it all, so of course if there was some other being with the same eyes, he would not know. Well, maybe not know of, but at the very least he had not seen for himself. We can take many forms. The shapes we embody are merely a reflection of the life force around us. You carry a sadness in your heart. No, wait. You used to carry a sadness within your heart, but it seems to have been taken care of. The father could sense something like this, or he either was allowed to because the Force allowed it. Not that the Force was able to influence Anakin at this point anymore. It was getting harder and harder after all. My children and I can manipulate the Force like no other. Therefore, it was necessary to withdraw from the temporal world and live here as anchorites. I don't know. This place seems like a prison to me. Anakin said as he also felt that this place was a prison, a place that may need some freeing. Then you will be correct in assuming that it is. For this place is more than just a place with which myself and my children reside. It is also a prison. The father confirmed Anakin's thoughts. You cannot imagine having such love for your children and realize that they could tear the very fabric of our universe. So what you are saying is, you and your children could destroy the universe if you or any one of them were to escape this place. Anakin said. The father was not simply staying still when saying all of this, and had already moved himself, gesturing just vividly a lot of the time as well, now standing further from his throne. Now he was starting to talk to Anakin while not even looking at him, and instead was doing so by looking out into the large hall that was this monastery. It is only here that I can control them. A family in balance. Light and the dark. Day and the night. Destruction replaced by creation. Then why reveal yourself? Anakin questioned. There are some that would like to exploit our power. The Sith are but one. Too much dark or light would be the undoing of life, as you understand it. When news reached me that the Chosen One had been found, I needed to see for myself. The father seemed intensely interested when saying this, and somewhat excited perhaps. It was after all a sign for the father that he could finally die peacefully, knowing that he could hand over his position of power to the one that would come after him. The Chosen One seems to be a myth to me. Anakin said this knowing full well that he was, but he isn't about to just say this because he also considers stuff like prophecies to kind of be self-fulfilling, especially the kind that the Jedi have seemingly wanted to propagate themselves. Is it? I should very much like to know. The father had this smirk on his face as he said this. Why don't we find out together? Pass one test, and I shall know the truth. Then you and your friends may leave. The father added, seemingly goading Anakin into playing his games. Not that they were games, but it would sure seem like it to some that were to be in Anakin's position as of this moment. The girls back on the ship were all sleeping themselves as of this moment, for they didn't have much to do, and they didn't exactly want to start exploring this planet when it was within its dangerous state of being. They would all be experiencing their own thoughts as of this moment, but we will only focus on a few as they were the most important to their growth within the Force or otherwise. The first person is Ahsoka. She is having a dream, a Force vision, so to speak, of her older self appearing before herself. Are you happy, child? Ahsoka heard a voice and woke up, but not with a start, and she was seemingly all alone with the ship. Jabbatha? Was that you? Ahsoka got up and looked around, but there was no one there. Barriss? Ayla? She called out, but there was no response. Jabbatha, Are you okay? She reached out her hand, but there was no response from Jabitha, and there was neither anyone else around her as well. Your master, does he treat you well? Does he even want you? Because from what I have seen, he doesn't seem all that interested. Who is it? Ahsoka called out, and pushed away those words spoken by this other voice. She then spotted herself, but older looking over towards her from within the ship. What concern of it is yours? I am your future. The older Ahsoka said as she looked down upon her younger self. Your potential, or your would-be potential, but it would seem that you are much greater than even I am now. The older Ahsoka could admit that whatever was happening, it was certainly not going according to how she would have been. Is this a trick? Ahsoka was not immediate to the trigger, and instead, she was cautious of the person before her. There is a wildness to you, young one. It would seem that there are seeds of the dark side within you, planted by your master, and you don't even realize this. Older Ahsoka looked at younger Ahsoka's eyes. Or, you already know of this, and have already accepted it. That may be so, but I don't know what you're trying to do here. Sky Guy is most certainly not what you may be suggesting, but he is also not a Jedi as well. Ahsoka spoke with conviction. He may be passionate and impulsive. Okay, maybe not as impulsive as myself, but still, I trust him with my life. There are many contradictions in you. In him, there are few as well, but that is only natural, and it would seem you know of this as well. I can see it in your eyes, Ahsoka, and that is discounting the fact that I am you. After all, older Ahsoka said, as she seemed to be able to determine that Ahsoka knew far more than she should at this point. Ahsoka didn't say anything else and awaited for what is to happen next, as she felt that it was going to end soon enough. Be warned, the path you walk down isn't one that many would dare. No, it is not you that walk down this path, but you master instead, and his path is not a path that is good. What do you mean? Ahsoka wanted to know what her older self was talking about. Answers will come in time. Reveal himself. Anakin Skywalker will. Your master may be someone you can love, and he could love you back forevermore. But be warned that you'll have to wait. Be warned that he isn't what he always shows himself to be. Older Ahsoka said, Joke's on you. I already know about him being Vader. Ahsoka said, thinking she had won against whatever this apparition was. Then it is as I thought. It is already too late. Older Ahsoka sighed, then vanished. What was that about dash? Ahsoka was thinking to herself before she was pulled from the sleeping world and drawn out into the waking one. Padme was within the ship, and she was sleeping, but she was woken up by a noise. Revenge. What? Padme yawned before getting up, only to not see anyone around her. After exiting her room, she was unable to find anyone else as well, meaning that she had been left all alone, but this was strange, as they wouldn't just up and leave without her. Well, maybe they would have. It wasn't that she actually believed they didn't care about her, just that they may have left her because they didn't want to wake her or something like that. But that would just be silly. Hello, Padme called out. Revenge. A whisper was heard on the wind, and Padme was slightly drawn to go outside of the ship, which exposed herself to the cave Jabitha had gotten them in. It was lit up by blue lights, which came out of the dead, but not dead plants inside. Is anyone there? Padme called out again, this time taking one step closer to her goal. Revenge is what you want, right? Another Padme appeared before herself. Who are you? Padme asked, unsure of how to respond to their now being another her. What do you mean? I am you. This version of Padme had strange markings on her face and seemed to be pronounced within the dark side of the Force. You are not. While Anakin had told Padme that both the light and dark were necessary for balance, that didn't mean she didn't have her own unconscious biases. Just like the rest of the girls that had their own origins, whether this be within the Jedi or the Sith. Oh, but I am. Do you not want to see who you truly are? You are the chosen of the chosen ones, so to speak, and it is not just yourself, but all of those other girls as well. Dark Padme said as she came one step closer to real Padme. Are you referring to Anakin? Padme asked. Of course I'm silly. Dark Padme chuckled a little here before appearing behind Padme and spooking her. Anakin is the only one, of course. Whether this be for me or for you. Dark Padme continued. Why are you here? Padme asked. Do not fret. I'm only here to show you that you are more in line with the dark side of the Force. Of course, Ani already knew of this, but he didn't want to tell you. How sweet. Darth Padme had a very loving and somewhat obsessive smile as she said this. You are wrong. Padme refuted, but she had an inclination herself about her own alignment. She had done a lot of selfish things, but at the same time, she had also done a lot of things that were for others. This all relied on perspective, however, as one doesn't know, or they do, about the benefits there are in helping others. For when you help someone, they are kind of indebted, even if they aren't, and because of this, they would be more willing to help you out in certain things. Am I? Come now, Padme. Don't lie to yourself. You have already done so before when you told our beloved that you do not wish to have children with him then and there. Look where that got you. Darth Padme pointed out to a blurry image of Ayla having a rather plump belly due to pregnancy. I know that you are jealous. To not be the first one to have his children. It must make you frustrated, doesn't it? Darth Padme continued. I admit that it does, but that doesn't matter now that I've told him. Padme answered back. Well, at least there is that. But remember, right now you should not lie to yourself most of all. If not to Ani, then most certainly not yourself as well. Darth Padme said as she looked into Padme's eyes. You are who you are, and Anakin has already accepted this about you. You know this already. Darth Padme started to vanish with Padme, starting to feel weird, as if her world was starting to fall in on itself, before she was awoken to the waking world. One may wonder about the timeline of events, but most of what is going to happen next is before Anakin and the group landed on Mortis. Dooku, otherwise known as Darth Tyrannus for his Sith Master, who is the one running the Galactic Republic as of this moment. He is a man that had seen through the corruption of the Republic and knew that sooner or later he would be leaving. The build-up to his departure wasn't anything too grand, but it had him trying to have some small form of protest that didn't work. He at first from with the Jedi, trying to make them see the error of their ways, even towards his own master, Master Yoda. But his pleas and criticisms fell on deaf ears, blind eyes, and in general blocked-off senses. Even the Jedi Order's capability to empathize with others was greatly hampered by their lifestyle and the way they try to live their lives. They disconnected themselves from the mundane world and became monks that were holier than thou, which resulted in many, many failings. There was the fact the Jedi constantly lied to the Senate about how powerful their abilities were, specifically in the instance where their abilities to foresee the future was diminished, and no one had thought to tell the Senate about this. The Jedi's abuse of their powers through the use of mind-altering and manipulation-type abilities on innocent people, especially when it came to their inability to see that taking children away from their families was something incredibly wrong. Years-long training programs used to initiate their new members, which were in a sense a way to brainwash the children into the way or lifestyle of the Jedi Order. Children as young as the age of 3 were taken from their homes, their families, and then are forced into indentured servitude right from a young age. Forced due to things like blind combat with droids, along with simulated initiation tests that see the children within fighting in life or death scenarios to test their Force abilities. If the Jedi really cared about the children they took, then they would know that it is scientifically proven that it is wrong to separate children from their parents. Ignorance leads to suffering, and suffering lead to hate. Something that Dooku had seen before, and if Anakin heard these thoughts, he would say this was also exactly what had happened to the original Anakin. Because of the Jedi ignorance, it led to original Anakin's suffering, and because of his suffering, it led to his hate of the Jedi Order. The legacy of the Jedi Order is not about doing the right things. No. The Jedi's legacy is about putting toddlers into slavery, deceiving their parents, and then brainwashing said toddlers into becoming unquestioning members of their cult. This wasn't something Dooku had learned on his own, but had been told by someone else very recently. By the Empyrean's emperor, Anakin Skywalker. It seemed like he was able to perfectly encapsulate what the Jedi had become. Or was it what the Jedi always were? And that is just the tip of the iceberg, believe me. Something else that had intrigued Dooku was that Anakin could say this even coming from the Jedi. The lies. Their actions, hubris, hypocrisy, their outright refusal to give up control would result in the dark side's rising to power and the eventual downfall of the Republic. Quite possibly, the Jedi's greatest failure is perhaps their inability to change. Their inability to accept that they are in the wrong and then change because of it. Darth Tyrannus. How good of you to join me. Dooku had come to Coruscant on the orders of his master, Darth Sidious, because he wanted to tell him something important, but also be better prepared for the events that would happen. Not that Dooku was about to let Sidious gain control fully, as he had been awakened to Sidious and his way. He is intently aware that Sidious may very well be trying to kill him off in the search of a better apprentice for himself. Dooku is aware of his own flaws, or flaws within the eyes of Sidious that would make him an apprentice that may not be to his liking. Master. Dooku got down on one knee as he bowed in servitude to Sidious. You may rise. Sidious gestured and allowed Dooku to rise. Yes, Master. Dooku got up and then continued to ask himself, if I may ask, my master, but I am unaware of the reason you have brought me here. Yes, I think I would do nicely. Sidious seemed to have this smile on his face that was absolutely radiating mad glee. I have brought you here for something important, something of extreme importance, and it is somewhat akin to a test of sorts. A test. Dooku said this in a questioning tone, knowing not to question Sidious, but instead redirect oneself in a way that would enable his mindset of power. Yes, a test that is for you in particular. I've been holding back on teaching you some more of the more powerful or dangerous secrets of Sith power, for I have been cautious of your loyalty. However, you have proven yourself to be a very loyal apprentice. So, I have decided that it is time that you go through a test to learn some of the secrets to immortality. Sidious, of course, wasn't going to teach him anything, but wanted to lower Dooku's guard for what will happen next should not be something he is expecting. What is this test, Master? Dooku was now curious at what it could be while at the same time expecting it to also be some sort of sadistic game. Curious, aren't we? Sidious started to walk around Dooku before blasting force lightning at the man, fully prepared to harm him at the very least. Dooku didn't see this coming, but he ignited his own lightsaber and quickly diverted the force lightning before it could hit him. Laughing with madness, Sidious stopped what he was doing and looked at his apprentice, who was sweating a little bit after that exchange. Dooku was not young anymore, and it would take time for him to recover if he was harmed as well. Some heavy breathing was heard from Dooku as he was exhausted after that exchange. Dooku didn't say anything and instead gave a confused look, which was something Sidious easily answered. You have done your job, but your death would end the Separatist movement much better. I will use your death and then make the Separatists come under myself. They would not refuse the offer I am to propose to them. And given that the Trade Federation has dissolved as well, it only makes it all the more easily to control the assets under the Separatist control. Imagine if I came with you, dead or alive. Another long blast of force lightning went Dooku's way as Dooku was forced to use his lightsaber once again to absorb and redirect the lightning's energy away from himself. A cackling was heard coming from Sidious, as if this was some sort of joke to him, which would have angered Dooku, but he knew that he was not Sidious' match. Most certainly not his match by having created distance between himself and Sidious. Why? Dooku questioned as the lightning came to an end. Did I not explain to you why? My apologies, Tyrannus. Your usefulness has come to an end, and the Empyrean has become too much of a problem. Then there is the conflict within the Senate. I may have emergency powers, but it would seem that even with this, my authority is starting to decrease. Sidious said, and it was all because of taking the deal the Emperor from the Empyrean had created. If I didn't know any better, I would say that the Emperor had planned for this to happen from the start. Sidious continued, then what would you gain from me dying? Dooku wanted to know, but he was in actuality trying to stall for time. Time enough for him to escape, for he knows that Sidious wouldn't want him alive and instead was trying to kill him. Oh, who said I am the one to kill you? Sidious had stopped attacking him by now and instead gestured to another area of their meeting place. Some abandoned building way far out of the Republic's capital of Coruscant, but still on the planet. Come out, my budding apprentices. Yes, master. The being that came out was quite tall, but the most distinct features of this person indicated that he was a Gungan. Yes, master. The next to come out was a human. They were Ferrus Olin and Jar Jar Binks, two incredibly powerful Sith apprentices that Sidious had decided to take under himself. He has had enough following the rule of two from those of the past, and instead would focus on having more than one. He had already gotten into whatever Dooku was doing, so he might as well also embrace this change. He was getting desperate after all, so he used Ferrus Olin's dislike of Anakin Skywalker, and then changed him into his own apprentice. When it came to Jar Jar, Sidious didn't need to do much to shift and transform Jar Jar's mind into the allure of the dark side, using his insecurities against him, and proving to Jar Jar that people didn't like him, in turn made Jar Jar not like others. And once that started, it was all downhill from there. So, what do you think? Sidious asked his other apprentice, Dooku, who was now on the opposing side of himself. Nothing? Kill him. Sidious then ordered Jar Jar and Ferrus to attack Dooku. Dooku would easily outclass the both of them, but there seemed to be something strange about the power behind these two. Jar Jar shouldn't have come this far already without any training, and Ferrus shouldn't have been this skilled with a lightsaber. But in the end, Dooku was defeated. Dooku was on the edge of a long drop off of the old, rotting and decaying building everyone was on. Jar Jar was approaching along with Ferrus. I am sorry, my apprentice, Darth Tyrannus, but I have noticed some of your activities, and they seem to be going against myself. Sidious spoke as he waited for Dooku's end, tormenting him. Darth Jar Jar just wouldn't fur, so I decided that Jar Jar shall be reborn as Darth Immerbos. Then for Ferrus, he goes by Darth Vader. Quite nice, aren't they? Jar Jar and Ferrus, or should one say, Immerbos and Vader raised their own lightsabers, red and glowing ominously. They both lunged forward, only for Dooku to willingly throw himself off of the edge of the building. Well, that should be the end of him, Sidious said, feeling that Dooku would be dead. Dooku had not in fact been killed off, and had secretly survived the descent from the building. He landed not so gracefully, but landed nonetheless and was able to make his way towards the Jedi, for they would want to know some things. He wouldn't just show himself, however, and instead he would be trying to move himself to find someone he is familiar with. I only hope he is here. Dooku was thinking about his own apprentice, Qui-Gon Jinn, when he was a Jedi. Sneaking into the Jedi temple wasn't too hard, and Dooku was going to go as fast as he could, for he couldn't allow Sidious to continue his plans. Where would he be? Dooku knew that Qui-Gon wasn't someone to be here within the Jedi High Council, but he had already been going around checking up on every area that he believed Qui-Gon to be. Unfortunately, he wouldn't find a student to help him, and instead, he would only find himself needing medical treatment. I doubt the Jedi would keep me here, and they wouldn't believe what I say. Did you hear? A voice spoke as they were passing by where Dooku was. Did I hear what? You know, about Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn. Oh, no, I hadn't heard. I was out on a mission. There were two voices, and they were speaking to each other about Qui-Gon, which prompted Dooku to follow these two to see where the conversation went. If he didn't hear the information he was looking for, he was very willing to just take them both and force them to be quiet while also extracting information from them. So, what happened to the Master? You really haven't heard? He went to the Jedi High Council a few days ago. Remember, I was out on a mission. Right. Anyway, Master is known for not liking the Jedi Code all too much. I am pretty sure everyone knows of this, especially since he was one of the Chosen One's teachers. Well, Master Qui-Gon has left the Order. What? Even Dooku was surprised at this revelation, for he had not left the Jedi even after his own apprentice had left, neither when he discovered when and why Dooku had left as well. Yeah, he left. Supposedly, he has left the Order and has gone over to the Empyrean, where the Chosen One is, believing that he is still brining balance to the Force somehow. That sounds reasonable. From what I have heard, the Empyrean is quite the place to be, and while it isn't a republic-like government or a democracy or full democracy, the Chosen One isn't tyrant. That's not what I have heard when it comes to the things happening with those politicians within the Senate. Politicians are always arguing, and of course they would say that the Empyrean's emperor is doing something wrong. I'm starting to see their corrupt ways. The voices continued for a while, as Dooku extracted information from the both of them for a while. Kagan had gone to the Empyrean to follow after his apprentice. It made sense to Dooku now that he thought about it, for he has also kept close contact with Skywalker. I need to go to the Empyrean, then. Coughing up a bit of blood, Dooku comes to a stop. But maybe I should find a way to get myself some medical help. Here within the Republic, it would be hard to do so, and he would not have a way to escape, especially in most other areas. So he would go to the underworld of the planet. There he would find things are a bit different from what he was expecting. The girls within the ship all had their own dreams or visions that showed them things. Things about themselves, or things about what they must do and things that are to come. Now, however, their dreams and visions have come to an end. Did anyone else also experience some weirdness? Everyone had come out and meet back up within the common room. And as they did, everyone seemed to have gone through something similar. The first one to speak was Ahsoka, as she made her problems the night before known. It wasn't quite daytime just yet, but there was something that seemed like a change occurring, which led to everyone knowing the strangeness of this place. Yes, I also experienced something similar. Padme told her side of the story, leaving out some bits while keeping others, as she wasn't prepared to just say out loud that the vision was telling her to go to the dark side. She wouldn't have it. Does anyone remember when Ani said something about being taken? Ayla was the first to bring this up again, given that she wouldn't be the one involved in whatever is about to happen. Yes, he said that 2 of us will be captured, but we would be completely fine. Varys confirmed what Ayla said. Then who is going to go as tribute? Xana asked, seeing that everyone was still out of it, including herself, as she had also experienced something strange within her dream. She was confronted by the possibility of being able to properly feel things like love, just as she was starting to feel right now with Anakin. Not that she would admit it, given she is stubborn like that. I don't know. All I know is that anyone but me is to go, Ayla said, so while rubbing her slightly plump belly. Right. Since no one else seems to want to be going now, I think that I will offer myself up first, Ahsoka said as she glanced at everyone. As while they were safe in knowing that they would be fine, it would seem that they all wanted to stay behind with Ayla within Jabbatha. Anyone else then? Padme asked, seeing that they didn't want to get involved, and one would think that they would want to because Anakin was, but that wasn't how things work. They were not scared and didn't fear what was to come, but instead they all wanted to do other things. Specifically, they wanted to go back to their rooms and meditate on their one dreams and think on the things that they were shown. I think everyone here has something else to do, right? Shock said as she also looked at everyone, seeing right past everyone's desire to explore just what their dreams and their visions were meant to mean. Fine. I will go with Ahsoka. Well, you can all stay here to deal with. Well, whatever it is. Padme finally spoke here, as she would be the one going on the trip to where Anakin is. Great. Now let me get back to my room and play some Gamdash. Looking around, Xana stops herself from saying more, as she wasn't at all concerned about what she had experienced, and instead was much more interested in playing some games. I mean, meditating. Yeah, meditating. Sure. Everyone started to go their own ways, while Ahsoka and Padme got ready themselves to leave. Anakin only wanted 2 of them, and they also knew that it was for some reason that had to do with the inhabitants of this planet, or whatever this place is. After a while, the ship quieted down again, leaving Padme and Ahsoka to leave, and as they did, they started to make their way outside of Jabbatha. Then they would proceed to make their way out of the cave they were in as well. So, what were we supposed to do exactly? Ahsoka asked, but Padme was just as confused about what to do as Ahsoka was. How am I supposed to know? You know, Anakin doesn't like to tell us everything. Padme replied herself. Yes, that is a bit annoying. Ahsoka replied. It's okay. You could say we all have our secrets. Padme would know, as she wasn't about to just tell anyone everything. Maybe Anakin, but even then she wouldn't just tell him everything about herself. Now, would she? Not because she wouldn't tell him, but because she didn't want to do so sometimes, and it meant that she would keep things to herself. Because she had her own things she wanted to keep to herself, as it was her privacy after all, just as she didn't. Well, maybe she did want to know, and maybe even want to tell Anakin everything about herself. But it was obvious that he wasn't into knowing everything about her as much as she was. As they continued to walk, the planet that was dead or dying was starting to begin anew as the black, red grass turned green once again, and the trees which were glowing blue but with no leaves and dead started to come to life again. Things were simply becoming better and better as night turned to day. Dark turned to light, and destruction gave way to recreation. This place is getting stranger and stranger, Ahsoka said as she glanced around, looking at the planet that was becoming anew, just right underneath her. Yes, the longer we stay here, the stranger this place gets, Padme replied, also taking a look around and comparing this place to the way Anakin views the Force. The way everyone within the Empyrean Order was starting to see how the Force worked, which would only lead her to come to the same conclusion. Another step in the direction that the dark side is necessary, even though it could very well become something unnecessary because of someone turning mad by its corruption. That was just how it was, and she saw herself within that corrupted state of being, not transformed into something hideous, neither become something she was unfamiliar with, but something she does not want to admit to. Her own selfishness that has led her to this situation, where she has become someone that would abandon everything else for Anakin. Not that what she was abandoning was something that was great, but it was definitely something that may have needed her. The Republic was dying. No, is dying, and it was only a matter of time before it all came down, crashing and burning. She may not blame herself for this inevitable fall, but she would definitely still feel guilty, believing that she may have been able to change something. It appears that the planet is renewing herself. Padme continued as she further observed this place through the Force and her own physical perception of the landscape. Is what Sky Guy said even going to happen? Ahsoka questioned as they were now quite a ways off from where Jabba and the rest were, and instead were all by themselves. Not that they were unable to take care of themselves, but they would most certainly not be a match for either the son or the daughter. Don't worry, I'm sure that he has everything planned out, Padme replied, as she had full faith in whatever was going to happen. As they continued, they turned around quickly as two beings of massive proportions to themselves swooped down and caught them. Both Padme and Ahsoka were both unable to do anything in turn, and because they were able to communicate with each other, Padme calmed Ahsoka down before she did anything. Calm down. This must be what Anakin was referring to. It was a mental message sent, where the two creatures that have them now couldn't hear. Okay. Ahsoka stopped her struggle as they both would just have to enjoy the ride, for if they don't see Anakin soon, then they would struggle and properly go against these things. But for both Ahsoka and Padme, they would both receive a message from Anakin to not panic soon after, and that they should properly remain quiet for now. It is time to know the truth about who you really are. The Father spoke, as we rejoined both Anakin and the Father within a place that was not too dissimilar to a proper arena. It also was a place that seemed to have symbolism in relation to the balance of the Force. Above, the transformed son and daughter both hold their own captives. Padme was within the grasp of the daughter, while the son had Ahsoka within his own grasp. Knowing perfectly well that everything was now within his control, Anakin allowed things to play out as they were supposed to. The two children land either side of both Anakin and the Father. Hello. Nice of you two to join us. Anakin spoke as he waved hello to both Ahsoka and Padme, as they were both safe and unharmed. Of course, one would or should be more worried, but because they were so close, Anakin knew he has complete control over the situation. And they didn't even need to be this close. Sky Guy, what the hell are we doing here again? Ahsoka asked, wanting to know what was going on while Padme kept quiet, feeling strangely comfortable in the grasp of the being that holds her. Despite the situation she was in, it was like all of her fears were washed away about being more in tune with the dark side, while Ahsoka didn't exactly feel comfortable but did want to escape and embrace Anakin, which wasn't something new, but it was like her innate desires or passions were being inflamed within the presence of the Son. Passion for Anakin, of course. So why do you have these two captured? I would suggest you let them go. Anakin spoke to the Father as he was the one truly in charge. I have ordered my children to kill your friends. The question is, the Father chose this moment to reappear back on top of the viewing platform and instead started to look down on the situation happening. Which one will you choose to save? Your wife or your apprentice? Strange how things have turned out. It was not originally supposed to be like this, but perhaps this may be a better way to decide the claims of you being the chosen one. The next sequence of events that happened next went in a similar manner to how it did within the original, with Anakin saving both Ahsoka and Padme before exerting his control over the both of them. Specifically exerting his control over the daughter and the son, by then proceeding to make them both kneel before him. He would be lying if he said that he didn't like the power flowing through him as of this moment, because it was quite addictive, but it wasn't a part of his own, and instead it was something that was enhanced by being here. Not that he would be unable to replicate what he had just down, but it was because he was using the actual force rather than his own energy field. It was surprisingly easy enough, with no resistance at all, and the energy he felt coursing through him was definitely the force trying to sway him once again. It doesn't lack in taking whatever moment it has to try and persuade him into doing what it wanted. Not that he wasn't already doing it. He was just accomplishing the prophecies assigned to him in a different way or manner to how they would have been initially received. After the whole process of night turning day, day turning night, destruction, creation, dark light, in the end, all that mattered was that Ahsoka and Padme were okay. They both went up to him instead of backing away, for they knew they would not be actual distractions to his magnificent display of force ability. Instead, by them both being closer to him, his abilities only get more powerful, as this was how the dyad worked. The son and daughter had transformed back into their humanoid forms, bowing before Anakin like the emperor that he is. And now you see who you truly are. The Father had come down to speak some more, also looking towards Anakin and seeing that he was current being embraced by the two females that were brought here. This is wrong. What is? Anakin questioned, for he didn't know what the Father was referring to. This isn't how it was supposed to be. You are the chosen one, but... The Father left off, giving Anakin a 1,000-yard stare. Only the chosen one could tame both of my children. Well, I've taken your test. Now what? Well, yes. First you must understand the truth. The Father seemed nonchalant about the situation. Now all of you leave us. Father, I deny that he is the chosen one. Look at him and what he is. He can't dash. The son tried to make a stand, but was interrupted. Quiet. Leave now with your sister and these two girls that are wrapped around the chosen one. The Father's authority was hardly ever questioned by the son, but it would seem he was becoming more and more chaotic, just as the daughter was changing as well. It would seem that something was changed, different in a manner, and it all started with Anakin arriving on this place. In this place. Be careful, Ahsoka said, not trusting anyone here as she went along with Padme, who also showed her care and concern by giving Anakin a peck on the cheek before moving along, while taking a close look at the daughter. Ahsoka and Padme would be spending a bit of time with the daughter for now. Do you feel your destiny? You must see it now. I am dying, and you must replace me. The Father said after everyone had left. Replace you? I am sorry to say that I am unable to stay here. Now, with everything else going on, I can't. Anakin replied to the Father's words. But this is yours. It has been foretold. The chosen one shall remain to keep my children in balance. The Father seemed to be surprised that Anakin would reject him, even knowing that Anakin is also an emperor now of sorts and had other responsibilities. No, Anakin replied matter of fact, but just because he wasn't going to stay, that didn't mean anything as of this moment, for there were still things happening. Things changing and the very course of history changing, because Anakin was so different from his original self. Even more so because he was challenging the fate and destiny of not only himself, but for others as well. Specifically the things happening to the daughter and the son. I cannot force you to do this. The choice must be yours. But leave and your selfishness shall haunt you. in the galaxy. Truly, why do my thoughts wander to the Chosen One? The daughter questioned herself on this matter, as it was not normal for her to think of things down on such a personal level. She would usually be much more disconnected and would rather think of everyone, instead of just herself. But her thoughts wandered to Anakin, and most important, wondered to why she wanted to be near him in a much more intimate manner, such that she would not even mind his touch. It was an incredibly strange experience, and that she would even allow him to do so. Why? She questioned herself. Whatever her reasoning may be, she would surely find out soon enough, as she had a feeling that the Chosen One, along with his small group, would not be leaving so soon. Anakin. A voice echoed within his head as Anakin was now back with Ahsoka and Padme, specifically at the living ship, Jabba. He was meditating to himself within his own room, as after everyone had come to him for some more explanations, he decided to put that off for now, as he knew that some meditation was in order. Within his mental world, Anakin was alerted to an intruder, one that he allowed. He was most curious as he had seen the reaction of the son, and he wanted to know why the son would still try and get into his head and communicate with him. He clearly didn't believe Anakin to be the Chosen One, but that didn't mean anything, since the son may be trying to use Anakin to escape. It was entirely possible for such a thing to happen after all. It's true. What they say. Another him came forward, and he walked on water within this place, for Anakin was not within his own mind, but instead the mind of the son. You are the Chosen One. Join me. Together, we could change the balance of the universe. My friend, it would seem that the son had forgotten that Anakin had seen his outburst. I think you forget, but I did happen to hear what you said. I thought you didn't believe I was the Chosen One. Anakin said, "Oh, that? I was simply misinformed and had failed to realize the truth at the time." The son responded, "Misinformed, eh? Then, you must know that I would not become a Sith." Anakin continued where he left off. "Sith? You make it sound so simple. There is no dark without the light. There isn't simply one without the other, as that wouldn't be balance." The son replied, "I know of this. I was just hoping to make a point with what I said." Anakin said, "And what point would that be?" The son replied with a question, "That I would simply not conform to whatever you wish for me to do. You clearly know that I am not the Anakin Skywalker that would have became the Sith Lord known as Darth Vader." Anakin said. The son visibly recoiled and took a step back. "H, how do you know that?" he exclaimed, not really scared but definitely surprised at Anakin's declaration. "Because I do." Anakin had a smirk on his face, as while the son was taller than him, he didn't fear, for he had men larger than him under himself. In fact, at one point, he would have been the same height as this being before him. "Your tricks will not work on me, and you were smart to call me to your mindscape instead of try and come into me own. I knew it. You are not the Chosen One," the son said, seemingly confirming to himself that Anakin was the Chosen One. "Oh no, you are not right. You are very, very wrong, because I am in fact the Chosen One that you want, your father wants, and the daughter wants," Anakin said, taking a step forward, representing that Anakin was in more control of the situation than the son was, even if they were both within the son's mind. "You are wrong. My sister would never be interested in you, for she is not like that. My father may believe that you are the Chosen One, and you may have proven to all of us your power to control myself and my sister, but that means nothing. You have upset the balance with your existence. Do you not feel what you have done is wrong?" The son was still trying to manipulate Anakin. "I do not care what the Force wants," Anakin simply stated. "What?" The son was confused. "You heard me right. I don't care for what the Force wants at all. I have had my fair share of being pushed, and whatever you say will not come in the way of what I think is right." Anakin continued stepping forward, which started to break the illusion or place they were in. The light that the son envisioned within his mind was all a ploy after all, and what was behind the curtains was his domain. The volcano of Mortis that was steeped in dark side energies. "I don't understand. How could you listen to the will of the Force? For it is the very thing that guides you. It should call to you and tell you of your destiny." The son said, "My destiny and fate is my own, and so should the destinies and fates of others be their own to make as well." Anakin said, "You are wrong. You are most definitely the red herring, and are most definitely the antithesis of the Chosen One. The Son was now more confident in himself, and stepped forward himself, further closing the distance between himself and Anakin. You're not balanced. You have only brought disorder to the galaxy. Have I? I believe and have actually seen the changes I've brought. While not all to my liking, it is still then more than enough for myself and others. Anakin replied, while turning this mindscape into his own control, allowing him to show the Empyrean to the Son. That is wrong. You are wrong. The Son pointed to Anakin, for this was not the plan and was not exactly what was foretold. I guess I am, aren't I? Anakin just smiled a disarming smile, but he was kicked out of the mindscape of the Sons and instead found himself back on Jabbatha. There was some silence within his room, as he could very faintly hear some argumentative noise outside his room. Due to his enhanced senses and due to the girls probably playing some game where they fighting with each other. Well, that went better than I thought. Anakin, of course, didn't actually think this, but knew that what he had done was provoke the living embodiment of the dark side, meaning that he could very well try and breach Jabbatha's barrier. Not that he could, but he would certainly try and kidnap someone like he had originally. He may do so because things were not going to his plan, or it may be that he was becoming insecure in knowing that Anakin would not become Darth Vader, not knowing that Anakin had become an embodied Darth Vader to some sense. I wonder what will happen next. A sound of pain was heard from outside, as someone had just tried to breach the barrier set up around Jabbatha. This alerted everyone to someone's presence, which was in fact the Son. In actuality, the Son would have been able to get in if Anakin wasn't here, and the only reason he had not made it in was because Anakin had reinforced Jabbatha's shielding. Of course, if the girls knew he was coming, then they could have come together with Jabbatha to enhance the shields as well. Who is it? Ayla called out as she went forwards, identifying that it was indeed the Son. What do you want? She called out, not afraid to face off against something or someone that was possibly stronger than herself. The Son didn't say anything in reply, and instead started to attack the force field surrounding Jabbatha. But it was useless, for his use of force lightning was unable to break down the barrier. Anakin had already exited the ship, and was already making his way over to the Son while having a calm look on his face. Hey! The force lightning stopped as the Son realized that the person he was after was right in front of him. Chosen One, you have come, the Son said, seeing Anakin, and he had even stepped outside of the barrier. Ani, what is going on? Through the speaker, Ayla was able to get this out, but Anakin didn't verbally reply, but instead sent a message through the dyad he shared with each of them. Anakin told to stay within for now and go back to doing what they were, for he has everything under control, and instead he walked forward towards the Son. I am out. Now what do you want me for? Anakin waited for a response. Oh, you wish to question me? Then you must first catch me first. The Son transformed and instead headed toward another direction, away from everyone, leaving Anakin to try and catch up to him. Anakin didn't go after him, knowing that he wanted to follow him. Instead, he had other ideas in particular that would be getting to go towards the monastery again. For Anakin wanted to hear more conversation between all of the Mortis gods. You are growing stronger, my son, the father said. Am I father? The Son replied. Vanity, however, is getting the better of you. The father responded. How so? The Son questioned. You have done what is forbidden. The daughter got up, planning to follow along where the father and the Son were going to walk as they do. You have chosen the dark side and allowed it to feed your anger and your desire for power. By bringing the Chosen One here, you have shown me my potential. You've only yourself to blame. The Son exclaimed. Do not do this, son. Do not become what you should not. Be strong, I implore you, or else I will be forced to contain you. The father explained. You look frail, father. The Son said. I'm not dead yet. The father replied, thinking that it was strange for his son to say that, but didn't otherwise say anything else. Well, perhaps I am tired of waiting. The Son then from behind the father attacked him using red force lightning, making the father become harmed. I hate you. The Son seemed to have fully lost himself within the dark side, not having any control whatsoever. Anakin was a witness to such an event, as the Son then transformed and flew off, leaving Anakin to move forwards. "Father." The daughter came rushing out of the monastery. Well, things seemed to be going in a similar fashion. Anakin thought to himself as he helped the daughter bring the father inside to heal him. Sometime later, we rejoin Anakin, the daughter, and the father as they are. The father is unconscious while the daughter was trying to help the father as he needed rest, while Anakin was just sitting there watching. He could probably help as well, but he didn't exactly want to help yet, for that isn't how the Force wants it, of course. He would be going against the Force soon enough by changing the events, but so far nothing too much has changed, and everything is going according to plan. So, Anakin began, seeing that the daughter would not start any conversation. "My father needs some rest," the daughter said out of nowhere. "Sure, whatever you say." Anakin didn't care too much, but he knew that whatever happens here come act as some form of symbolism for what he would be doing. Originally, by having all three of the Mortis gods die, Anakin would see that this was what he would do to the galaxy. The daughter, representative of the Force, shall die first, meaning the Jedi shall die. Then the father shall harm himself to then kill the son, whom is the representative of the dark side, meaning that the Sith shall come to an end after the Jedi. At least that was how it originally went, but with what Anakin was doing, those things would probably not happen. "How can you be so irritating?" the daughter all of a sudden said. "What?" Anakin was confused. You are my thoughts all of the time. This is unlike me," the daughter said. "What do you mean?" Anakin was getting a little freaked out here, for this wasn't supposed to be in the script. He most certainly didn't foresee this coming his way. The infatuation of the daughter was most certainly not what he was expecting. The daughter got up and started to walk away, probably signifying that Anakin follow along. "You see, I am the ultimate representation of the light side of the Force. My brother is the representation of the dark side of the Force. I am selflessness, while he is selfishness, but, of course Anakin would follow along, for he is interested. The daughter turned to him and came incredibly close. "I am interested in you much more than what I should be. I even allowed you to touch me." She seemed to get a blush on her face as she said this. "Hey, I didn't think that this would be my fault." Anakin really had no idea as to what was going on. He didn't even form a dyad with her yet, so he didn't think they had any proper compatibility or anything like that. "Also, please calm down. Don't you think we should take care of your brother first? Something strange would be happening, and it would happen once the son dies, but that should come at a later time for now. The daughter is exploring her new feelings. I apologize. I know that this isn't what I am supposed to be like, but I can't stop these feelings. I wish to know what they mean," the daughter said as she was right next to Anakin, practically ready to pounce on him. Calm down. Let's deal with the son first. Please." Anakin had to take a few steps back as she did come uncomfortable close. "Right. Please follow me. I know of what could help." The daughter started to lead Anakin in another direction, and he was hoping that it wasn't her bedroom, for if it was then he may very well have to run. "Come with me, please." The daughter then gestured for Anakin to follow along. At another place on Mortis, Anakin and the daughter find themselves entering a cave, dark and deep, and surprisingly moderate in temperature. Within this cave, there was a ledge that allowed Anakin to view everything below being an object that seemed to be housing something while being surrounded by some blue-green fire. The entire cavern was quite large and also clear enough for Anakin to see pretty far down, but there was a problem, so to speak, where the place was covered in a fog. Or at least lower than the object they are here for is covered by a blue-green fog, meaning that Anakin doesn't know what is further down if one is to fall. Walking down the steps, Anakin couldn't help but continue questioning the daughter. "So, you have an interest in me?" "Yes," the daughter responded matter of fact, with no hesitation about what she feels. "Do you mind telling me what this feels like?" Anakin asked. "I can do you one better. I could send you my emotions and allow myself to be open, for this is probably the best way to display my emotions." The daughter replied, "Isn't that a bit intimate of an action?" While sensing emotions wasn't considered intimate, the very act of opening oneself up to another in that way could be considered intimate. Of course, it isn't on the level of being lovers or anything like that, since it could be done with family as well. But in general, one would not do so with complete strangers or even friends. It isn't exactly something public, but instead should be considered private, especially in the way the daughter wanted to do so with him. I am aware. The daughter glanced his way, but seemed hesitant to continue looking at him, whether that be his physical form or even to just talk and look into his eyes, which caused her and her feelings to fluctuate. But I had a feeling if I do not open up, then I would regret not finding out what this means. She really was trying hard to avoid eye contact. Okay then. Anakin extended himself and allowed himself to be immersed in her feelings while they came down the steps and stopped. Do you feel it? The daughter asked. Yes. Anakin's brows were furrowed as he was a bit confused as to what this emotion was. It wasn't something that could easily be defined, and it felt similar to what Anakin would only identify as romantic or physical attraction. He didn't know what to tell her. Yes. What is it? She got very close to him again and was very close to his face, given that she was taller than him as well, she looking down on him. Not in a negative way, but because she was taller was only natural. She wasn't too much taller, but enough to where she would have to look down and for Anakin to look up. I don't know what to tell you. You may not like what I suggest. Anakin replied and would have taken a step back, but he would then fall down. I would like to know, the daughter said, disregarding Anakin's warning. All right, but I think that it would be better if I opened up a little myself so you can compare the feelings. Is that all right with you? Anakin was planning to prove it much better, so she wouldn't just outright deny the feelings and instead would offer up his own experiences so she could compare the two. See that? Sighing, the daughter then continues. Okay, I will do as you say. After a short while, the daughter comes to after Anakin had sent through between each other like it was some sort of internet connection that allowed them to pass messages and send files. In a way, that is what the Force is capable of doing. But this would suggest. The daughter didn't seem to want to agree with the findings, but the truth and proof was all offered up to her. Something that she would have never thought possible, and neither would her father or brother would think possible as well. Yes. Anakin nodded. Getting over this subject for now, the daughter then looks down towards the object contained within some sort of device. I can go no further. When you reach the altar, it will give you what you need. What is done there? Anakin wasn't about to start pushing the previous topic with her, and instead was much more interested in the artifact below. He who wields the blade will be able to control my brother, the daughter said, which then prompted Anakin to start jumping towards the altar. The altar of Mortis. An altar located in a cave on the ethereal planet Mortis in wild space. It held the dagger of Mortis. It was located in a deep cave at the bottom of a staircase, and it was surrounded by a green aura of fire, which one had to cross in order to retrieve the mystical weapon. It was designed so that certain members of the family of Force wielders resident on the planet, called the Overlords or the Ones, could not retrieve the dagger. The altar opened before Anakin as he got closer, and it started to shift, transform into another object that would allow Anakin to extract the blade held within. Touching the handle and bringing it out, the hilt of the dagger, in a weird manner, starts to exude a weird show of mist as a blade starts to form. It was not too dislike what a lightsaber would be like, and instead of the whole flashy lightsaber show of energy, this thing was more like magic. More like an actual magical artifact, rather than anything with real science behind it. If Anakin could put a word to it, it looked more like a short sword rather than a dagger, but it could still be classified as such. The dagger of Mortis, simply referred to as the Mortis dagger, was a mystical weapon that resided on the altar of the wild space world of Mortis. The weapon was kept hidden on the realm of Mortis by the father, who kept it as a means that could control his children, the daughter and the son. The weapon was capable of controlling the sibling pair of powerful Force wielders, and it was also capable of killing them, if necessary. When used on the father, however, his death at the hands of the dagger would rob his children of their immortality. That is right. The Force wielders' immortality isn't exactly a result of them being living embodiments of the Force, nor is it the result of their species, but the result of the Force and the father allowing his children to keep their youth. for they did not have true immortality, as once the father died, they would no longer be able to live forever. This can be used on the son, but it could also be used on yourself. Why did you trust in me that I would not abuse this weapon? Anakin asked the daughter as she was above him, still on the steps watching him now, with dagger in hand. I trust in a bond we now share. The daughter replied, something that Anakin wasn't really expecting a straight answer on. Bond? I'm unaware of what bond you speak of. Anakin has had his fair share of knowing when special bonds between himself and others form, specifically dyad bonds, but he had felt no such thing, and the daughter has seemingly identified something like that between the two. I see it now. The reason for you being here and the reason for my change. You may not realize it yet, but we are bonded. If not now, then in the future. The daughter spoke as if she was some sort of prophet. Anakin didn't want to argue anymore and instead would like to go towards the sun right now. So he flew over to where the daughter was. Let's go then. He questioned, unsure of where she suddenly got the confidence to be so close to him. Yes, let's. She didn't mind touching him now. It would seem as she would constantly take many chances upon chances to try and arouse him. In what way, one might ask. Even he didn't know what she was doing, for she was extremely awkward. How am I going to explain this? Anakin thought to himself, as no doubt the girls would be suspicious. It was his idea to come here after all, and because of this he would be blamed for whatever happens next. Sister, what a pleasant surprise. The son spoke as the daughter, and Anakin didn't exactly make themselves known, but didn't hide as well, as they entered. And you brought a friend. The son turned around from his own place, that held a throne of its own. They were within the sun's cathedral. The cathedral was created by the sun as his personal fortress and residence. Made of a light-absorbing black rock, the base of the tower was circular and resembled the rib cage of a giant beast. The summit of the tower was crowned by a glowing green orb, while inside, cells and oubliettes were located at the end of maze-like hallways. Smaller towers were located around the central tower of the cathedral, with a courtyard connecting them all. The sun maintained a throne room at the midway point of the central tower. What have you done, brother? The daughter asked, given that nothing had really happened, but at the same time he had the audacity to go after Anakin. If Anakin was not on the ship at the time, the sun would have easily breached through Jabbatha and taken one of the girls. Most probably Padme or Xana, given it was these two that were the most allured to the dark side. Of course, there was always the possibility that he would have tried to take someone else as well, since all of them had the seeds of the dark side within them. Anakin hadn't held back his teachings for them simply because they were once Jedi and had instead allowed them to choose. It was not something he could decide on. Even as Ahsoka's master, he would be unable to choose what she wanted for herself. It was not his decision, just as it wasn't there for what he wants as well. Done? I have done what is right. Or what is wrong, depending on your point of view. The son said, Our father is dying. Did you do it? The daughter was outraged, for she loved her father, just as she may also be loath to admit it. But she also held familial love for her brother as well. He is just so selfish, and Anne was taken along to die. So, I decided to move things along. The son said before continuing while seated on this throne. Now, why are you here? I won't let you leave this planet. The daughter seemed to think that she would be keeping the son here. You are not strong enough to keep me here. The son said, fully aware that his powers were growing because of the conflict here. Well, if I may, Anakin asked, not really caring for permission, but did so anyway, because why not? Yes? And what does the chosen one have to say? Are you going to try and keep me here as well? Along with my sister, the son wanted to antagonize Anakin, but he had no leverage over him, so he would resort to underhanded tactics, which would include verbal abuse. Not that powerful to those with the ability to ignore harmful words, but for those that were sensitive, it could work. I don't really have anything to say in particular. Just that I think it wasn't cool that you did that to your father, is all. Anakin also wanted to play some mind games with the being, given that he was trying that on him. I knew you were not the chosen one. The son said aloud. What do you mean? The daughter was curious as well, since she hadn't actually heard why he doesn't think of Anakin as the chosen one. He is a fake. It doesn't matter if I explain myself now, since I can sense the changes in you, sister. You would never believe me, and neither would Father, the son said before continuing. He is already balanced within the Force. This is not how it was supposed to be, and he is already destroying everything else as well. He is not the chosen one. He is the opposite. The son finished. And what would that be? Anakin was curious. There was some silence for a bit as the son looked at Anakin. You are a pariah, a fake. Calm down. No need to be so angry. It is only not a game. Anakin said in a voice that mocked the son. Enough. The son gestured with his hand, taking the daughter off guard as she was lifted off of the ground and thrown into the air, while Anakin was completely fine. He decided that he would capture her within his arms. The windows broke down behind the son, as one could see into the courtyard below. Thank you. The daughter had a small smile on her features, while also having a blush as well. I think that you should be more on guard next time. Anakin put her down, not feeling the weight of her body at all. She didn't even exclaim and tell him off for touching her this time, meaning that something was definitely up. Please, brother, calm down and don't let the dark side consume you. Remember what fath dash. The daughter was interrupted rudely by the son. Shut up. Another wave of the Force was sent out, and this time the daughter was ready. But she did have a thought at the back of her mind to fake being unprepared yet again, just to have Anakin pull her into his arms again. I will not hear any of it. You, my sister, are not the same. And you, the son gestured towards Anakin, trying to pull him in. You shall be killed, for you are not the chosen one and are nothing but a pariah. You also mustn't touch my sister. It is forbidden. What are you more considered about? My status as the chosen one, or your sister being touched by me? Anakin questioned the bald man with glowing red eyes, completely covered in black clothing. Be quiet. For your insolence, you must be killed. The son said, trying but failing to utilize the Force to entrap and then throw Anakin through the windows behind him. You wish to fight me? Anakin said as he allowed the son to then pull him and chuck him outside. I will be waiting out here then. He said this just as he had left through the windows and landed safely in the courtyard. What is going on here? The father entered the room as soon as Anakin had gone out the window. The son and daughter were not doing anything, but had already gone in at each other because Anakin had flown out the window. The daughter, believing that it was her turn to contribute, engaged her brother in a fight that lasted a few seconds. Stop this, the father called out, watching his children fight against each other, one using red Force lighting while it was being absorbed by the other through the use of small energy field concentrated in her hands. The father then made a gesture that easily flung both the daughter and the son out of the windows where Anakin had gone outside. Anakin outside would have dodged these two, but he instead decided that he would once again rescue his ally, the daughter, by once again getting her into his arms. Of course, he put her down after, given that he needs to have some maneuverability for what is going to happen next. Thank you once again, the daughter said while the son clicked his tongue at the display. The father descended upon the small group of three, Anakin, the daughter, and the son with his own wings. Where he was hiding them, Anakin would probably never know. So glad of you to make it to our little party, father, the son exclaimed, getting up from having fallen down and then started to blast the father with some red lightning. The father would block this blow by utilizing the same technique that the daughter had used, but you will stop this, the father commanded as he seemed tired. You are too weak for me, old man. The son then started to use his other hand, as if to back up his statement as some form of truth. You don't mean nothing to me anymore. Of course this statement isn't true, and it was just that the son was too far gone at this point, having gone to such extremes that there was probably no turning back. So powerful was the son that he had finally overpowered his father and pushed him back, fully taking the wind out of the father's sails. The son was about to continue moving forward to continue torturing his father. That was until he was stopped by Anakin. How about you stop right there? While Anakin may not hold anyone here in too high regard, given that they were all isolationist, even the daughter whom had taken a liking to him was not off of his disregard. Oh, and how will you stop me? The son was starting to get puffed up on his power, which led to some degree of arrogance. What about this? Anakin showed the dagger within his hand, fully intending to start using it when he wanted to. So you brought the dagger to me. The Chosen One and the dagger all in one place. This makes it all the more easier for me. The son didn't seem to take Anakin's threats seriously, considering Anakin hadn't shown any of his true power yet, or at least didn't show it in full, and the son was becoming more and more powerful as time passed. It only made sense that he would be so blindsided. Everything is going exactly as I've planned, the son said, while Anakin thought that he didn't actually plan this out, but who knows. You showed them the altar. The father got up from his fall and exclaimed, seeing that Anakin had his hands of the dagger of Mortis. I'm sorry, father. The Chosen One, along with the dagger, would be able to dash. The daughter was interrupted, however, as the father seemed angry. No, he is not ready. The father coughed here, but not blood, as it seemed like these didn't exactly have proper physical beings. Despite the amount of physical sensations that Anakin was able to feel from the daughter. Join me. The son gestured towards Anakin. Join me, and we shall bring balance to the universe. Is that not what you want? I thought you wanted me dead. Anakin was quick to notice the son's change in attitude once he had shown the dagger and knew that, without a moment's hesitation, that he would probably try and strike him down if he could. That is in the past now. I now see that for you to make it this far must mean you are the Chosen One. It was all a test that I had set up with the very purpose of wanting to make sure that you are the Chosen One. The son explained himself. Don't listen to him, the daughter said, as Anakin was in fact hearing the son, but wasn't really listening, as that would imply he was taking heed to what was being said. Don't interfere with our business, sister. I have my plans for you yet. The son told his sister to back off while turning his attention back towards Anakin. What say you? My friend, I am afraid that I cannot accept your offer, for there's something better that I could do. Anakin, in a symbolic gesture, started to do something strange. I did notice that there was a connection between the three of you that linked back up with your father. So, all I would need to do is either kill your father, and then kill you, or I could become the new owner of this dagger here, and the new overlord over the both of you. You wouldn't. The son seemed to not want to come under the control of another. The reason I have come here is not to deal with or mess around with some family squabbling, and I most certainly didn't want to get involved as well. I am the Chosen One you are all seeking, for I am much more than that. Anakin started to generate and unleash his own energy field that was a part of himself, kept and bundled up for the longest time now, but since this place was a magnet and amplifier of the Force, he was going to use it to his advantage. Lightning started to sparkle off of Anakin, and the night and day cycle of the planet was starting to become screwy once again, because Anakin had gotten involved. What is this? The father was starting to feel that things were going out of his control. The son was enraged once again that Anakin would go against whatever he had in mind and instead would do something on epic proportions like this. What are you doing? The daughter was the one most concerned with what Anakin was doing, for she now had a vested interest in Anakin. I ain't doing anything in particular. Anakin answered, as his voice was layered with the voices of many, just as the family here was. I just wanted to make a show to the Force that I am the captain now. What are you talking about? What you're doing is something disastrous to the balance. The father called out, having still not gotten over the damage done to him by his son. When I made that small vow all those years ago, I had said that I was the Force, and that the Force is me, Anakin said as he started to float with dagger in hand. What I meant by those words all along was not that I would give myself to the Force to become an embodiment of its will. No. What I truly meant was that I would become the Force, not the other way around, and then I would become the will of the Force, not the other way around. When I said I am much more than what the Chosen One is, or was, I meant it. I'm not simply something that can be comprehended through the use of the Force normally, for I may be a child born purely of the Force, but I am not something that is to be controlled, not to be willed and directed in a certain direction. Flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things, and I am the Force. Many voices overlapped with each other, which were in fact the voices of those that were deceased and had gone into Anakin's nascent realm of the dead. His nascent realm of heaven for all that he deemed worthy to live and may stay within and live out the rest of eternity if they wanted as spirits that may watch down upon those of their descendants. Of course, they were mostly old people that had reached the end of their ropes, but there were also those unfortunate enough to come across something, an accident or disease that the super serum would be unable to handle. This is wrong. This is all wrong. The fathers seemed distraught, as the planet itself was starting to lose color, for it was turning a bleached white. There was no green representing life, nor the color of the night. Black representing death and destruction, and all that was left in Anakin's wake was a planet that wasn't dead, but wasn't alive as well. I am the freer of people. Anakin's voice echoed like a god, as what he had done was sever the connection of this planet and make it a wound in the Force, specifically a wound in the normal Force, for his energy was still able to access the lands here. I have destroyed your grand prison here, as it shall be no more. Anakin looked around at the white grass, white lands, white trees, and gray bark of the trees. There was nothing left to indicate anything, and even the volcano itself seemed as if it was frozen in time. Everything was a white color, in stark contrast to Anakin, who seemed to be an amalgamation of color, ranging from all colors of the rainbow, and even then some, which they would be unable to even visualize. Unfortunately, the greatest prison for you, the sun, is life itself. What do you mean? The sun was in utter chaos, having lost connection to the Force with which had empowered him. And you, the Father, you are old and dying, with no telling how long you have left to live. Do you wish to stay here and wither away with the place you have come to make your home? Or do you wish to escape this place and see the galaxy one last time? The father had no words of the display of power, while Anakin turned to the daughter. You are the last. Arguably, you're also the most intriguing, for I know of how to make you in balance. You have already exhibited signs that your time is near. So dash. Anakin was going to say something more, only to be interrupted by the son. No, I have had enough of this. I will kill you, and end this farce once and for all. The son had no power, but he would still try and attack Anakin with all he had, whether that be his fists or his own access to his innate abilities. For while the Force is gone, taken from the planet, that didn't mean it doesn't still exist within the son, the daughter, or the father. They still had midi-chlorians, or at least one would assume they did. That is a bad idea. Anakin didn't do anything except defend himself as the son lunged at him, intending to try and kill him. The killing intent was clear within his eyes and without hesitation. Anakin struck him down, piercing the son's heart, ending him right then and there. Gasping, the son reached out only to fail as he started to feel weak. Anakin let him go and let him fall, safely as he wasn't about to disrespect the other two, as the son is their family after all. Brother, son, the two called out as they moved over to the son, for Anakin had done what was to be done. The father, as he arrived, coughed, knowing that his time was near, especially now that his lifeline was cut. The Force no longer being present started to take a toll on his body. What did you do? The daughter had tears in her eyes, for she was conflicted. Her family was dying. No, they were all but dead in this state. Gasping and on their last legs, with Anakin floating above them all in a position that was quite high and mighty. Anakin descended and didn't care for the woman's tears, as he knew he needed to do something like this to accomplish setting a tone. Specifically, he was creating a ripple that would forcibly remove the Force from the equation of what will happen to the father, the son, and to the daughter. The father and the son would still die, it would seem, but Anakin wasn't about to just allow things to go out of balance because he was being rebellious. Come. The daughter obliged Anakin's command with small tears in her eyes, and he looked into her for a second, trying to see why C had said that they would be bonded, knowing that this was a possible outcome, but she still insisted that they were bound. Tell me, why are we to be bound? He asked her, distracting her from the death of her family members. I saw that the daughter had seen something, But Anakin didn't want to pry no more since she was unwilling to say anything. This place will not disappear until every living being leaves, Anakin stated, looking out towards the distance, with everything having come to a standstill. That includes you. I must restore the balance now, and you're going to help me do so. What do you mean? She should hate him, but that was not within her nature, especially since she had become infatuated with him, still clinging onto the hope that Anakin was somehow going to share in her pain and suffer just as much as her in this moment. What a twisted form of love. Anakin brought her over to the sun and started to touch both the son's forehead and the daughter's. He started to bring out the special energies that made the son a part of the dark side, and using himself, he also brought out the daughter's powers, which he then created a link and formed something akin to balance. This would be symbolic for Anakin taking the Jedi, the light side, and then extracting the dark side, then forming anew these two things into something new. The Sith would still die, but the Jedi would live on through Anakin and his teaching the balance. Again, another reason why Anakin wanted to come here, for it would alter the course of history. A light started to be emitted from the daughter as Anakin passed back the powers of herself and her brother into herself, making her completely and well balanced within the Force. But by doing this, Anakin had also inadvertently created a dyad between the two. The Force was still messing with him, and it was like he would always have a small connection to the Force no matter how small. Another symbolic gesture. The daughter fell unconscious, leaving Anakin to take care of the bodies. But the father was still alive and kicking, not fully dead, yet with life force still within him, making Anakin set towards him with his daughter within his arms. Why yo you? The father was struggling. Don't worry. I think I am forced to take care of her now. Anakin replied, seeing that the man was still going. You must leave. It would seem that the father had no ill will and instead seemed to focus more on the fact that this place would probably be destroyed. The girls back with Jabitha had in fact gotten all they needed by being here, for they experienced things within themselves that would help them all confront some inner demons. For Anakin, he had also benefited as well, but the girl's journey may just be starting now. Someone in particular, Padme, was going through, some would say, is character development comparative to the others. I can't leave just yet. There are still some more interesting things for me to uncover here. Anakin said, I can make it painless, easy and simple. I could take your life here. Anakin gave his offer, for he disliked to see the old man suffering. You, careful of what your heart. Yes, I know. I am well aware of things to come and know very well I am supposed to do. Don't worry. For I shall still complete the will of the Force, for it did help me come into this world. For that, I am willing to help it out with its small problem. Anakin replied, while slinging the daughter onto his back, so he could reach down towards the father. I may not be able to save your life, but know that everything will be all right. Anakin could supercharge him with life force, but he doubts that is what the old man wants. Thank you have brought balance to this place through the death of my son, through the death of myself, and through the alignment in my daughter. You have completed the prophecy. The father managed to gasp out painfully. Quiet now. Anakin then, with a snap of his fingers, took the father's life, forever allowing the man to rest in peace. Of course, he wasn't so cruel as to not allow the father and the son a chance to go back to the Force. They had both been guided by Anakin off of this planet and into the energy field known as the Force, so that they may become one with the Force. Right, now it is time to get a move on. Anakin thought to himself as he took in the sight of what he had created. A utopia of sorts that would implode in on itself within an immeasurable but very short amount of time. It would have always come to an end, simply disappearing from the universe to never be seen again, meaning that this was a one-time trip. The amazing thing seen here would not be seen again. That is, unless Anakin has a say in it all, which he does, but it is sometimes better to let go of the past, for one to move forward much easier. Feeling the daughter on his back, he thought to himself, how am I going to explain this? I never intended for this to happen. He sighed mentally, for he was probably going to be berated for brining along yet another girl. when truly he could have brought along so much more by now. He just didn't. What happened? Back where the girls were, within Jabbatha, they had taken a back seat when all of this had happened. They had no idea what was going on, but they were not scared as of this moment, for this was something similar to what they are familiar with feeling through the Force. It was Anakin's doing, with everything becoming white, even the night and day cycles becoming messed up to whatever was happening. Ahsoka and Padme had explained to everyone what this meant and possibly what's going on, but it didn't matter. Anakin had gotten what he wanted, and it was time to leave, but not before the girls all get what they need as well. While a transformation had taken place on the planet, it had not become so bare that nothing existed here anymore, and instead, there was a few things that could still help everyone. "I am back," Anakin called out from the cave, which led to Jabbatha starting up on her own and coming outside of the cave to a good and proper view of the world, for it had become something new. The girls got out of the ship, surprised at the changes that had taken place, but even more so surprised at the person that Anakin was holding. "Who is that?" Ayla was the first to question, and she thought internally to herself. I knew it was for another woman. It isn't what it looks like." Anakin was kind of in a rough spot, for it was exactly what it looks like, and because of proximity, everyone here would be able to tell that she was connected to Anakin through a dyad as well. How could they not know when they could sense each other as well? "I think it looks like and feels like what I thought would be happening." Ayla glared at him, but otherwise didn't care too much, and the other girls were also frustrated, but again, it didn't matter much to them in this instance, since he had already gotten all of them. What was one more? Of course, they would try and monopolize Anakin for themselves, and make sure he doesn't keep going around and picking up strays. "Well, her father and brother are dead now, so..." Anakin tried to explain, but left it there, for there was no explaining this. There was, but it wasn't like it would make it any better, and instead he looked at everyone and could tell that they also held some interest in the events that had passed. Back on Coruscant, Sidious, after taking care of Dooku, had decided that it was about time he dealt with the Separatists. He may have been wiser in keeping Tyrannus alive, but it was a planned move to remove the leadership of the Separatists so that they would fall in line with what Sidious wants. My, look what we have here." Sidious moved over to the ship Dooku was on and would scour it himself, but he wasn't that sort of person. He was instead someone that got others to do his dirty work for him, and he hardly had to deal with things like this himself. Keeping his hands clean, he could avoid the responsibility of any of the failures that could happen in the case of him getting involved. One could say that this was a trait inherent or in combination with his training under Plagueis had brought to him. A trauma of sorts that ensured that if he ever did wrong, he would have flashbacks to any punishments he had received. "You two, go in and search the ship." Sidious commanded his two new apprentices, Ferrus Olin, now known as Darth Vader, and Jar Jar Binks, now known as Darth Immerbos. Immerbos and Vader would search everything within the ship, looking for anything that was of use. An example of such things were the things that Dooku had that allowed for him to communicate with those that were considered his assassins. That is right. Sidious was fully intending to take whatever or whoever Dooku had under his command under his own, for he had fully forsaken the principal rule of two. Sidious held no care for traditions and things like that, because if it didn't benefit himself in some way, then he might as well get rid of it. The rule of two was not doing him any good in this instance, and instead it was restricting his ability to do anything. "Master." The first to come out was Olin, seemingly out of breath, as Sidious did encourage infighting between his two new apprentices. He wanted them to hate each other, for even if he didn't care for the rule of two, he would still use it to his advantage. With having two apprentices, he will have them fight it out in the end, and then the winner will become his true and only real apprentice. "Yes? What have you found?" Sidious asked, as he allowed Ferrus to approach him. "Here, Master, a communication device. Immerbos is sorely lacking, Master, and I would suggest you have him killed." Vader was immediately wanting to kill off Immerbos because he got in the way of him doing things, especially with how clumsy that stupid Gungan was. "No, that is quite all right. His clumsiness serves Darth Immerbos well, for with it many would take him to be some idiot. Even if it is true, Sidious was not against verbal abuse and would do much more. Yes, master. Verdrate stepped back and instead got back on a one knee, bowing before Sidious, which only made Sidious all the more happier. Controlling and allowing these two to foster some amount of hatred for each other, instead of himself, was again allowing himself to wash his hands clean. It was a standard manipulation technique to blame another person for all of their worries or woes, when the person inflicting such pain was in fact the one at fault. But when Sidious punishes Verdrate, he says it was all Immerbos' fault, and when Sidious had begun torturing Immerbos, he blamed it on the faults of Verdrate. Bask in the glory of how insidious Sidious is. Immerbos stepped out of the ship and seemed to have a scare across his right arm, a result of the scuffle that had happened within. Or it was the result of his clumsiness. Either way, it didn't matter, for this would only fuel Immerbos' hate for Verdrate and vice versa. You two may go now. I have things to do myself. Sidious then started to leave these two, knowing that anything could happen between the two. But he had trained them well enough to where they wouldn't start attacking each other when he was within the room, but once he was out, anything could happen. From what Sidious understood, however, was that the two had some level of mutual understanding between the two of them, allowing Sidious to keep an eye on the two. He wanted to pit them against each other, not have them become friends and then turn on him, the both of them. That would be disastrous, and instead he would even make up things to torture the both of them without preamble. Now I can finally start moving things along, Sidious thought to himself as he held up the communication device. Speaking into it, Sidious probes for who this could connect to. He wants to first contact the assassins under Tyrannus and transfer their command to himself. Hello. He speaks, but there is no reply, which could mean anything, but he decides that if they shall not answer him, then he shall move on and try again some other time. Next, it is to start contacting all of the people within the separatist movement and to secretly make deals, whether this be through the use of money or other things. Hello, I would like to discuss. And he would do so without any trouble to himself, first brining everyone under himself, but he would only speak now. Later on, he would need to create several proxies for the real things instead of exposing himself. He had set up a meeting with the separatists, and they all knew about it, and had even accepted, due to Dooku's input on the matter, thus making the process all the more easier for himself to change the minds of all of these people, greedy, and indulgent wastrels that waste their time on a fight that they were cornered into. For Sidious is the true mastermind behind everything. But if he revealed that, then it would only backfire on him once he brings them to the negotiation table. They would all accept readily, and without trying to go against what he is offering, for the things he offered under the table as another person, would more than make up for it. Where am I? The daughter woke up within an unfamiliar space. She had gone through a change during the process of merging with the energies from the one Anakin had inserted into her. You're finally awake. A voice spoke to her, and the daughter saw someone that was sitting down just next to her. She was beautiful, or at least as such, because her own beauty standard were kind of skewered due to living alone for such a long time. She only had herself, her father, and her brother to gain an accurate depiction of beauty, and she didn't even think about these things before, because that was just the way she is, or that is how she was until Anakin had come, and now she was becoming more and more self-conscious. Specifically around Anakin, for she didn't want to embarrass herself around him. Where am I? The daughter questioned the person who was beside her. I think some proper introductions are in order. My name is Barris Skywalker. Barris just couldn't avoid adding the last name when introducing herself, even when just saying her first name was all someone needed. Skywalker? So you are the chosen one's wife. The daughter seemed oddly upset, but at the same time out of it, considering that she knew of Padme and of her being Anakin's wife as well. I'm but one. Barris replied. But one. The daughter was confused, but she also felt physically weird as well. What is wrong with me? She didn't know and asked Barris, for she felt smaller than she was. I don't know what you're talking about. Anakin brought you here, and you were completely the way you are now. Perhaps if you were a bit more accurate. Barris leaned in, so that the daughter knew that Barris didn't know what she was talking about. I feel smaller. The daughter had the same clothing and everything else, even the same glowing nature that she had as well. Except instead of glowing all of the time, it was more like the glow would come on and off. I don't know anything about becoming smaller, but you are also kind of like a flickering light as well. Varys gestured, pointing out to the daughter all around the room they were in was flickering, not fast, but in a slow, methodical dimming and then brightening of light. Oh, the daughter was surprised, for this was most definitely not normal. Yeah, this has been happening for a few minutes now, Varys said, looking around as the light within the room continued its display. H, how do I stop it? The daughter asked. But how the hell is Varys supposed to know? How am I supposed to know? I don't know. By the way, where's the chosen one? The daughter had to ask, her situation not really all that important for herself, and instead she was much more interested in what Anakin was doing in this moment. I suggest you focus on yourself for now, Varys replied. Anakin had gone along with the girls to head towards the well of the Fark side. For while Anakin had sucked the planet, that didn't mean it had become something the Force was unable to pass through anymore. Once it was gone, that was it, and he would rather everyone help him get everything he needs, but also at the same time use this place as something like a training ground. The only people to stay behind on Jabbatha was Barriss, the daughter, and Ayla, given that she was pregnant, and Anakin most definitely didn't want her doing anything too strenuous. Even though she would technically be able to still do things even in her current state, meaning that she wouldn't have to worry at all about the fetus of the child. Anakin was just being cautious, and Ayla understood that, which is why she allowed herself to stay behind. And it wasn't like there was nothing to do here as well, for while Barriss stayed behind with the daughter because she was the most knowledgeable on Force healing techniques other than Anakin, where the daughter would need to be checked on. I want to see how much I have shrunk. The daughter now seemed intent on focusing on herself now. Okay, I can do that. Varys got up and used an all-purpose device that would allow her to do something like this. While height wasn't all that important in most things with medical procedure, it would still have something of importance to look at. More specifically, things to do outside of the medical aspects and maybe important for other things. Let's see here. The daughter lay on the bed completely and fully still, while simultaneously emanating that light, and at the same time having some inner thoughts to herself. She hadn't really caught up to the fact that her family had died by now, and while Anakin had told everyone on what had happened, he didn't tell anyone to lie to the daughter, should she ask. For she should know of the results of what has happened herself. You measure exactly at 1.9 meters? You are the exact same height as Anakin, Varys said, and this surprised the daughter, for she most certainly taller. There was no way she had just gotten shorter out of nowhere, and then it happened. Flashed of memories referring to the sight of Anakin ravaging the lands and turning it into the landscape that is now. White, frozen in time, and gray. Drab in appearance due to the lack of color that would either give it life or give it death, for destruction and creation was no longer something that existed here. There was nothing at all. Anakin had made sure to eliminate anything that may have spawned here as a result of the continued cycle between the daughter and the son with the father monitoring. Why? There is no telling if there would have been some freaky abomination waiting to exploit the galaxy at large. A super virus pump up by the Force, maybe? The well of the dark side was a deep, magma-filled chasm located in the realm of Mortis where the dark side of the Force was channeled. Deep within the realm of Mortis existed the well of the dark side, a deep, magma-filled chasm where the dark side of the Force was channeled. Directly below the well leading to the planet's surface sat an island, into which was carved an ancient symbol representing the dark side. Magma, or lava, was dangerous fluid, molten rock. Often emanating from volcanoes, lava was extremely hot at thousands of degrees, but when it stopped flowing, the substance cooled and hardened, eventually forming obsidian or dark lava sand. It could also form basalt. Is this Minecraft? Anakin thought to himself as he stood on the obsidian island that if taken from another perspective, it would look like a yin-yang symbol. The magma that used to be was no more, and instead of molten hot lava, orange and red, and most definitely not something safe to swim, and was being swam in by Ahsoka. Sighing, Anakin looked towards the silly apprentice and called out, "Stop playing around there. We gotta go soon." The lava was not of any color now, and it was like the energy had been sucked out of it, leading it to instantly harden, or at least it should have, but because of this location it did not. Instead, it formed a unique pool of moving lava like sand that was lava, but also sand that could be used to swim in. For it had all of the buoyancy of a liquid like water, while being not heavy at all. It was a strange substance without any really purpose within the universe, but right now, it could be used however Anakin wanted. Molded and shaped into anything using the Force. But because of the way this planet was, it was quickly still moving. Time had stopped, and this had become the Sands of Time. That is actually a good name. Sands of Time. Anakin thought to himself as he picked up and contained the sand through the use of the Force. Anakin had created a dead zone, but it was not like the Force couldn't exist here. It was just that it would be extremely hard for the energy to recover. If Anakin had made this place a proper and full scar within the Force, his own energy field would also become useless. And while he wouldn't mind too much, it would feel uncomfortable to him. I think that we have everything. What are we going to do next? Shock walked up to Anakin as she was done exploring this place. She had nothing more to gain from here, and neither did anyone else. Maybe Xana, by staying here, would start to gain some more power, but this place was unsuitable for everyone else, and maybe even Padme. But her alignment was kind of undecided. Even with Anakin knowing that she much more suited the dark side, he wasn't going to force her, and no one else was as well. It wasn't like it was all that dangerous after all. Okay, it is. But with Anakin here, Padme was guaranteed to never fully and properly succumb, especially with the dyad connection between him and the rest. We can head back soon, but see this lava turn sand? Anakin started to heat the sand up, and it was ineffective. Yeah. Shock nodded, confused where this was going. It is immune to Force lightning, meaning that this stuff is probably also immune to other Force abilities. The only reason I can use the Force on it right now is through manipulating the air through the Force instead of just using the energy field itself. Anakin explained as he played around with the sand, making it take various shapes. Isn't this stuff useless for us? Shock questioned. No, this stuff will change the way Force sensitives fight with each other, if implemented properly. In fact, while it may be useless now, that doesn't mean it won't come in handy later. If I integrate this into myself, what do you think will happen? Anakin was referring to his bio-nanosuit that was a part of himself. This could both be used as something to train with, something to protect himself, but also as a way to better control himself. More specifically, better control the energy field that he was creating. This sand, the Sands of Time, would enable it to finally take back some more control over the energy field that I am generating. Then I wouldn't have to further isolate myself from people anymore. Anakin was kind of forced to go into some form of isolation and only able to interact with the girls connected to him or his mother or anyone that had gone through the upgrade for the midichlorians. As those new midichlorians connected better to his own energy field, making them a part of his domain over the Force. The stronger he gets, the more consequences there are for those around him. And while they weren't for his loved ones, it was certainly for himself. He disliked that he would have to stay away from people, not that he didn't mind having to talk to anyone. No, separating himself more and more would make him more and more like the divine entity saw him as. Untouchable and also misunderstood, for he didn't want to become a god. However, everyone seemed to be elevating himself to such a position, and at some point he had started to change. Mentally, he started to change. Not that he would start to become tyrannical and all of that, but it was the fact that he could have the potential to mess everything up. He could, in an attempt to try and return to the mundane world, destroy it. If he has the potential to destroy planets now, what about in the future? He fears that he would be unable to even touch someone without potentially risking harm. What about his future children? His current lovers and wives and family? The Force may have seen this as a possibility, and that was probably why it was also trying to create dyad bonds for him, so that he would not become something that was only known as a god, known as a divine entity, something far up into the sky and unreachable, for he didn't want to become like the Mortis gods. He had seen them imprison themselves because of the Father's fear of destroying the galaxy and Anakin didn't want that. So, we should try and take some of this stuff back with us? Shock questioned, looking at the silly Ahsoka as well. Preferably, I would like to take it all, but I don't know if that is possible. Anakin was making the calculations within his head, also knowing that everyone, even Jabba, would feel uncomfortable by this stuff. Ahsoka seemed to be the only one who was least concerned about it as she swam in the stuff. Ahsoka, come on now. If you really want a pool of this stuff, then you might as well help us start collecting it. Anakin called out to her, and this seemed to get her attention. Really, she seemed excited, and Anakin couldn't deny her fun, so he just nodded his head. Yes, one may question how Anakin was going to collect as much as he could, but he was planning to create a force field within his own room, inside of Jabba, and then create a subdimension within the Force and connect it as such, but he would, instead of allowing the sand to touch the energy field as it would become destroyed, would instead allow the sand to bounce around, because Anakin would pad the energy field using some air. Time to go back home. Anakin looked around and had a brief vision of Vader appear, but instead of black, it was all grayed out, indicating that it too would be lost to the sands of time. I am leaving the Order, Kagan stated to everyone within the Jedi High Council, after having discussed things with them about Anakin and his actions. The events currently happening are prior to Anakin and the girls arriving on Mortis, which in turn means that this had already happened, even before Dooku, otherwise known as Tyrannus, from having nearly died. What do you mean? I am leaving the Order. You can't possibly be. Ki-Adi-Mundi stood up, just as others were surprised as well, since this had come out of nowhere. I am. I have seen things on the Empyrean, within its order, and I have come to a decision. It is final, and I wish to leave. Kagan spoke to everyone within the room, with a calm voice that didn't have any hesitation at all. No one knew what to say, for Kagan had not really shown any signs, except the ones that would indicate that someone would want to leave. He stayed with them, even when his prodigious student had left, and even after that with the start of the Clone Wars, that weren't really Clone Wars anymore. Kagan was someone, while they didn't heavily rely on or depend on, had done many things for them, and even had and would still have the opportunity to join the Council. However, he did not leave the Order, so too he didn't join the Council for reasons he himself is aware of. In fact, the Jedi are also aware of Qui-Gon's reasoning, especially since it was Anakin that brought up many of their flaws to them. Wish to leave, you do. Yoda contemplated just what this meant, especially since it would seem that Kagan didn't just come here to announce his decision, something that Jedi just couldn't opt out of when they wanted. The Jedi Order, and thus joining it, is a large commitment, and in some cases would make one an unintentional indentured slave, because the Jedi don't simply allow people to leave. Many Jedi, when Anakin left, didn't just say they were leaving or wanted to leave, they escaped in a sense. I do. Kagan was going to leave, with or without the Jedi High Council's permission, for he was now needed elsewhere. All of a sudden, Master Yaddle stood up and followed Kagan down to where he was. Master Kagan has made a point. I have seen things myself as well. I wish to renounce the Order myself as well. Yaddle spoke, surprising everyone again, that another of their masters, a council member, nonetheless was going to leave as well. Yoda was conflicted here, for while the flaws of the Jedi had been pointed out to him, and he had still not deemed it dangerous enough to change. He had grown old, and had seen many things. Good things from Anakin Skywalker, the Empyrean Emperor, and knew deep down that what Anakin was doing wasn't wrong, and is in fact in line with the idea of balance. He had heard and read the manuscripts that have recorded the Empyrean Order's code, and it spoke of things that were both in line and against the Jedi. It was like it was an amalgamation of things that were taught, and it was something that had evolved from the Jedi, but not just the Jedi, for the dark side was included as well. He saw the teachings, he saw the students, and most importantly above all else was the Force. On Tatooine, the Force flowed like no other he had seen, and not even on Coruscant, where they had recently expelled the darkness that covered their vision from seeing anything was nothing in comparison. Yoda saw that most of everyone within the room was relying on him to make the final decision. He was after all the Jedi Grandmaster, so it would only make sense that he was the one to choose whether or not he could allow Kagan and now Yaddle to go. He wasn't exactly an evil person, but one couldn't call Yoda good as well, because while Yoda had done many good things, he also allowed and enabled the Jedi to become the way it is. One shouldn't put all the blame on Yoda, however, as he inherited the Order as it was still dying inside and corrupt because of the things that had passed. No matter what Yoda would or could do, wouldn't be able to fix things. Reason you do have? Yoda asked, knowing full well the reasoning. But he wanted more, for he doesn't exactly want to continue letting people leave, even with the guilt he is now starting to feel. No matter how small it is, Yoda started to imagine what it would be like to take someone away from their family. Separating parents and their children from each other was surely a traumatic experience, and with or without the Force, that is just setting up someone to live with negative emotions. I think I've made myself clear. Kagan responded, not willing to go through the entire process of explaining, for it had been done many times before. Just then, two other Jedi Masters made themselves known, coming from the doors and entering the council room. These two being Luminara Unduli and Quinlan Voss. We would both also like to leave the Order as well. This most definitely is going to be a fun time, isn't it? Kagan thought to himself, as now he wasn't alone in his thoughts, and instead, there were two others, no three others that wanted to come along and leave. Luminara and Quinlan had their own reasons for wanting to go and leave, which would in turn have them both going towards the Empyrean along with Kagan. It was like the Empyrean's order was poaching from the Jedi and also recruiting from areas of the galaxy that the Jedi wouldn't go to. An example being the Zabrak from Dathomir. Maybe not with him to the Empyrean, as that is where he intended to go. It seemed as if something changed in Yoda. Something that wasn't negative, but wasn't positive as well, for he only said 3 words that surprised everyone again. It really shouldn't either, as Yoda had let Anakin, the Chosen One, leave as well. You may leave, but Master Yoda Mundi, still standing, tried to protest, but Yoda wasn't having any of it, as it seemed like he had aged a little bit more than he looked as of this moment. No, may go you can. Stop you all I cannot. Yoda spoke, but had a little more to say. Change I will, I see. Jedi, you all are no more but... Yoda sighed, before making a gesture and not saying any more and having everyone be dismissed. There was much to talk about now, but things would be getting more and more hectic for both the Jedi and the Republic now that they have more people leaving. Reactions from many would vary, and even Obi-Wan would question himself and the Jedi, for Kagan was leaving to another place that was like the Jedi, but not like the Jedi at the same time. For they didn't become peacekeepers of the galaxy in the Empyrean, and they lived completely normal lives, aside from having to learn about the Force and then go on to do the things that they want. Freedom. Time was starting to move again, as Anakin and the girls had finally left Mortis, but there was something different about all of them, for they were not the same as they once were. In fact, the amount of time spent within the realm of Mortis was around 2 years, meaning that everyone was older now. The strange thing, however, was that Ayla had in fact not given birth because the time on this planet was entirely strange. While Ahsoka aged, and everyone else aged as well. Because of their immortality, they would not grow old, but the progress and development of the fetus had stopped. Anakin connected this to 2 things, the first being Mortis itself. Even after having lost its majesty because of him, there was still things here that would leave one wondering. Then there was also the fact that their child was also connected to the Force and had gone into stasis as such because he had both cut off but still allowed the Force to remain on Mortis. This was scary and forced Anakin to start reevaluating what he should and should not do around Ayla, for he doesn't want his future child to be harmed. They also created something that would be able to store everything, meaning all of the sand of time, within a specialized device to keep all of it contained until further notice. Anakin most definitely wasn't about to leave, and they had plenty more time before Mortis would be destroyed. He could sense it, and so could the others as well. But unfortunately, this training trip was coming to an end despite spending time within. It would seem the time limit on Mortis' expiration date was 2 years. The time spent on Mortis was like a blip, and upon leaving they had all fallen asleep once again, only to awaken and see that Mortis, or the monolith of Mortis, was not there anymore. Some things had changed when it comes to relationships, especially when it came to Xana, for she was starting to come around and was now a full-on lover of Anakin's. The only thing left to do was marry her to himself, and then it was official. The only two left then after that would be Ahsoka and the daughter, whom everyone decided that she should have another name. Anakin suggested the name Eve, but didn't elaborate on why this name was chosen, and everyone just went along with it. So did the daughter, now having a name that is separate from how one would be called. She enjoyed the name, but that didn't mean anything, for she was rather put off by Anakin. He had, after all, just killed her entire family, and that was definitely something to put a hamper on the way she feels about him, because this was not what she had envisioned. Neither had Anakin envisioned this as well, but stuff just happens. More specifically, the Force just happens. So, while 2 years had passed, Eve had not forgiven Anakin for what he had done, because who would? However, that bond, the dyad bond, still existed between the both of them, meaning that there was something to the two of them being together. Hell, she had even grown shorter as a result of the dyad and the gathering of both the dark side and light side within herself. If even the Force ships it, how could Eve go against it? Then there was Ahsoka, whom was starting to develop more and more herself, coming into her adult form, and she was quite tall as well, monstrals included, of course. Anakin hadn't really done anything with her, as while she was now older, around 17 years of age and fast approaching that 18 mark, he didn't feel it was time for anything just yet. Things would probably happen in the future to allow one to see the development of their relationship any further. But for now, one only needs to know is that Anakin had grown closer to everyone. Onto other things, included of which were the progress of the group in terms of capabilities. As with another person added to the dyad, everyone benefited. Anakin received an increase to his, and so too did the others as a result, especially with Eve being incredibly powerful herself. Overall, everything was great, or at least somewhat great, for Anakin now had to deal with a woman whose family he had killed. It wasn't exactly something all that great, and would require some time, but now she was forced to begrudgingly come along, for Anakin and the girls were heading back towards the Empyrean. There was no change in time within the galaxy, even with the group having grown throughout 2 years. There were some things that Anakin had missed, however, as he would come to discover, and things still happening right this instance that would certainly be of interest. The Senate was aflame with discussion as the people were preparing themselves for the chaos of the negotiations to come is a hot topic. The galaxy as a whole was waiting in anticipation of the things that were happening, as this would decide whether or not the conflict would continue, for no one wanted to live under the constant threat of danger. That didn't mean that those higher up would listen, for war is profitable after all. The Senate was aflame with discussion as the people were preparing themselves for the chaos of the negotiations to come is a hot topic. The galaxy as a whole was waiting in anticipation of the things that were happening, as this would decide whether or not the conflict would continue, for no one wanted to live under the constant threat of danger. That didn't mean that those higher up would listen, for war is profitable after all. With the galaxy in chaos, the Senate convenes within and starts negotiations with the Separatists. Anakin, now faced with the certainty of his impending and overwhelming power, wishes to create something that would allow him to be in control. Qui-Gon Jinn and a host of other Jedi have now left the Jedi Order, heading towards the Empyrean to join with that order. Or is it that Qui-Gon, along with the others, only head towards the Empyrean for other reasons? An example being Luminara Unduli and Quinlan Vos wanting to see their respective former apprentices. The Jedi Order, now left more torn than ever, thankfully doesn't have to deal with the Separatists and the Clone Wars, for negotiations are about to begin. The Empyrean has taken over the Hutts, and grand reforms have already started to take place while cracking down on the criminals within. With slavery abolished within the territories of the Republic, Hutt space, Separatist space, and even the Empyrean, the people could look forward to being free again. Not everything is good, however, because there is an undercurrent that threatens to tear down the current peaceful calm before the storm. Yoda, Mace, and along with the Jedi are now faced with visions of darkness. While unobscured and the words of Count Dooku seem to be true. Someone within the Galactic Republic Senate is controlling things, but their investigation would not turn up with anything. Despite regaining their foresight abilities, is still diminished after many, many years of disuse. There was also something else. Something stirring within the deep dark space, outside the purview of everyone within the known galaxy. Not only that, this stirring was in fact invaders that were beginning their encroachment upon the galaxy. Invaders that were starting with the very outer rims of the galaxy. The first to come in contact with these invaders being the Empyrean, and this would spell war for what is to come next. For now, the galaxy would have to deal with its own internal conflicts, with someone planning something behind the scenes as well that isn't the Sith Lord Sidious. The exterior of the Senate building consisted of a large courtyard known as the Senate Plaza, which displayed several statues of the Republic's ancient founders. The interior held the Galactic Senate Chamber, which could hold 1,024 repulsorpids that detached from the chamber wall and were equipped with voice-amplifying microphones, translators, and hovercams that recorded the various proceedings. At the center of the chamber was a podium where the Supreme Chancellor and the Vice Chair would preside over meetings of the Senate. Gentlemen, ladies, any and all in between, we are to welcome out guests for tonight. A voice called out over the voices of many various beings that were here to witness the event taking place. It was the Senate, the Galactic Republic Senate, and everyone was gathered here, awaiting the arrival of the various representatives from the separatist movement. Everyone was expecting the leader of this movement, Count Dooku, but he was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and the people would be both confused and surprised by what is to come. The Galactic Senate would serve as the primary legislative body of the Galactic Republic. It was responsible for creating laws, mediating disputes, making treaties, and regulating commerce. It possessed the authority to levy taxes, declare war, declare free trade zones, and manage almost every action necessary to preserve the stability of the Republic. Despite its vast authority, it did not prosecute offenders, leaving the judicial system in the hands of the Supreme Court and peacekeeping efforts largely in the hands of the Judicial Department. The Senate could not order the Jedi Order into action, but could often pressure it into carrying out its directives. This could be seen in the actions taken by those within the Senate to make sure the Jedi participated in the Clone Wars that was hopefully coming to an end after a few months of skirmishes. Supreme Chancellor was in the middle, smiling ear to ear as his plans were starting to get back on track with no interference in what was happening at all. However, Palpatine would fail to see that there was someone lurking in the shadows, awaiting his chance to make himself known and expose Palpatine for what he truly is. Following the Battle of Naboo, Sheev Palpatine returned to his homeworld as the new Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. The Queen and the new Chancellor congratulated each other on their respective victories. Palpatine promised Amidala that he would dedicate his chancellorship to fighting corruption in the Senate. As the separatist crisis escalated to open war, the Senate approved of Junior Representative Jar Binks' motion to grant emergency powers to Chancellor Palpatine. The Chancellor publicly vowed to relinquish his wartime authority once the crisis was resolved, but the Sith Lord Darth Tyrannus warned the Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi that the Senate had fallen under the influence of a Dark Lord of the Sith. Grand Master Yoda disregarded Tyrannus' warning as an attempt to confuse the Jedi. As the war progressed, Palpatine's emergency powers eroded the Senate's authority, while amendments to the Galactic Constitution prompted questions even from the Chancellor's own Loyalist Committee. While Palpatine had eroded the Senate's authority, that didn't mean his own choices and actions weren't coming back to him, for by this point in time, all of the clones from the Kaminoans had vanished. There were no more clones to fight the war for the Republic anymore, and they had grown dependent on the Empyrean. An Uno reverse card had been used, for now, instead of the Empyrean, because economically in a position that required the Republic, it was now the Republic needing the Empyrean. Even though the reasons or the leverage vary, the roles have still been reversed, and this is something that the Supreme Chancellor dislikes very much. A tyrant can make anything seem to be the will of the people. A person thought to themselves, the very same person that was here awaiting their chance to expose Sidious. Enough. A voice called out again, this time coming from the centermost platform, that being where Sidious, otherwise known as Sheev Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, was seated alongside his aides. It was exactly Palpatine's aide that had come up to the forefront and had ordered everyone to be silent. I said enough. It was quite the spectacle, for the Senate was unruly and definitely didn't seem to be under Palpatine's control. But he doesn't need to overtly display something like control over others, and instead could take a step back and allow others to do his work for him. It was very much like Palpatine to do something like this, for he believed himself to be above things like this, especially since reaching such a high position. Palpatine was most definitely not immune to the sways and allures that other corrupt people like. The only difference between himself and others is the fact he is force-sensitive, a genius manipulator, and he has other goals from everyone else. While everyone else may be concerned about themselves, their well-being, or they may even be concerned about the well-being of those underneath them, Palpatine had goals, grand ambitions, and desires with which would only make itself be known once he achieves the status that he wants. Right, Supreme Chancellor. Thank you. Palpatine thanked his aide, for it was always good to continue the facade that would soon end. He had been growing ever impatient since the rise of Anakin Skywalker becoming an emperor, especially since it was before he could become an emperor himself. Sometimes, life is not that fair. It didn't matter, however, because the amount of power that Sidious would hold after this would be immense, and possibly more than what the Empyrean holds. Of course, there is always the possibility that something goes wrong, but Palpatine had already considered everything. Even the Jedi. Thank you everyone for joining me here today. First I would like to say is that we are going to be putting our orders for Empyrean droids on hold, for we do not what may happen next. The Empyrean tyrant may be unhappy with this, but we have already given our reasons for breaking the contract first. Palpatine wanted to try and plant seeds of doubt when it came to the Empyrean. He was trying to make sure that the Republic would only turn to him for answers, for he is to be its one and only leader once he announces himself the Emperor of a reformed galactic republic into an empire. Now on to other things, namely those from the Separatists and how we will negotiate with them. I am happy to inform everyone that the leader, the Separatist scum leader, Count Dooku, has been found missing, and as a result his tyranny has come to an end. This makes it all the more easier for us to discuss things now, as the leaders, representatives of the Separatists have so graciously decided to come here to the Republic to talk things out. Palpatine up till this point had not mentioned anything about giving up his emergency powers. This would come up later. The Senate was excited, for while some here may lose out on the profits one could gain through war, or the shady back deals that could be done for profit, they would now not have to live under constant pressure of being hunted down and killed. Especially since it seemed like Count Dooku was specifically targeting things, and those that would continue to get wealthier or had some level of power that was corrupt. Obviously the man, Dooku, was not perfect, so he would also hit those that were considered innocent as well. If I may ask, have those Separatist representatives arrived yet? A person, someone from one of the many factions and planets and systems a part of the Republic asked. I am afraid that they have not arrived yet, and have been delayed. Palpatine replied easily and smoothly, for he was the one that created the delay. He was continuously making sure that they would remain loyal to him now, and the only way to do that was through manipulation, money, and other means. Thank you, the person replied, stepping down and allowing the conversations around the Senate develop and continue. There were a few factions, but the main factions that were here was a part of Palpatine's, those that sought peace, the neutral faction, and the last, but probably most chaotic faction left that focused on profits. In total, that made 4 main factions to look out for, not considering the smaller factions that didn't come into discussion or were in fact a smaller part of a larger faction. Everyone had their own agendas and own things that they wanted, which would in turn create a diplomatic situation that is hard to control. For Palpatine, however, chaos and disorder only made it all the more easier for himself to control the Senate. Everything came to a halt, however, as the Separatists were guided into the Senate's Grand Hall, and everyone was now anticipating what would come next. Welcome! Palpatine got up with a smile on his face, for this was a true, genuine smile, one that was unlike what it was when he was acting. That delay doesn't only work for you, Master. These thoughts, again, came from somewhere within the Senate, but this person would only reveal themselves when the time comes. Now is not the time. Welcome to the Galactic Republic, for I know that most of you are from here, but that doesn't matter anymore, for we shall have hospitable revelations here. The Supreme Chancellor was acting his part, his role in everything, which would only further cement himself and his position. He was the one in power after all. Thank you for welcoming us. After many long hours, the leadership of the Separatists had been changed to better suit Palpatine, but little did he know that this would not only work in his favor, but against it as well. Yes, well, now that we are all gathered here, I think that we could start to get onto the right foot. Don't you think? Palpatine had a smile on his face, as his aged and wrinkled face showed an expression that one could describe as either malicious, predatory, or magnanimous. Whatever floats someone's boat. Yes, well, now that we are all gathered here, I think that we could start to get onto the right foot. Don't you think? Palpatine had a smile on his face, as his aged and wrinkled face showed an expression that one could describe as either malicious, predatory, or magnanimous. Thank you for welcoming us here, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. One of the representatives said, but they were not like the ones from before. In fact, Palpatine had all of the representatives replaced with others that he can for sure know are under his control. If he allowed those unstable elements to continue on their path, they would have eventually messed his own plans up. Some would say that he could foresee the future, but that was untrue, as he didn't foresee the future, but instead made sure to eliminate elements that would influence what direction he wants to in. If there was a person that would hinder his plans majorly, then he would just have them killed. If there was an organization that would chip away at what he was working towards, he would have their leadership replaced, fully loyal to himself. The fastest and easiest way to get loyalty out of others is to use money, but that is weak. Money is a weak source of binding, so Palpatine needed something else over those he has control over. Some sort of leverage. Yes, it is good to have you all here for peaceful discourse. I feel, just as many others feel, that the fighting between the Republic and Separatists has to end. Palpatine replied, his voice for all to hear. It has to end, for I must end the Jedi, become an emperor, and then go after the Empyrean. Palpatine had big plans and desires. The Empyrean was becoming too big of a threat for him to continue to forestall and allow the war to continue. It would be detrimental, for he had discovered that the Empyrean's territory was only expanding during the short conflict known as the Clone Wars. It would seem that Anakin, through becoming the leader of a massive galactic power, has brought peace to the not-so-peaceful Republic. Funny that it was Anakin's actions that brought more peace to the Republic, even though indirectly then what the Jedi had managed to achieve themselves. Not that the Jedi haven't done great things, but they had failed to maintain the peace and stay as peacekeepers, but they couldn't even do that. Now, if everyone would settle down, I do believe we may have some things for us to discuss. Palpatine then started to talk about many things. Things that included what was going to happen from now on, whether or not the Separatists would be absorbed back into the Republic or not. What types or terms of negotiations would happen, as while it was true people didn't want to fight, there needed to be something that they would gain. People are inherently greedy, because it is something natural for one to want more, as when it comes to anything that could have a price tag put on it, there is never enough. More. Feed the beast. And that beast is the Senate, or the Senate members that are looking to benefit from the negotiations, whether this be because they were the ones harmed directly or indirectly from the war. There are also others that wanted to benefit simply because the war was ending and the spoils went towards the victor. Something that was never established, and this type of ending could be considered a white peace. A white peace is a type of peace treaty where nations agree to a cessation of hostilities and a return to the pre-war situation. No territory changes hands, no money is exchanged, and no cores are given up by either side in the peace treaty. Technically, this is what happened, but the Separatists' new leadership was more than willing to give up and rejoin the Republic. Palpatine had made sure of it, While not directly involved, he had specifically looked for the people that are most suitable for him. Those that are most agreeable to situations, that while wouldn't benefit them, they would be obedient. Soon enough, Palpatine would allow the original leadership to take charge again, as the current ones are pawns. Unfortunate, the loss of the Trade Federation is... Palpatine liked the Federation, especially since they were so loyal to him in the Republic, and not only that, but loyal to him as someone under the new Separatist movement indirectly as well. I will destroy the Empyrean. Palpatine made this promise for what felt like the 1000th time, as he really wanted the Empyrean to fail. Then there is the chosen one of the Jedi, but it seemed like he wasn't the chosen one for them after all. In fact, Sidious was growing a fear of the Empyrean and who could possibly be behind it proper. He would never recognize Anakin Skywalker as the true leadership, for while he has done some things, it wouldn't be enough for Palpatine. Most of the things that happened had to be directed by someone else, and while he still had spies within the Empyrean before Anakin's takeover, he was able to tell that someone else was directing things behind the scenes. The Empress of the time, Shmi Skywalker, was like a puppet, and Palpatine still hadn't discovered who it is. It couldn't be Anakin, for he was someone learning under the Jedi, and he was young when he first came. From what Sidious understood, Anakin Skywalker was but a child, 9 years of age. It is ridiculous to think he was that intelligent already and had the forethought to think of everything, even so far to even recognize him as a Sith Lord. He had fooled the Jedi, so he most certainly had fooled the child as well. Sidious both believed and didn't that Anakin is the chosen one, because Anakin didn't adhere to the Jedi. He also didn't seem to have anything else of much power, and also seemed to be manipulated. The talks within the Senate, of course, was long, and hard thought out was the demands, terms, and everything else made by the Separatists. Even though the current Separatist leaders were but pawns for Palpatine, they had still taken on the mantle of leadership, not knowing they were pawns. They all believed that they were making peace with the Republic and finally having their criticism heard. They felt as if they were changing something, when in fact they were, but it wasn't a change that they would expect. My friends, I think it is finally time that we begin the signing of this treaty. Palpatine called out as everything seemed to be going exactly to his plans. While he may not have even needed to be here, he still was to put on a show that he is the one in control, the one in charge of the Republic. He could have used his current emergency powers to just veto and allow the conflict to end, but that wasn't what he wanted. Doing that would send the wrong message to the Separatists, because they fully believed themselves to be the good guys. So too did the Republic fully believe themselves to be the good guys as well. When it comes to things like this, however, to war, there is no good or bad guys, just the winners and the losers. Even when it comes to this white peace, the Separatists would still be considered the losers, for they were the ones that had started this conflict, but they were the ones to come and end it. It doesn't matter if you benefited the most, like actually benefited the most for the Republic, had won in the end. Whatever terms and agreements that were being made were not actually good agreements or terms. In the eyes of the public, they would only see that the Separatists had come to them and had begged for them to end the war. This is the most important aspect, the people. The Confederacy of Independent Systems, also known as the Confederacy, the CS, the Separatist Confederacy, the Separatist Alliance, the Separatist State, the New Order, the Pro-Secessionists, or colloquially as the Separatists, SEPs or SEPs, was the government and separatist movement led by Darth Sidious and his apprentice Count Dooku, formed by various planetary and sectorial governments, as well as some megacorporations that declared intentions to leave the Galactic Republic, refusing to comply with its excessive taxation and corruption in the Senate during the Separatist crisis. So that was what was given. The excessive taxation was lessened for those a part of the Separatist movement, and then there was the corruption of the Senate, something that was easily covered up by taking control of media companies and leveraging one's control and power to destroy them into reporting what one wants. In the decades prior to the Clone Wars, the Republic was seen by many as a failing government, plagued by corruption and mindless bureaucracy that stifled the voices of many constituents represented in the Galactic Senate. Secession grew during the period following the invasion of Naboo, and the commerce guilds and trading corporations became disillusioned with the Republic after the law was passed to place taxation on all trade routes to outlying star systems. Into this critical situation stepped Count Dooku, a former Jedi Master who had become disillusioned with the Republic and the Jedi Order that served it. This charismatic figure stirred up anti-Republic sentiments on many worlds, paving the way for a rebellion against the government. A loose affiliation of separatists was formed, with Dooku at their head, pushing for a new government to take the place of the stagnant Republic. Eventually, this separatist movement established itself as the Confederacy of Independent Systems, a body formally opposed to the Galactic Republic. The members of the CS included the Corporate Alliance, Trade Federation, Commerce Guild, Intergalactic Banking Clan, and the Techno Union. Although the Republic recognized that many of its member worlds were in rebellion, it refused to formally acknowledge the existence of the CAS as their common government, deeming that doing so would legitimize it. Now, that didn't matter, or it did, for Palpatine had also been quick to the trigger, and instead of calling the Separatists another governmental body, the terms of the agreement within the treaty included that they may never say that they were. This is important for Sidious, since it means the difference between night and day, because acknowledging the sovereignty of someone or something else would only increase that person's or government's influence and power. The Separatists never would have won the war effort, and Sidious had made sure that the puppet leaders knew this. He implanted the idea that they would always lose, for they would, as many of their victories and defeats had been manipulated by himself. Sidious was close now, and he would make today be the day he becomes the Emperor. He had waited long enough, as he had the support and had everything prepared to allow himself this position. The Jedi had no chance of standing up against him, for he had too many things under himself, and that wasn't even considering that many of the Jedi were leaving constantly at this point. With or without the permission of those within the Order, people were still leaving. I have the Empyrean's current Emperor to thank for that. Sidious hated and loved that Anakin's departure played a massive role in the Jedi's fall. The terms from the Republic to the Separatists was that the corporations that made up the Confederacy were imperialized and assimilated into the Imperial war machine, and most of the Separatist worlds were absorbed into the Empire, with many prominent races of the Confederacy enslaved, while others, such as the Trandashans, allied themselves with the Empire. That is right, Empire, for Sidious was about to reform the Republic. He could have done so a long time ago, but now he was ready to get on with things and would not be afraid of the retaliation of the Jedi, or even the retaliation of the public as well, since he had also been pumping out propaganda throughout the Republic. They could not go against his power right from the start, and whatever change the Republic had of ever staying a Republic and free was long gone. Once he was elected the Supreme Chancellor, it was, and is all downhill from there. And now, please sign here, Sidious called out in some excitement, but there seemed to be some disturbance within the Senate building. Stop right there, a voice called out, and multiple people within were confused, as even the citizens watching the live stream of this peace treaty meeting were also confused. I, Count Dooku and leader of the Separatists, do not approve of this. It would seem that things have just changed for the worst, for Sidious that is. Stop right there, a voice called out, and multiple people within were confused, as even the citizens watching the live stream of this peace treaty meeting were also confused. I, Count Dooku and leader of the Separatists, do not approve of this. What is this? A disturbance? The people within the Senate were confused and started to try and find the voice, especially since it was said it was the Count. The leader of the Separatists had shown up, and he was now here to dispute what is currently happening. Did Count Dooku not want the war to come to an end? Who are you? Were you here? Palpatine's aide stood up and commanded Dooku to reveal himself. Hurry up and come out. Show yourself. There was no way that Dooku would fully come out now, as I could put a stop to what he wants to do. That is to expose Palpatine openly as a Sith, by exposing himself as Palpatine's previous apprentice. I have come here today to expose the Supreme Chancellor. Dooku's voice was heard, especially since he had taken advantage of Palpatine's oversight on trying to him his dead body. It was easy tricking and making his way into the systems within the Senate. More specifically, the systems that controlled the broadcasting and all of that. For now, he could get his revenge in a sense. What are you talking about? The crowd within knew that what was happening was outside of the norm, but no one had left yet, for there is no danger, because there has been no threats. Just someone exclaiming at the top of one's lungs and calling out to everyone about the corruption of the Supreme Chancellor. To stop this invasion, well, not invasion, but disturbance, Palpatine had called in his Red Guard to start taking care of Dooku. I knew I should have sent someone to check up where his body was. Palpatine thought to himself as he was seething within. He had grown so arrogant to think that his rushed offing of Dooku would somehow allow him to fix everything. While he had planned everything, there was no way that it could go perfectly now that Dooku was here exposing himself to everyone. To fully reveal everything, I have prepared something that I think everyone of interest would be interested in, Dooku said, pulling everyone's attention to the various displaying devices that would allow them to watch something. Everyone watched, as they were able to see multiple recordings of Palpatine manipulating and controlling things from behind scenes. Dooku had started to record his discussions with Palpatine after some point, at the suggestion of Anakin. Why did he trust Anakin so much? It had to do with ideals, specifically in relation to why Anakin had left the Jedi Order and had even formed something that was better. While Dooku and Anakin didn't meet face to face, there was something between the two that they both understood. Anakin had shown Dooku many things, enough for him to finally switch sides yet again from Sidious to himself, meaning that he is now on his own side. For he also didn't want to come under the Empyrean, as he had no idea what the government was like within the Empyrean. Just as he had been doing, he was also cautious of Anakin's intentions. For even if he had been trained under his own former apprentice, Qui-Gon Jinn, that didn't mean that he was good. However, from the things that Anakin had done, it only showed him more and more that Anakin was someone looking out for the good of the people. Or at least it seemed that way, for he had even gone into Hutt space and fought against them, or more specifically slavery. Dooku was not a politician, but over the few months being a leader, he had gained an understanding of the job through this. He saw what the war with the Hutts was really about, and it wasn't to make them some tributary or even puppet state. It was a war for the liberation and freedom of the people that were being harmed within. If this didn't speak towards Anakin's character, then Dooku didn't know what would. However, Dooku didn't like the idea of an emperor being the sole ruler, even when that ruler was Anakin, because he also saw the same dreams and desires from Palpatine, his master that was manipulating and controlling the Republic to his own goals. What is this? Is this not the Supreme Chancellor? And was the grand reveal to Palpatine being the sole controller and manipulator from behind the scenes, which enabled Dooku the ability to continue talking. Everyone was furious or upset, while there may be some that actually like to find this out now, for they may or may not switch sides. Whether that be for or against Palpatine becoming their tyrant is for them to decide, but now that everyone could see, and the very fact that it was unedited only allowed everyone to know just how much they had played into the hands of Sidious. Everyone, including the public that was watching, finally has an answer to the devastation, but of course Dooku was also to blame as well. It wasn't like he would be let off the hook just because he decided to be a good person here, and the people were now starting to become distrustful. I think there has been some misunderstanding. There is no possible way that this is me. Palpatine had already gone into diplomatic and intricate manipulator mode to sort out the mess that was these recordings. It was not one where he could simply claim it is edited and most, if not everyone, would believe him. No, it is something that could not be denied, so he had to come up with some other excuse, or he could try and turn this around to his advantage. Just as much danger there is in walking within fire and the harm of getting burned, there is also a chance that he could walk through this fire and come out unharmed, while making it seem like he had gone into the fire to save some children. People are emotional, whether they want to believe it or not, and Sidious had been manipulating the emotions of others for a long, long time. In fact, I believe that I have been taken for some grand manipulator. I assure everyone that I have not abused the power the people have so graciously decided to use on me. In fact, the reason it seems this way is because I was using this as a chance to gain information on the Separatists. Palpatine said, but it would seem that only a few bought this excuse. How can I put the Republic in harm's way? Am I not the Supreme Chancellor? Palpatine was trying to play on the heartstrings of the people here. I am but an old man that has made some mistakes. I didn't believe that these mistakes would come back to haunt me. Palpatine was laying it on thickly. While it may not have drawn anyone back to his side or anything like that, those that were truly evil and corrupt within the Republic had put the pieces together. They were going to fully make use of Palpatine, just as he had made use of everyone. So they would elevate Palpatine when he comes out with the desire to reform the Republic. No one at this point could properly go against him anyway, as he was technically the one in control of the entire army. Whether that be from the Republic or from the Separatists, as the puppet leaders, while knowing of Palpatine's intentions, can't do anything. He had already been holding them by the balls, metaphorically speaking, as he had taken their families hostage and stuff like this. In fact, Palpatine had something on mostly everyone that could be used against them, and because of this, the people started to get scared about what Palpatine would do. Would he use his advantage and get everyone to agree with what he wants? Or would he instead self-destruct but bring down everyone else around him? I have wanted to do this for a long time now. I have seen the Republic growing weak, so I needed to make some way to help us and have a reason to strengthen ourselves. In fact, the main reason for this is probably the Empyrean. Palpatine was now trying to shift the blame onto others, specifically the Empyrean. Don't trust his words. Dooku had finally revealed himself fully, as he had hijacked one of the floating platforms, enabling him to come forward himself. This man is a Sith Lord. He was my Sith Master, someone that I had learned things from. Dooku would most certainly not allow him to gain everything, at the very least. He would try and take away some of that power and split off from the Republic again, but this time it would be much more chaotic and much more split off. There is already some undercurrents to people within every faction deciding to try and split away from the Republic. This had just given everyone the opportunity and excuse that they could use. It was going to be a massive civil war. Oh, does everyone see this man here? This man had betrayed the Jedi. No. In fact, it was the Jedi that had betrayed him. Count Dooku, Darth Tyrannus, whatever your name may be. He is an outcast because of the Jedi, but he is also someone that has lost his way. Palpatine was really good at manipulating people, as it could be seen that his acting skills were quite good. The Jedi are a bunch of zealous people that would try to take down my religion. The Sith are not some evil force, as I have come to adopt their beliefs, and it comes under the protection of the Republic's laws. The Jedi cannot do anything against me, for if they do, they will suffer punishments and be charged with crimes by the Republic. By me. Palpatine was starting to pull, twist, and turn things around as no one else was willing to talk. I propose that the Republic finally go with some reforms, for the Separatists will be absorbed back into the Republic. First, we will change everything, going from the Republic into an empire, for the Republic is in need for some change. Palpatine had already amassed enough power for this. Some people even started to applaud. Is this how democracy dies? Dooku called out to everyone, but no one was stopping for his triad. It is dying with a thunderous applause. Dooku couldn't believe it, or it should be that he does, but it was still something that was both realistic and insane. The people, no. The Senate members were hyped up, corrupt, and seemed to think that Sidious would lead everyone to greatness, especially since he had redirected their goals and desire towards the Empyrean. However, there are some groups that would go against Sidious at this point. Thankfully, Palpatine didn't have a way to better control people, as he had no Death Star, as this would only further cement his position. Now, another civil war will take place, and in absence of the clones or droids, they may very well start using the civilians and forcing them into becoming a part of the Republic armies. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Palpatine just had to act his part, but now that he needn't hide away his true face, he could finally start to mess with everyone, specifically the Jedi first, but blaming them for some atrocities. I have something to reveal, but first we must capture the traitorous war criminal, Count Dooku. Palpatine would save that for later and instead focus on making Dooku a hunted man. There was nowhere to run or hide. No, some voices of dissent were happening, and these were the people that were now prepared to leave the Republic. I will never allow this. I'm not going to join this corrupt regime. Multiple voices that were heard, declaring themselves to be independent of the Republic turned Empire now. They couldn't stand Palpatine, not the farce that is this democracy anymore, where those that came from Naboo are in fact cheering. They had escaped the political debacle that is the Republic by joining the Empyrean. Their current queen and their favored former queen, Padme, were elevated within the eyes of those within Naboo. Dooku wanted to escape. He was going to escape, but there wasn't much he could do right now, but he could cause a distraction. He had to get out of jail for free card. Quiet. His voice called everyone's attention back onto him, as the Red Guard also came to a halt, for Palpatine had gestured for them to not apprehend Dooku just yet. Yes? Count Dooku, you have something to say. Palpatine's smile was most defiantly malicious, but to most it would only seem like an elderly man talking to a youngster, even when Dooku is older than Palpatine. The years had not been kind to Palpatine after all. It was at the Force. Either way, he was much older looking than Dooku, which would only further increase his weak, innocent old man look. There's something else I would like to show everyone. Dooku held up something, a device of some kind. There was some silence for a bit before Dooku activated the device and had a peaceful smile on his face, and then he disappeared. Goodbye. Vanished into nothingness. Everyone else was in an uproar, and this was the chaos that had started. Everyone else was in an uproar, and this was the chaos that had started. Gone. Dooku had declared himself, said many things, showed evidence of Sidious or Palpatine's misdoings, and had now disappeared. Everyone was now starting to go their own ways, with Palpatine trying to pick up the pieces. However, the damage had already been done, and now the Galactic Republic, now turned Galactic Empire, was now split off into multiple separate territories. Of course, how anyone is going to determine this, no one knows. Then there is the Separatists that the puppet leaders would have control over. However, the people that are or were a part of the Separatists now know of what to do. Specifically, there may only be some people becoming a part of the Republic or Empire again. Rather, there may be multiple rebel groups. The puppet leaders, and even actual members of the Separatist Council, some Separatist loyal worlds, would refuse to be absorbed into the new Galactic Empire. These remnants, some organized and unorganized, would continue to fight again the Republic, now turned Empire. The Empire would use these holdouts as justification for expansion of the Imperial Navy. A rebel alliance would now make its appearance soon as well, for the people wanted to be free from the tyrant, Sidious. Many of the still Separatist loyal would end up joining the rebel alliance at its formation. Newt Gunray, Viceroy of the Trade Federation. Poggle the Lesser, Archduke of Geonosis. Wat Tambor, Foreman of the Techno Union, Executive of Bactoid Armor Workshop, Senator of Skako, and Techno Union Scientist. San Hill, Chairman of the Intergalactic Banking Clan. Shu Mai, Presidente of the Commerce Guild. Passel Argent, Senator of Kuriva and Magistrate of the Corporate Alliance. Panudo, Senator of Ando and leader of the Hypercommunications Cartel. Tix, Senator of DAC and later the Quarren Isolation League. Ragwa Wadrata, Senator of Alaga and the Felim Sector. The Most High Queen of Zygeria, Mirage Sintel, Queen of Zygeria. These individuals represented 8 independent galactic governments that made up the Confederacy, including the Trade Federation, Techno Union, Intergalactic Banking Clan, Geonosian Industries, Commerce Guild, Corporate Alliance, Hypercommunications Cartel, and Quarren Isolation League. 8 worlds, all the origins of the leading species, were the capitals of the 8 separatist governments, including Neimoidia, Skako, Munilince, Geonosis, that isn't under their control anymore, Castel, Kuriva, Ando, and DAC. Although the governments were affiliated with each other into one galactic government against the Galactic Republic, each had played their own part in the Separatist crisis and the Clone Wars that followed. There were many people that came from the Republic into the Separatist faction. However, things were probably starting to separate even more than it already is now. meaning that the stability within these faction or new governmental bodies would be quite bad. Opportunists would have a field day, now having the power to overtake and try and expand their own influence. Those that are corrupt doesn't even matter now, for things are up in airs, and only those that could truly navigate politics and intrigue included within politics could succeed now. Now, one had to consider the military of everything, whether that be the separatists or those that remained or wanted to stay within the Republic-turned-Empire. No matter what, Palpatine was smart in getting to have puppet leaders. For even though people knew that he was behind everything, even the war, they couldn't go against his word, for he had the most control over everything. Specifically, he could command the military forces of the now Galactic Empire, and even had control over most of the separatist leaders. However, the original separatist leaders would continue on their own way, not caring for what was happening with everyone. The military forces of the CES was a mix of weapons of war, super weapons, battle droids, organic forces, and natives on different planets under their control. At least half of these forces would now be merged into the Galactic Empire under Sidious, which he would deploy against the Jedi if they remained. The Jedi were going to become outlawed, and he knew just how he would do it. By exposing the Jedi's actual wrongs against people, like their taking of children and the exploitation of them through legally binding contracts that forced children into indentured slavery. Palpatine could make it seem even worse if he wanted to, but he was doing this with the sole purpose of disbanding the Jedi, or at the very least having everyone hate the Jedi for their actions. The territories of Separatist space would be split in half once again, but then there was Republic space, which is the largest amount of territorial space left. This would be split off into multiple various factions, with Sidious being the largest. The territory of the Confederacy of Independent Systems varied in size a great deal during the course of its short history. The Confederacy of Independent Systems at its peak numbered its several thousand star systems, as well as the various commercial factions with the planets they controlled, allied under its banner. He would have the most control over everyone now. Given that it was like this, individualist people would probably have to band together to stand a chance of gaining their true independence. There was no way they would stay with them, or more specifically stay with Palpatine, now the Emperor of the Galactic Empire. Don't leave just yet, for I have started to see the evils of the Jedi. Palpatine wanted everyone to stay, so he could release the final blow for the day, specifically towards the Jedi. The Jedi have been doing things wrong for the longest time, and they would even come after me for my beliefs. However, that is not how the Empire would run things. The Jedi would try to have me killed, and may even try to scar me beyond repair. Palpatine was still able to garner support, and even sympathy amongst the people, while there was a sentiment for the longest time going against the Jedi. It wasn't like they had just done good things, because there would always be bad apples within an organization that were misled, or even did the misleading themselves. People of my empire. Sidious addressed the citizens for their power was great as well to be used against the Jedi. While many didn't really take Palpatine's words to heart on the Empyrean, they did take to heart his words against the Jedi. The Jedi has taken your children against your will. For this they must be punished and pay for their crimes. The people still within the Senate building at this point were still applauding Palpatine and allowing everyone to know that the Senate was in support of what was happening. Of course, the people that had left were now gone, and instead were preparing themselves for other things, like going against the tyranny of Palpatine. In fact, I also wanted to say that we must be prepared to go against our enemies, whether that be our own family. Report immediately to the Imperial intelligence agencies, for I know the Empire needs your help against the rebels and separatists that would still go against us. Then there is the previous leader, Count Dooku. I believe him to be working with the Empyrean, and for this the Empyrean will also be regarded as our enemies. Palpatine, of course, had to do this, because even though he shouldn't be going against the Empyrean right now, he knew that they wouldn't attack the Empire now. They were still doing other things, like trying to enforce their control over the Hutt spaces. By initiating this now, Palpatine would have an excuse to go after the Empyrean, even if Dooku didn't team up with the Empyrean. It may all be a lie, but he could legitimize this lie when he is the winner, and he only needed it to work against the Empyrean for now. He had other work to get to, specifically the takeover of the now separatist territories, along with those that wished to have independence. This was chaos, and he disliked this. While everything had gone to his plan, it at the same time did not go accordingly with his plan. I will win in the end, Sidious thought to himself, with his nature now revealed for everyone to see. With no Death Star, he would be unable to control these dissenting factions anymore, leading to this situation. Who knew that if one took away such a weapon from Sidious' hands, he would be unable to do anything? Run! The Imperials are coming, someone called out, as chaos was happening within the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. The Jedi, now seen as a menace, are forced to either stand their ground here on Coruscant or flee from here and try and set up somewhere else where they would be allowed. Not all Jedi were good at combat, for even if they trained as such, they could still be killed. Specifically the droids, organic soldiers, and various other things that would come after them. Come on, get out of here. We must meet up with any of those from the High Council. Another voice called out as everyone was trying to evacuate. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Palpatine's voice was heard over some intercom. However, the Jedi have also committed many atrocities over the course of that history as well. The Jedi are often called a militant order, but does one know one of the principal differences between the military and the Jedi Order? The military are expected to follow orders, even when they feel those orders are not what's right. The Jedi are expected to do what's right, even when the course of action runs contrary to orders. In times of war, especially when Sith forces were involved, Jedi would sometimes assume military ranks and govern armies of Republic military units, as was seen in the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, the New Sith Wars, and the Clone Wars. So Jedi indeed became soldiers, not just keepers of the peace. During the New Sith Wars, the Order created the Army of Light, a massive military branch that consisted of the majority of active Jedi. However, most Jedi were not warriors and instead were a part of other Jedi divisions. Jedi do not fight for peace. That's only a slogan, and is as misleading as slogans always are. Jedi fight for civilization, because only civilization creates peace. We fight for justice because justice is the fundamental bedrock of civilization. An unjust civilization is built upon sand. It does not long survive a storm. Mace Windu had once said, "You have chosen the lonely path." The Jedi teach denial of self. That is their weakness. No sentient can long abide that. Palpatine's voice spoke out again, poking holes at the Jedi remaining within the temple. Hurry up. Don't worry about what the Sith Lord says. He is only trying to mislead you all. Some initiates, Padawans, knights, and overall everyone was listening to what Palpatine was saying, playing at their emotions. People were quick to try and bring them out of this trance and have them continue going towards where everyone else was going to. The Jedi were trying to do something, anything to stop what was happening, as some Jedi were even being gunned down. Jedi were dying left and right, but it wasn't like they were not unprepared, and instead, they are very prepared for what is happening. Everyone had been watching what was happening within the Senate building, and everyone was shocked at the discovery. In fact, some people had immediately gone after Sidious, but they hadn't come back. They were passionate, but the High Council had not gone after them, and instead decided to practice caution first. They were not the Jedi they used to be after all, and would need to take things slowly in another way. This is getting more and more chaotic. More and more people would think and also have some feelings of despair over the situation. The Jedi were coming to an end, and there was nowhere for them to go, even if they left Coruscant. No place for them to go to, and hopefully recoup. Master Yoda, what are we to do? Mace asked, as the High Council of the Jedi were meeting up, but they did not meet up within their normal place, but instead had evacuated toward another area of the Jedi Temple. They were currently holding anyone that had entered the Jedi Temple, but they knew that sooner or later they would be overrun by Palpatine's forces. Leave we must. The Sith Lord Sidious, now revealed he is. Yoda spoke here and started to gesture all of the council members. To the Empyrean we will go. The Empyrean. We can't and shouldn't go there. Jedi Master Cutimundi spoke up not wanting to take refuge within the empire of Anakin Skywalker. No time for arguments. Let's go now. Gather up everyone that you can, then try to get as many ships as possible for everyone to use. Mace then ordered people to start going and gathering as much Jedi as they could, right from the children initiates to the Padawans, knights, masters, and everything else in between. Multiple statements would be transmitted throughout the now Galactic Empire to all of the Jedi that would happen to be within the other divisions that were not the main division of Jedi. Becoming a Jedi required the most profound commitment and astute mind. The life of a Jedi was one of sacrifice. To hinder transgression, those who showed an aptitude for the Force were taken directly from birth or soon afterward to train in the Jedi Temple headquarters on Coruscant or its smaller Jedi enclaves as Padawans. From the beginning of their training, a Jedi was expected to adhere to a strict code that included concepts such as rational thought, patience, and benevolence. Dark emotions such as hate, anger, and fear were thought to be destructive, leading down the path to the dark side of the Force. So the Jedi were taught to purge such feelings. However, it would seem that right now the Jedi would have to sort of rely on such emotions because it was in this instance that they would be in fear for their lives. Master Windu. Someone came up to Mace as he was directing people towards some star ships under the control of the Jedi. Master Kenobi? Mace turned around and noticed that it was Obi-Wan Kenobi that had come. Leaving me behind, are you? Obi-Wan said this with jest as he put down the youngling he had carried all the way over here. He was within some pretty hectic combat with some droids when making his way over here and had saved this child from certain death. Droids do not discriminate upon age, and upon Palpatine's orders of execution, he had wanted every single Jedi to die, even the children. I see that you have arrived safely. Board one of the ships now. We have nearly everyone within the temple out of it. Unfortunately, we couldn't save everyone. Mace was angered by this fact, but he still had a duty, and that was the safety of the Jedi within the temple. First things first was that he needed to bring everyone out safely, as that is his current mission. I would appreciate it if you would help with forestalling the Imperial droids. I got it. Leave it to me. Obi-Wan replied, confirming that he would help out instead of getting on board of a ship and leaving. By the way, where is everyone evacuating to? The Empyrean. Mace answered, are we sure Anakin would like that? Obi-Wan doubted that Anakin would like rescuing the Jedi, but Mace felt differently. Anakin would most certainly not mind saving some people. Mace replied, have we gotten all of the Jedi consulars, guardians, and sentinels? Obi-Wan had to ask, for there were a lot of Jedi still probably going to be left behind. The only way they would know where the Jedi were going was if someone broadcasted that the Jedi were headed towards the Empyrean, which Palpatine would probably make use of to point towards the Empyrean as people that endorsed the kidnapping of children and enforcement of indentured slavery. Yes, everyone should be fine and there is no problem. Don't worry about things for now and just hurry up and help me, will you? Mace said this aggressively, and Obi-Wan complied with Mace's request. Okay. Sorry about that. Obi-Wan replied and started to go off in another direction, needing to make sure he stops people from being killed. Upon a Padawan's ascension to knighthood, they faced the choice of continuing down one of three branches of Jedi training. Choosing based on preference and personal talents and skills, the opportunity to join the ranks of the Jedi Guardian, Jedi Consular, or Jedi Sentinel was open to all who passed the Jedi trials. In addition to their specialization, the High Council could demand that the members of the Order assume military ranks in order to defend the Republic. Knights preferring to take a physically active stance against the dark side of the Force and all other threats to the Republic pursued the title of Guardian. Brandishing their lightsabers proudly, Guardians focused much of their training on perfecting their sparring and athletic skills, as well as the art of unarmed combat. The four skills studied by the Guardians were typically those used for quickly disabling an opponent and aiding in agility and stamina. The most profound masters of this specialization were known as Warrior Master. An example of a knight or guardian would be Anakin, but he is more like a specialist of everything and master of it all. However, his main talents would place him within the knight or guardian category, especially since this was the main way for a Jedi to be physically active. Focusing not on physical force, but on mastery of the Force and the sharpening of mental skills, the Jedi Knights who became consulars worked closely with the Republic Diplomatic Corps and medical facilities. Overseen by the Council of Reconciliation, consulars worked as healers, prophets, and researchers, wielding a lightsaber only for self-defense. The most studied masters of this specialization were known as Sage Master. An example of a Jedi consular would be someone like Barriss, but since she was with Anakin now in the Empyrean, such classification wouldn't apply to her. Knights that sought a balance between the intensive combat training of the Jedi Guardians and the wider philosophical views and teaching responsibilities of the Jedi consulars. These Jedi ferreted out deceit and injustice, bringing it to light. They were generally employed in scouting missions and were skilled in security, computers, or stealth techniques, and also had diplomatic skills. This was the last pathway for a Jedi, and an example of a person taking this path would be Yoda, because at some point he was a watchman and stuff like that. All three categories and subcategories of Jedi within are important, for they all have skills or abilities that Anakin would want to make use of within the Empyrean. Which means once they arrive, he wouldn't allow the Jedi to be formed again under the Empyrean. However, what he would allow is their conversion into the Empyrean order. This is why these are important, for their skills, abilities, and all the extra stuff would come in handy to know of. I just hope that we won't have to face too much disaster. Mace thought to himself as he watched people leaving through the atmosphere of Coruscant, as it seemed like the world was coming to an end. It wasn't only the Jedi trying to leave and successfully escaping, and instead, it was citizens of the Republic escaping as well. Where they were headed in, no one would know, but the most probable and most safe place a person would want to head towards was the Empyrean and their affiliated territories. Or people could be going towards separatist territories as well, or they could be going towards any of the other options within the known galaxy. There were many options for one to go down, and there was no stopping the people from deciding to just up and leave, for the governmental system was in chaos. So too would be the rest of the Republic's now turned Empire systems within, meaning that it would be and is extremely easy for someone to leave Coruscant at this time, because the people still needed time to get used to the change. The people whose jobs was to stop people from leaving would have a hard time adjusting to whatever new rules were in place, which would give many people a chance to leave if they wanted. We take what we desire because we can. We can because we have power. We have power because we are Sith. The Sith, also referred to as the Sith Order, was a sect of Force sensitives who utilized the dark side of the Force. The term Sith originally referred to a species of aliens native to the planets Corbin and Zyast, who were later enslaved and ruled by exiled Dark Jedi from the Galactic Republic. These Dark Jedi had once been members of the Jedi Order, a monastic Force religion dedicated to peace through the use of the light side of the Force. The Dark Jedi, who refused to rely exclusively on the light side, challenged the Jedi by giving in to the dark side, which started the 100-Year Darkness. However, they had been defeated and subsequently exiled from known space, which led to their discovery of the Sith species. Following centuries of interbreeding and mixing of cultures between the aliens and the exiles, the Sith would no longer be identified by their race, but by their dedication to the ancient Sith philosophy. This religious order would survive in many different incarnations throughout galactic history. The rise of a new leader, or Dark Lord, would often cause drastic reorganizations in the cult. However, the Sith would always be characterized by their lust for power and their desire to destroy the Jedi Order. The Sith were the most infamous of all dark side religions, and the members of the cult were often seen as the pinnacle of power within the dark side. Throughout their long history, the Sith commanded several empires and initiated many galactic wars. With such great influence, the Sith religion inspired many cults that weren't technically part of the Sith Order, nor did they consist of actual Sith. Instead, they were founded and made up of Sith devotees and other Force sensitives dedicated to prolonging the teachings and the memory of the Sith. Such cults included the Nadists, the disciples of Ragnos, and the Kroth. There was this saying within the Jedi, and that is only the Sith deal in absolutes, which was actually quite ironic, since the Jedi are people that deal with absolutes themselves. Of course, it wasn't all of the Jedi like this, but it was still something to take note of, since by the Jedi's definition, to tell whether or not someone has turned to the dark side permanently could be used against them. In the original Sith, the term Sithari translated literally into Lord or Overlord. Over time, however, the term became closely associated with the idea of a perfect being who would rise to power and take control of the Sith Order. The prophesied coming of the Sithari was based around the notion that a perfect being would epitomize the teachings of the Sith Code and became free of all restrictions. This being would lead the Sith, but also destroy them, a destruction that would make the Sith Order stronger than before. The identity of the Sithari has been confirmed as Darth Bane, who destroyed the Brotherhood of Darkness in order to remake the Sith through the Rule of Two. The prophesy of the Sithari is very similar to the Jedi's prophesy of the Chosen One, an extremely powerful Force-sensitive who would lead their order to perfection. Palpatine had believed he had taken on the mantle of the Sithari, but there was something else there that had a much greater presence within the Force than he had, which meant there was someone else that would take on this mantle, or was already taken by someone else. Someone within the Jedi Temple was walking with a hood obscuring them. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. These were the thoughts of the person walking through the Jedi Temple, and this person came to a stop, seeing a crying girl. USA doing all right? The voice of this tall being spoke, and it was masculine in nature. It also had a strange accent. Stop right there, Sith. It was Obi-Wan that called out and alerted the being that was approaching the youngling girl. Me sa, friend Obi-Wan. The hood came off to reveal it was Jar Jar, with the hate-filled eyes of the Sith, which surprised Obi-Wan. Me sa, friend Obi-Wan. The hood came off to reveal it was Jar Jar, with the hate-filled eyes of the Sith, which surprised Obi-Wan. Jar Jar. Obi-Wan couldn't help but question just what was going on. Me sa, Dante go by Jar Jar Binks anymore. Me sa called Darth Immerbos. Jar Jar replied, earning a confused look from Obi-Wan. Jar Jar, what have you done? Obi-Wan asked, while keeping his distance, not wanting Jar Jar to do anything rash. Jar Jar had the girl youngling right next to him after all. Me sa has decided that Me sa Hassa had enough of the ridiculing of Me sa's pairs. They mocked Me sa, and even if things have changed with those on Naboo, Me sa still seen as a clown. Jar Jar answered. Jar Jar Binks was the first Gungan to represent his people in the Galactic Senate, first serving as a junior representative along with Senator Padme Amidala, and then, after her departure, serving as full senator himself. Like most Gungans, Binks was lanky and spoke basic with a unique accent. Being naive and clumsy, Jar Jar Binks contributed greatly to the fall of the Galactic Republic. He was a general, representative, and later a senator. Binks was also one of Qui-Gon Jinn's companions during the invasion of Naboo, traveling to distant worlds such as Tatooine and Coruscant, an activity not taken up by many Gungans. On his return to Naboo, he served as a Bombad general for a short while in the Gungan Grand Army, and was a joint commander of the Battle of the Great Grass Plains with General Seal. Binks later helped his people colonize the nearby Naboo, Moon Omadion. During his career as junior representative, he acted as Amidala's proxy and proposed giving Supreme Chancellor Palpatine emergency powers in order to deal with the Separatist crisis. Binks would continue his public service even after the departure of Amidala, taking her place as Senator of the Kamal Sector in the newly reformed Imperial Senate. Of course, the Kamal Sector is not under control of the Republic, Imperial Senate, or even the Galactic Empire now. It is under the control of the Empyrean. However, that doesn't take away from his grand achievements. One only needed to look into Jar Jar's early life to see what it was like. Born to Jar Jar, Binks and his wife in Otto Gunga, Jar Jar Binks, was raised in his family traditions to be a great whaler as his ancestors had been for hundreds of years. Due to his clumsiness and ineptitude, however, Binks was never able to become what his father had wanted him to be. Once, while on an expedition to hunt a whale in the southernmost seas of Naboo, George ordered his son to hold the wheel steady. Binks, however, let go. This caused their ship to crash into the whale, which resulted in the ship sinking to the bottom of the ocean. A month later, George Binks, his wife, and Jar Jar were all stranded on a desert island. When Binks offered to swim for help, a task which would have taken 50 years if it was possible at all, George Binks first called him a fool, telling him that he would be eaten within a day, but then realized this would result in Jar Jar Binks' death, and told him that it was a good idea. Binks was about to jump into the water when George's wife reprimanded him and stopped George from allowing him to do so. Unable to take it anymore, George lamented over what could have been. He called his son an imbecile and attempted to commit suicide by shooting himself with his blaster pistol, but only grazed his head, resulting in it not being lethal. Though what happened to George and his wife is unknown, Binks later found his way back to Otogunga. Of course, all of this was a precursor to what Jar Jar is like in today's age, for he wasn't any less clumsy. In fact, during his training as a Sith apprentice now under Sidious, he had tempered this clumsiness to his advantage, and had then taken all of the negative emotions within himself and used it to empower himself. The way is to empower oneself through passion, and Jar Jar's greatest passion right now is to repay the Supreme Chancellor turned Emperor. Palpatine was quite possibly the kindest person to him, and because of this Jar Jar has a lot of trust in Palpatine, whom had revealed himself to be the Sith Lord that was responsible for the Trade Federation attack a long time ago. Jar Jar, it isn't too late. Turn back now from the path you have taken, and all shall be forgiven. Obi-Wan started to try and persuade the Gungan, but it would be to no avail, as Jar Jar had fully turned to the dark side and was quite talented within this Force alignment as well. Right from his supposed clumsiness and ineptitude, Jar Jar was able to cause harm and destruction without even trying, meaning that he was kind of the perfect conduit in which the dark side could be funneled through. Misa friend Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, it is too late, Jar Jar replied, before igniting a lightsaber, and then Jar Jar ignited his second lightsaber, for it seemed like he trained with 2 lightsabers instead of 1. Obi-Wan ignited his own blue lightsaber in contrast to the red and orange-colored lightsabers of Jar Jar. The youngling girl was crying, but started to make her way out of the area as Jar Jar didn't care about the child and was much more interested in facing off against Obi-Wan. The first to make a move was Jar Jar, as Obi-Wan was not an aggressive fighter and very much relied on patience above all else, which would lead to a long fight. Or would it? Jar Jar sought out his opponent by first using an advanced lightsaber and force technique. Jar Jar threw his orange lightsaber towards Obi-Wan and then advanced forward with his red one, jumping high into the air in an attempt to take down Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan would first have to fend off against the thrown lightsaber, which once he did went back toward Jar Jar, then got into a position to deflect Jar Jar rapid and mad blows. It would seem that Jar Jar had a lot of hidden strength that was coming out in this instance, for his blows felt very heavy to Obi-Wan. When one considers lightsaber combat, one would think that there is next to weight, and the way the blades are made would make it silly that deflection, parrying, and stuff like that wouldn't work. However, lightsabers were more than just laser swords, as they were enhanced and very much imbued with the Force. Obi-Wan and Jar Jar would exchange blows, and while this was happening, Jar Jar would further draw upon past memories that angered, saddened, or had all manners of negative emotions for him to use and empower himself. This would result in Obi-Wan being pushed back step by step. At least the child is safe, however I needed to bring her towards the ships. Obi-Wan would have to re-find this girl again later once Jar Jar is dealt with, because Obi-Wan would unfortunately have to kill Jar Jar now that it has come to this. Banished in all of Otogunga's schools and not able to turn to his parents for guidance, Binks hopped between job after job throughout his youth. His clumsiness inevitably got him fired before sunset. Once, Binks was working as a street-side shutter-up musician when a passerby paid him money to stop the music. That is when he was discovered by local lawbreaker Roos Tarpals. Tarpals was the leader of a small band of young thieves. Binks was given the job of distracting security patrols while Tarpals and his gang pulled off various scams. Unlike the other thieves, Tarpals treated Binks like a valued team member and friend. This friendship ended when Tarpals enlisted in the Gungan Grand Army. The band soon scattered and Binks again began searching for his place in life. Fortunately, Boss Ruger Nass, ruler of Otto Gunga, arranged new employment for Binks, partly out of respect for his parents and partly on the request of now Captain Tarpals. When Binks accidentally freed all of the animals in the Otto Gunga Zoo, Nass sentenced Binks to 6 months of hard labor in the Quarry Penal Colony. Nass commuted the sentence when Binks saved him from drowning in an out-of-control bongo. Binks also saved the life of Nass's niece, Major Fassa. Fassa pledged a life debt to Binks, who was embarrassed by her devotion, but excited about a chance at romance. He was both disappointed and relieved when Boss Nass revoked the life debt on a technicality. Later, Boss Nass threw a lavish party at his mansion and gave Binks a job in the kitchen. However, Binks destroyed the gasser oven. The explosion cracked the bubble wall and flooded the party. Binks tried to save Boss Nass's luxury Hablibber, but ended up crashing it instead. Boss Nass was outraged and decided that he had had enough. In the Gungan High Council Chamber of Judgment, Nass, along with his peers, invoked the Nokumbaki law, banishing Binks and preventing him from ever returning to Otto Gunga upon pain of death. Binks tried to hide in Otto Gunga, but Captain Tarpals found him in Chef Brass Marsh's restaurant scrounging for scraps. Tarpals apprehended him and prepared to take him to the surface. However, he was ambushed by Marshu and several thugs. Tarpals was knocked out in the scuffle, but Binks saved him. The hapless Gungan pleaded with Tarpals for clemency, but was ignored. Tarpals then escorted Binks to the shores of the Lionorm Swamp, the place of Binks's banishment. This was the end of Jar Jar's life up until he would meet Kagan within the swamps of Naboo, which would lead him down his current path now. Everyone by now had escaped on transport pods, ships, or any other transportation device that had gotten them off of Coruscant. The people were among the first to start fleeing, for they wanted to leave as soon as they could, then followed by others. The Jedi were also leaving as fast as they could, which would result in them heading towards the only known hospitable governmental system within the current state of the galaxy, that space being anywhere within the Empyrean. The Jedi had also, of course, seen Dooku and his miraculous disappearance because of some device. However, they also couldn't trust Dooku now, even though he has seemingly done away with his Sith Master now, especially since it would seem his Sith Master was after him as well. No, they couldn't trust Republic, now turned Empire space, and they also couldn't trust Separatist or former Separatist spaces. Neither could they head towards any of the independent systems or spaces as well, for even if they knew where they were, the Jedi didn't have any guarantees that they would be safe in these spots. The only place they could hope to have refuge in was the Empyrean. Announcing public broadcast to all stations. A voice that came through a communication device spoke, and it was addressing everyone. The Great Galactic Republic has come to an end, and instead has been reformed anew as the Great Galactic Empire, under the mighty and all-powerful Emperor and leader, Emperor Palpatine. The once Supreme Chancellor has been elected by the Senate as their leader in the new Imperial Senate that will now serve under the orders of the Emperor. The Jedi have been outlawed within the Galactic Empire, and any speak about what or who the Jedi were has been outlawed. The use of midi-chlorian testing devices has been outlawed, and any equipment found within the Galactic Empire shall be purged and destroyed. Anyone found in possession of things that relate back to the Jedi shall face various punishments, including fines up to imprisonment, depending on the crime. The announcer went on and on about many things, as the Jedi within their various escape ships listened intently on what was going on. This was quite literally the end of the Jedi, for their organization has officially been disbanded, while unofficially there was something that was still there, present within the galaxy. Unfortunately, they have been reduced to what was the equivalent to running and hiding rats. On to other news. New laws have been enacted that deal with the economic and political situation of the Galactic Empire at large. The speaker would continue to speak on many various things that both related to and didn't relate to the newly formed Imperial Senate, Galactic Empire, and given that Palpatine was now in charge, propaganda for his military recruitment. Sidious knew that he needed an army, as it seemed like the droids given to the Republic for their use had gone offline, to be scrapped. It would seem that the Emperor of the Empyrean had planned for something like this to happen, which only further infuriated Palpatine to go so far as to declare that they were putting in sanctions against the Empyrean. Of course, this would affect both the Empyrean and the Galactic Empire when it comes to their economies. However, the Empyrean had become self-sufficient to the point it didn't have to worry about the Republic interfering with its trade. Qui-Gon Jinn, Jedi Master of the Republic, or he had used to be a Jedi Master of the Republic, and now he was just a simple teacher within an academic institution meant to help those with Force powers and abilities on their way to controlling them. That is right, the Empyrean Academy or Order was unlike that of the Jedi, and instead was more of a school for all ages. It had to be because there were many people that had potential with the Force but were not trained in this potential. Sometimes bad things could happen, and sometimes good things could happen because they were not trained. That was just how things were, and depending on the person, the result of being untrained either resulted in the twisting and turning of said being or the elevation of their being. When Qui-Gon had first arrived back on the capital of the Empyrean, Tatooine, he wasn't expecting too much to be different. However, it was very different. The time he had come with the Jedi here to inspect or see what was going on was something important, for if he never came, he would never see things that he should. Specifically, the idea and sense of balance within the Force on the planet, and even within the students themselves. Ranging from all ages, they were like beacons of what true balance was, and not the balance of being into one side of the Force. Qui-Gon has had his fair share of troubles with the Force, the Jedi Order, and his own feelings, emotions that are connected to himself and the Force as a whole. He had also taken some time to learn of the philosophy here and other such things that were important within this academy. He, surprisingly enough, also saw some of the Jedi from the Jedi Order were here and were actually a part of this place. Everyone seemed genuinely happy, or at least it seemed that way, and there was no such thing as blocking off one's emotions. In fact, it made sense to Qui-Gon that emotions like anger, fear, sadness, and anything negative was natural. Why would sentient, living beings have emotions in the first place? Why would the Force allow for one's emotions to be abused? It was not because emotions, specifically negative emotions, were evil or anything like that, but instead because they can be used to increase one's strength, used in situations that would require the use of such emotions, whether they empower oneself to move forward or empower oneself to run away. I have fear to determine what I am to be scared of. I have anger to determine what I should be angry of. I have sadness to determine what I should be sad of. It was all natural, and denying these natural responses to external or even internal stimuli was wrong. I mean, when I should be afraid is when something could threaten my life, right? It is only natural to fear for one's life. When one should be angry is when they're facing a conflict or confrontation that would need such anger. An example being something that could also threaten your life. Anger helps a person overcome whatever initial fear to engage in conflict and increases one's desire to resolve that conflict through physical force. It could also be used to naturally tell someone why they dislike something that is happening to them, or even others. Anger is the gateway to someone's passion. Sadness is also important, for without it, people would be unable to tell what to avoid, specifically what they should that makes them sad. There are many things and many reasons emotions are important for more than what was addressed. However, that was what Qui-Gon had come to discover. He discovered that on the Empyrean stuff like this was taught, but being were also taught to control such emotions. Not like the Jedi, but instead if one needed something like therapy, then they should go get it. Stuff like mental health was a priority, it would seem. Of course, at first Qui-Gon may have been apprehensive when going into the secrets of the dark side, a place and area of teaching he most certainly didn't want to head into. There was still some subconscious biases against the dark side from him, and it made itself known by his fear of the dark side and what it could do to someone. what it could do to him and what it has done. That dream he had a long time ago really woke him up to the reality of being a Jedi and that he would have to face the deaths of those he had killed in the name of peace. Being a Jedi is most certainly not an easy job. He had students here now, whether they be young or old. He was someone that was more experienced and had a lot of things that most people would want to learn. He leaned towards instructing the classes that included anything to do with the light side of the Force. In fact, the Empyrean Academy or Order had a lot of people that were more on the light side of the Force because of the influx of Jedi that came here. There are, of course, people that wish to study the dark side, if they so choose, but the teachers for such things is even lesser than it is on the light side. There was an imbalance within the Academy. However, that imbalance was fixed by Anakin himself. It was much a surprise to Qui-Gon a lot of the things Anakin had hidden from everyone, even himself. Anakin could control multiple various droids, and through them he could teach swathes of students, whether that be in the areas and classes the Academy currently lacked teachers for, but mostly for the dark side. That was also something that Qui-Gon had to come to terms to, because he had always believed in the Jedi's prophecy from the Great Holocron. It spoke of many things. However, because of his curiosity, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Qui-Gon coming to the Empyrean was the first step he needed, and the last step was finding out that the Chosen One didn't necessarily have to be a Jedi, or that they would even destroy the Sith. The Chosen One is simply someone that would bring balance to the Force, and that was it. This was the final stepping stone for Qui-Gon, as if everything else was but a precursor to his decision and change over to leaving the Jedi Order. Sighing, Qui-Gon decided to get up from his meditation, feeling that something important is happening, so he turned on the news within his room. While he's a friend of the royal family here on Tatooine, within the Empyrean, he still chose to stay within the Academy's building instead of the palace. He is still used to the lifestyle he had been living up until this point, and it was a preference that he didn't think he was going to change. This just in. The Galactic Republic has now been reformed as the Galactic Empire, under the leadership of the Supreme Chancellor, now turned Emperor, Sheev Palpatine. Also, the Emperor has also been revealed to be a Sith, and the news anchor would go on to recount everything that had just happened within the Republic, and the chaos that had begun was something Qui-Gon never expected to happen. The Jedi Order have now been outlawed, and members of the Order have also been branded criminals within the Galactic Empire. What? Qui-Gon stood up at this, for that meant his friends within the Order were in danger. He was just about to leave when his communication device that he had on him started to go off, indicating that someone was trying to contact him. He moved over towards it and picked it up before activating it. Master Qui-Gon Jinn, I'm glad that you picked up. The person on the other side was Mace Windu, the other respective teacher for Anakin Skywalker. Master Windu, I didn't expect to be hearing from you, but I assume that things are not exactly going to plan right now, are they? I have seen the news reports and know of what is going on. There is no need to tell me anything. However, I am confused as to why you would call me now. Qui-Gon replied as he took a seat once again. That is quite all right. However, I haven't called to pick up where we left off, and instead I was calling to ask of you a favor. It would seem that Qui-Gon and Mace were doing something before the two of them had split off, and now he was asking Qui-Gon for a favor. A very important favor. What favor? Qui-Gon was curious and wanted to know. You see, the Jedi Order and the entirety of what is left is heading towards the Empyrean, as we believe that this is the place we can gain some safety from the Sith Lord's pursuit. It would seem because of the control he has and the distrust from the Republic's public, we no longer can have a say or stay within the Republic. Mace explained, I figured as much. However, I am not seeing where or what this favor is. Qui-Gon was confused. The Jedi Order wishes to stay within the Empyrean. However, we are unsure if safe passage and shelter would be given to us there. Mace had no clue as to whether or not the Order could stay within the Empyrean. However, Anakin wouldn't be against it. The only thing he would be against is them trying to take the children of his people against their wills or coercing them through lies to get more recruits for the Jedi Order to re-establish themselves. Are you saying that the Jedi Order wishes to set up base somewhere within the Empyrean? It sounded absurd to Qui-Gon, for the Jedi would most certainly be against what is going on here. However, this could also be a chance. A chance for Kagan to try and persuade the Jedi Order disbanding, and instead being merged into the Empyrean Order instead. It was a grand plan, and something that Kagan had permissions to do because of his position within the Empyrean Academy for the Gifted. Yes, I am asking you of this favor, as we cannot stay anywhere else within the galaxy. Mace replied, giving his confirmation that the Jedi were in a desperate spot, with the High Council having taken a back seat on this one. The only person within the Jedi Order that could help as of this moment was, of course, Mace Windu, for he had the connections to the Empyrean above everyone else. Even a contact, that being Kagan, because they had developed a level of friendship between the two of them because they had both trained Anakin. Come, I can allow this, Kagan said, as he couldn't just allow innocent people to die just because the higher-ups within the Jedi Order were usually very, very bad in what they do. Bringing peace to the galaxy. Really? Thank you, Master Kagan. Mace couldn't help but feel relieved, as he felt a lot of pressure, and it seemed like the others on the High Council did not know of what to do. It was Mace's idea to head towards the Empyrean after all, and because of this they would live to see another day. Hurry over. May the Force be with you. Kagan said this, as while it is a Jedi, saying it was something that could be applied to everyone, even the Sith or those that practice the dark side of the Force. The Force, known to the Qua as the power of cosmos and referred to as the breath of Jelgelar by the Jelgelar resident wise man of Kuru, was a metaphysical, spiritual, binding, and ubiquitous power that held enormous importance for both the Jedi and Sith monastic orders. Known as the Way in ancient times, the Force was viewed in many different aspects, including but not limited to the light side of the Force, the dark side of the Force, the living Force, the unifying Force, the cosmic Force, and the physical Force. The first two aspects were concerned with the moral compass of the Force, as manifested by the conduct and emotions of living creatures who were themselves part of the fabric of the Force. The light side of the Force was the facet aligned with compassion, selflessness, self-knowledge and enlightenment, healing, mercy, and benevolence, while the dark side of the Force was aligned with hatred, fear, covetousness, anger, aggression, jealousy, and malevolence. The latter four aspects were defined by prominent Jedi philosophies. The living Force dealt with the energy of living things, the unifying Force with the entirety of time and space, the cosmic Force with life after death, and the physical Force with anything within one's surroundings. Though the Force was categorized in this way, no specific abilities or powers were only usable by a follower of a particular path of the Force. The Force partially existed inside the life forms that used it and drew energy from their emotions. It was something that was normal and made more and more sense to Kagan as he also was on a journey of learning, alongside his own students within the Academy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.